the two legs. He talked like them, he wore clothes like them, but while he did, in some ways, think like them, a big part of him was still a wolf. He had walked through the streets of the city, as he often did, surrounded by people, and had barely been spared a glance. The walks were his way of trying to learn more about the two legs, to learn how to adapt to their world. With his change, he no longer had a name and tier visible above his head, the qualifier for being a monster, but a monster was just a classification by the framework, and Airclaw had started to suspect that there were reasons as to why things were like that. He couldn't fathom them, not yet, but perhaps in time he would. Now he made his way through the Twilight Melody sect compound, the warriors and attendants moving out of his way. He was the contracted beast of their sect head, and that meant that, under their complicated law, he had the same standing as Ryun. He passed by them without acknowledging them, mostly because he was still not comfortable enough with them to do anything. He found Ryun inside the main building, in a small room that he had turned into a place for meditation. He entered and knelt in a corner next to him, waiting. Ryun already knew that he was there, of course, so there was no need for him to announce himself. A few minutes later, Ryun sighed, and his whole body relaxed. He opened his eyes and glanced in Airclaw's direction. "I think I was close to evolving my mind shield, but I don't think that I can manage it without a quest if I don't have someone mentally attacking me," Ryun said. "You could find someone to train with you," Airclaw suggested. Ryun grimaced and waved his hand. "Everything here costs essence. I could find someone, sure, but they would require a payment for their service." Airclaw raised one of his eyebrows. "And you don't want to spend essence?" "I don't. The grand auction will be soon, and I need everything that I have." Airclaw growled low in his throat. It wasn't like he cared one way or the other. Still, he had come to see him for a reason. It might not be obvious to the others, but something was bothering Ryun. He had been different ever since he had met with the other ranker of his world. Well, perhaps Onrush could tell, but from what Airclaw had seen, she had decided to deal with it by letting Ryun have space. Airclaw didn't care much about two legs, but Ryun and he had an understanding. He didn't know if he could help, or even merely understand anything about what Ryun was feeling, but he figured that he should at least try. Ryun could not afford to be distracted so close to the tournament matches. Airclaw narrowed his eyes on him and then just spoke, as directly as he could. "You are bothered by something." Ryun blinked, then tilted his head at him. "I am," he said unsurprisingly. Ryun never lied, and he rarely had the time for avoiding topics. "It is that noticeable?" Airclaw shrugged. "I am a wolf. I notice more than most." Ryun nodded. It was one of the things that Airclaw liked the most about him. He was direct and didn't waste words in the same manner that the other two legs often did. "It is about the other ranker?" Airclaw asked. Ryun hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "It is," he said, looking down on his hands, closing them into fists. "It made me remember things." Airclaw rumbled deep in his throat. "You smelled of blood and death when we met, the blood of thousands." "Yes," Ryun whispered, his face turning hard, almost angry. "I was angry for what I lost, and I slaughtered all in my way. I do not regret the past. It is pointless, and I try not to dwell on it. But I understand that some of those whom I killed and those who died as a result of my actions were innocent. When I saw him, Zack, I remembered our past, the times when we fought, when he screamed in my face and I didn't care. I killed his family, or so he said." "You don't remember that?" Airclaw asked. Ryun grimaced. I remember the city where they lived. I remember killing people in it. But the faces, they all blur together in my mind. The sounds are just noise in my head. I had to have done it, yet I do not remember. I feel as if that is wrong somehow, that I don't remember the faces of all I've killed. Airclaw didn't understand Two Legs, but Ryun had never been much like other Two Legs. He didn't think like them. He thought more like Airclaw. It was why their contract had been so easy for them both. "Remembering the prey you hunted is a way to honor them," Airclaw said. "Yes," Ryun said, "and I don't remember. It feels disrespectful, not that they would want my respect in the first place, but this is not about them. It is about me. Zack hates me, and for good reason. I took everything from him." "You don't feel guilty?" Airclaw asked. "No," Ryun said. "In some ways that is wrong. Some would even say evil. But the past is the past, and cannot change. All actions have consequences, and the actions of all those on Earth led to this conclusion. I can own that." "But," Airclaw pressed. "But," Ryun sighed, "we were friends once. He had been my only friend, really. It was difficult to see the hate in his eyes. Before, I didn't care about it. I wasn't prepared for how it would feel. Meeting him again, I mean." "I cannot understand that, and I cannot help you with it. My pack had abandoned me because I am too strange for them now. I am alone, aside from you. I don't know about him, about your past, about feelings, but I understand you. You and I seek to grow stronger. I wish to witness great and interesting things, to hunt those who are powerful. What others feel about me is of no concern to me. I cannot change how they feel." Ryun closed his eyes, and a sad smile appeared on his face. "You are right in that I don't think there is anything I can do to change things. Even if I tried, nothing would ever be enough, and if I am honest with myself, I wouldn't even want to try. I am sad for the loss someone who was my friend once suffered, but I do not regret what happened on Earth. Regardless of how he feels about me, Earth has made him strong." Airclaw nodded. Strength was something he understood. "The weak perish, and the strong survive and thrive." Ryun chuckled. "Thank you for the talk, Airclaw. My path isn't in the past. It is in the present and in the future, all the way to the end of all things." "Of course, Ryun. We are a pack, our fates linked. I will be by your side until the end." Ryun opened his eyes, and they looked at each other for a long moment. They didn't need many words. They didn't need conversations such as this. They understood what the others sought. Then Airclaw blinked as a notification appeared in the corner of his eye. He had gained a new contract perk. Void Hunter, contract perk. You can draw upon your contracted partner's power. Once per day you may erase all of your presence from the real realm, moving without sound, unseen, and without disturbing any of the real realm's forces. Airclaw grinned. A good perk for him. He had some stealth perks already, but this one would improve his stealth by a large margin. He glanced at Ryun and saw his eyes moving, reading something in front of his eyes. "Ah," Ryun said. "That is interesting. It might come in handy with my cutting skill." He had gotten a perk as well. The two of them didn't receive the same perks, not always, and so far they shared only their Send Thought perk. With a wave of his hand, Ryun made his perk visible. Wolf Claws, contract perk. You can draw upon your contracted partner's power. Once per day you may summon crystallized blood claws on your hands. The claw's durability depends on your contracted partner's power. Just after Airclaw read through the window, it disappeared, and Ryun tilted his head. "We are about to have a visitor." Airclaw strained his ears, hearing a hurried run that he recognized. A few moments later, Lesametrius entered their room. "Forgiveness, Sect Head, but we have a—" "I know, Lesametrius." Ryun interrupted the nearly babbling Ravzer. "Zenker is here." Airclaw blinked. He had heard the name, but 1-2-Legs was the same as any other. He stood up and walked out of the room. This was of no concern to him. Perhaps he should try to practice with his new perk. Ryun walked out of the building, Lesametrius just behind him, trying to keep up. He could sense the nervousness in Lesametrius with every step he took. His sense also told him exactly what was happening outside. All of his people had bowed deeply to the Drake, even more so than what they did for him. Granted, Ryun didn't particularly care for it, as long as they showed respect. What they did for Zenker, though, was a lot more. He didn't mind. He had learned exactly who the Drake was in his time here, not that he hadn't already known plenty. His reading his screens had been enough to tell him just who he had met. Ryun paused in front of the building, letting the Drake walk up to him. Lesametrius took his position next to Ryun, looking and standing uncomfortably. Once the Drake was close enough, he grinned at Ryun and inclined his head. Less than what Ryun usually got, but more than Ryun probably deserved from someone like him. Ryun returned the gesture with the exact same motion. "Zenker?" Ryun greeted him simply, their one conversation making him feel safe with just using his name. "Sect Head," Zenker greeted back, though the tone of his voice was relaxed. "I see you've taken my advice." Next to Ryun, Lesametrius nearly fainted. Hearing his sect head speak in such manner to someone like Zenker was probably too much for the man, and the fact that what he just heard meant that Ryun and Zenker knew each other was nearly pushing him over the edge. "I have, on both counts," Ryun nodded. "I had been planning on coming to see you, to thank you for the hint." Zenker tilted his head at that. "I've wondered why you haven't come to me." "Didn't want to be a bother during the tournament. You seemed to have a lot of work," Ryun said, though if he was being honest, he just didn't know what to say to him. "You've done well by qualifying. It's never happened before, you know, for a ranker to qualify for the high division during the first tournament after their arrival to the Infinite Realm." Ryun hadn't known that, but he had suspected. His rate of growth was not the norm. Zenker glanced around, seeing all of the Twilight Melody sect people looking and listening to them intently. Ryun's sense had told him that everyone else had found their way out of the building, too. Naira and Onrush stood behind him with Daria, both nearly in the same state as Lesametrius. Zenker coughed, clearing his throat, and then gestured to the side where Ryun's people had set up tables and benches. "Could we talk in private?" Ryun nodded and led the way there. Once they had taken their seats at one of the tables, Ryun opened his mouth to offer to close the space off with his void walls, but Zenker twisted a ring on his finger, and suddenly the area around them became blurry and the sound cut off. "There. No one should be able to listen in now," Zenker said. "So you did come here for a reason," Ryun commented. "I wondered." Zenker gave him a grin. "Not really a reason. More like I drew the short straw." Ryun blinked, not understanding. Zenker sighed and waved his hand. "Let's just say that I am here to have a talk." "What kind of a talk?" Ryun asked. "Well, I am here representing a small group of people like me," Zenker started slowly. Ryun could imagine what a group of people like him meant. "We are, I guess, we make sure that things don't get too out of hand in the Infinite Realm." "Ah," Ryun said. He had wondered about what the powerful people in the Infinite Realm did all the time. And they want to have a talk with me?
Not really a talk. We are always on the lookout for talented people. Those who we think could go far. I am just supposed to let you know a few things.
Things like what? Ryun asked.
Things like don't go around causing great wars, and don't go on indiscriminate rampages. This we say to everyone who approaches the power of high rankers. For you, though, we have extra.
Ryun tilted his head. So it seemed like there were some people who watched over everyone and tried to make sure that civilization endured. What kind of extra?
The pilfering kind, of course. As long as you don't go mad, you're good. We don't put down pilferers just because that's what they are. Taking power from your foes is one thing. Manufacturing situations or pilfering everyone in your way is something else, and not something that we can allow.
Ah, Ryun said. I don't have any plans to go mad with my thirst for power.
Good, Zenker said. Next, I want you to know that we, mostly me, can offer you a lot, as long as you make yourself available when we need you. Resources, access, secrets.
Ryun looked at the Drake for a long few moments. That sounds a little vague, he said finally.
Zenker sighed. And it will remain so for the time being, at least.
Ryun wasn't sure what all of this was about. Suddenly being sought by people who were at the top of the Infinite Realm did not seem all that coincidental. This is not the first such offer I have received, Ryun said slowly, trying to see if perhaps he could learn more. Zenker frowned.
Someone gave you a similar offer?
Ryun nodded. Yes. Celia John, the Spear of Sorrows. She invited me to a party and offered to make my sect a subordinate of Zhenxuan, whereas one of the sects that I had taken over had been a subordinate of their subordinate. I thought that was the reason why we were invited, but when I refused the offer, she gave another, more personal one, to sponsor me. Zenker blinked at that and then rolled his eyes.
No one tells me anything, he grumbled. If they had already given the task to Celia, they could have saved me the hassle.
Ryun blinked, surprised. She is part of your group? Zenker shrugged.
She joined recently, or she should have. Not that I have much time to pay attention with the tournament. Still, I guess it makes sense. If her sect had connections to yours, they would have asked her to reach out to you.
So I am guessing that this offer is not something that I can refuse? Ryun asked. Zenker waved his hand.
You can refuse, of course, and as long as you don't break the rules, we will leave you alone. I wish that you wouldn't refuse, though, as we really can offer you a lot. And we need people like you if we are to keep this world safe.
Ryun tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. Why come to me now? I've been at the tournament for months. Zenker met Ryun's eyes.
We wanted to see how you and the other Earth ranker would react when you met.
Ryun hadn't expected that answer, but it did make sense in a twisted, infinite realm kind of logic. If they had resorted to violence, to trying to kill each other despite all the rules of the tournament, well, Ryun didn't think that they would have been allowed to fight for long. So you know about him.
We keep an eye on all promising individuals, Zenker told him.
A half-smile appeared on Ryun's face. Of course they had recognized Zack's strength. So I should just accept Celia's offer? Ryun asked.
Do what you want, Zenker shrugged, but at least give her a chance.
Ryun nodded. He had gotten another invitation from her, this one to a restaurant in the tournament city, a public place. He was yet to reply, but perhaps he should at least hear her out. Although, if Zenker wouldn't go in specifics, perhaps he wouldn't get anything from her, too. Still, he would give her a chance.
"Well, that was all I came here to say,"
Zenker said, and stood up. "Zenker," Ryun said as the Drake reached for his ring.
"Yes?"
"I have an issue, and I was wondering if perhaps you could point me in the right direction."
"What kind of an issue?"
the Drake asked, apparently intrigued. Ryun met his eyes and spoke. "What do you know about soul damage?" Chapter 54. Present. Onrush. Playing dress-up again. Onrush looked Ryun over, trying not to lose her temper at him. He was in the process of getting dressed for his dinner with the high ranker, the Spear of Sorrow, and she was guiding the attendants in their task of wrangling him into cleaning up to look like something approaching respectful. She didn't know when she had become responsible for him, but thankfully she had plenty of experience with these types of things from the time when Kree had been younger. It almost made her laugh just how similar the experience of trying to get a child to dress up was to having Ryun do the same thing. Naira was sitting in one corner, looking at what was happening with wide eyes. She hadn't been present for the other times when Onrush had to deal with this side of Ryun. Seeing her so engrossed with what was happening, looking only slightly horrified, made Onrush smile. She had been down ever since she had lost her match. Onrush understood that, but Naira had nothing to really feel down about. She had qualified for the tournament and had ranked as one of the top 32. That was no small feat. Regardless, everyone had been giving her time and space, both her and Lesimitrius. Her reward for the tournament was significant as well, 250,000 celestial essence. It was a fortune, and Onrush, for one, hoped that Naira realized she hadn't failed. Onrush gestured at one of the attendants holding scissors, and the woman swallowed in fear, but then approached. Ryun met her eyes, then scowled at the scissors in her hand, making the woman freeze just a few steps away from him. Onrush sighed and walked up, took the scissors from her hands, and turned her own glare on him. "My hair is fine," Ryun said. "Your hair is not fine," Onrush shot back. He scowled at her with an incredulous look on his face. "I don't even know how you convinced me that I need to clean up," Ryun grumbled. He was sitting on a chair in the center of the room, his torso bare, the void slowly leaking from the cracks in his skin. She approached and brandished her scissors at him. Ryun leaned back, glaring at them and her. "Don't be a child," Onrush told him. "I like having a beard," Ryun told her. She rolled her eyes. "Fine, I'll just trim it, I guess, and your hair, too. You can't go to meet a high ranker looking like this." He narrowed his eyes, and Onrush started working on his beard, not letting him grumble more about it. A few minutes later she finished and stepped back, then grabbed his chin and moved his head left and right, looking down on him. "I guess this is acceptable," she said with a sigh. She had trimmed his beard close to his face and cut his hair so that it was chin-length again. He still looked wild, but at least he was a cleaned-up wild now. Ryun's glare didn't lessen at all, but by now she knew him well enough to know that it meant nothing, at least not when it was turned toward her. In any case, Ryun didn't glare at those he wanted to kill, he barely even looked at them. She had seen him give his enemies enough of his indifferent looks to recognize when exactly he was dangerous. She nodded and walked a few steps back, gesturing at the attendants to clean him up. Brushes pushed hair off his shoulders, and wet towels cleaned up the rest. They then tried to coax him into the bath, but unfortunately, that ended up being Ryun's limit. His chi blazed through his body, and then he triggered his technique. A tiny version of his staggered end whiffed out of his skin. It was an impressive demonstration of control. Most people couldn't control their techniques in that way, lowering their output. The attendants jumped back in fear as the void disintegrated his clothes and everything else that was in contact with his skin, including the chair he was sitting on. She knew that he could control enough of his chi to push it out and manifest the effect on the outside of his clothes. He had been wearing the trousers from one of the outfits she'd gotten for him. "Really," she told him. "Even Cree knows better than to do something so petty." He had the audacity to grin at her. On the other side of the room, Naira had turned her head away, trying not to look at him standing there naked in the center of the room. The attendants did the same, or at least pretended to. She narrowed her eyes at them when they cast glances at his bare body. Onrush sighed again and wondered when she had gotten so comfortable with him. She shook her head and told the attendants to bring out his outfit. One of them opened a small ornate chest that had been placed in the corner of the room and started pulling out pieces of clothing. They started to dress him as he looked extremely uncomfortable. She tried to hide her grin. The outfit came with an equip function, but seeing him squirm as others dressed him felt like a good enough form of payback. It was his own fault for not wanting to learn how to dress properly. "This is ridiculous," Ryun grumbled as two attendants fastened a sash across his dark violet robe. "A simple battle robe should suffice. I am not this," he said, gesturing at the fancy outfit. Onrush rolled her eyes. She had nearly strangled him when he mentioned that he planned to accept the dinner invitation from a high ranker. They had been completely unprepared for that. The clothes that she had purchased for him were completely inadequate for something like this, and he most certainly couldn't go in the outfit that he'd worn to the party. Thankfully, he had told her early enough that she had been able to get a custom order for an outfit. It had required her squeezing essence from him, but in the end she felt that it was worth it. His outfit was spun from soft essence spider silk, tinged with the essence of the void. It was a legendary set that, when worn together, increased his void draw-in rate by 5%. It was capable of surviving up to the 5th tier of the void plane, and also gave a modest boost to wisdom. It had cost them a fortune, nearly 150,000 celestial essence, that much because of the rarity of the silk and the fact that it did a specific and niche thing. When looking at the whole of the infinite realm, there were few void users overall. Ryun had grumbled at the price, but in the end he had paid it. Onrush knew that it was worth it. Nice materials weren't everything that made a good outfit. How it fit its wearer mattered just as much. A sect head wearing such quality clothes that matched his aspect? Well, that signaled prestige all on its own. The outfit was in classic sect style. On his feet he had soft black silk shoes and black silk trousers that were bound by violet bands all the way up to his knees, leaving the trousers wider and looser around his upper thighs. A black sash tightened his violet upper robe, and his hands, similar to his knees, were bound with black bands of silk around his forearms. The outfit had equip and restricted, which prevented its void-tinged strands from damaging anything that it touched. It gave Ryun a clean and dignified look. It was too bad that his face ruined the illusion. His unruly hair, coupled with the cracks over his eyes that leaked void, made him look intimidating, though that was only proper for a sect head. But it was her job to make sure that he represented their sect well, something that Ryun was not capable of doing. He was powerful, and that brought a lot to the sect, but actually leading it had fallen down on her. She had spent days locked up with Lesemetrius and Riordan, learning more about the core, about sects, about the ways in which they needed to act. With Lesemetrius and Riordan, she had started the foundation of an information network. Lesemetrius had made connections with a few other smaller sects scattered around the core, those that had been interested in the Twilight Melody sect after everyone had learned who Ryun was and seen him in the tournament. She had even granted them a budget, which was an added headache to Onrush. None of this was necessary, Ryun said once they were done.
Of course it was, Onrush told him. You are a sect head. You need to look like one. Perhaps in time you will be strong enough that you won't need to care, but not yet. Regardless, you are meeting with the Spear of Sorrow, and you cannot afford to look like a beggar. You cannot afford to be seen in the company of a high ranker in anything less than your best.
We are just going to talk, Ryun said.
It doesn't matter. She is a high ranker, one of the best in the entire world. You need to show her the respect,
Onrush said, though she knew that her words were probably wasted on him. She was yet to recover from the knowledge that Ryun somehow knew the fucking wandering drake. When asked, his response had been that they just met one day a year ago. As if that somehow explained anything. But getting information out of Ryun was harder than turning a mountain into a castle. The mood in the sect had changed. Not only had Ryun qualified for the tournament, but 2 high rankers had shown interest in him. One had come to visit, as if they were friends even. It was... Frankly, Onrush couldn't let herself dwell on the fact or her brain would turn to mush. But she would force Ryun to take advantage of all his connections for the sect. They had to get as much as they could out of them if they were to survive and grow. People were interested in Ryun, and a part of her understood. He was a monster, talented and powerful, and even though there were those who were stronger, the biggest reason she could imagine someone wanting to get him on their side was his growth rate. Ryun grimaced. I shouldn't have accepted the invitation. Onrush waved the attendants out of the room, then put her hands on her hips.
You promised that you would hear her out. Besides, this is not just about you. It is about the whole sect.
He sighed. Fine. Why is she that big of a deal, even? Onrush opened her mouth, but then closed it. She glanced at Naira in the corner and realized that neither of them knew. Naira didn't because she had grown up in a place so far away from here, and Ryun didn't because he was a ranker. She took in a deep breath. Onrush, like any other child in the sects, had grown up hearing stories about the high rankers, the cultivators, at least, and the Spear of Sorrow was one of their number talked most often about.
The Spear of Sorrow,
Onrush started.
She is important because she is strong, and at the end of the day that is what most people in the sects care about. She had also become a high ranker at a relatively young age, when she had been just over 100 years old. She follows a path that utilizes blood and silver qi, a unique path that is one of the 3 main paths of the Zhenquan sect. Her class is rumored to be some kind of object-copying class. She is a great fighter and one of the great leaders of her sect. She had been made a sect leader of one of the oldest sects in the world. She is, in all possible metrics, impressive.
Blood and silver aspect, Ryun said. Onrush sighed. Of course that part would be the thing that interested him the most.
Yes,
Onrush answered. Why is she called the Spear of Sorrow, then? Ryun asked. Onrush wondered how to explain it best. It was a famous story in the sects. She was sure that the truth was nothing like what people shared, and yet it was a story of loss, sorrow, and blood.
I don't know how it really happened. She got her name more than 200 years ago. But the story is this. A long time ago, Celia Ha-Jan and her lover lived happily in the Zhenquan sect. But then the 2 of them fell in love with a man. He was weaker than them, but it didn't matter to the 2 women. They decided to open their hearts and their lives to him, making the 3 of them a closed triad. They were together for years, but the man didn't advance, and he refused the offers of power from his 2 lovers. He wished to advance on his own, to be worthy of the both of them. It is said that he searched far and wide for something to help him, for he himself wasn't talented enough. In the end, he turned to dark powers. He made a deal with a monster living deep in the under, but when the time came for him to pay, the monster wanted only his soul. It grabbed him from his home and dragged him down into the under, never to be heard from again.
Onrush paused, looking at Ryun, trying to see what he thought about the story so far, but she could see nothing in his expression. She knew that the story was probably not true, and yet it was the version that she had heard.
Celia was angered by the disappearance of her love, so she asked the deal-maker to tell her where he was. She paid with everything that she had, and more that she borrowed from others. She learned that her love was deep beneath the ground, in the under. At that time, for her level of power, going to the under was the same as a death sentence, but still, she and her remaining lover went after him. They fought through the monsters in the dark and painted the cave walls with their blood. For 100 days and nights they searched, but they found no trace of him. In the end, Celia lost all hope that they would ever find him, and she turned to grief. She wandered the under for 50 years, fighting every day, her spear made of blood and silver soaked with the death of monsters. They say that when she finally walked out of the under, she dragged her spear on the ground behind her, and that she was covered in dried blood. That from her eyes trailed lines of bloody tears, showing all her sorrow at having failed to find what she had lost. They say that even now, every dozen or so years, she goes down again and searches for the man she loved, and every time she returns with bloody tears trailing down her cheeks.
Ryun tilted his head, not saying anything for a moment. That is not what I expected.
Not all high rankers are named for the ways in which they fight, or some great feat they have accomplished,
Onrush told him. Ryun grunted at that.
Who knows what they'll call you,
Onrush added with a smile. There were already rumors about the 7th iteration ranker who had entered the high division. Everyone knew that it was impressive to rise so high in such a short period of time. Even the other 7th iteration ranker had been the topic of talks, perhaps even more so than Ryun in the recent weeks. He had already fought in his division and had shown incredible power. Onrush wondered what they would think and say once Ryun finally had the chance to fight in his matches. What do you mean?
You are in the tournament. How do you think that names such as these come to be? If you prove yourself, the people will need something to call you.
He didn't look all that enamored by that idea. Then he shook his head. It doesn't matter. I don't care that much, really. What I do care about is why this Spear of Sorrow actually wants me. Zenker told me that she was a part of his group, whoever they are, but neither one of them had given me any details. I don't know enough about either of them to really make a decision. Besides, I like doing things on my own.
I don't know what to tell you, aside that they are some of the most powerful people in the world. I don't know anything about any groups, but then again, I grew up in the sects, and we mostly only care about our own. At least the smaller sects, like the one in which I grew up in, do. If there is a group that rules from behind the scenes, those two would probably be good candidates for it. Still, Ryun, you need to decide what it is that you want. They can help both you and the sect a lot.
I dislike tying myself to people I don't know, Ryun said.
That is easy to fix, isn't it?
Naira said, speaking up for the first time since they'd started this conversation. Onrush glanced at her, seeing that she looked about as lost in that conversation as he was. Ryun tilted his head and raised an eyebrow.
Obviously, Naira started, you need to get to know her, or them.
Ryun blinked, as if that hadn't occurred to him. Then he grimaced. I am not the best person around at social interactions. Onrush snorted and Naira chuckled. Onrush took a deep breath. What he said was the truth, but she also thought that perhaps his personality might be of use now.
The Spear of Sorrow has people bowing and scraping before her all the time. You are, in a way, you are her equal. You are a ranker which holds weight in our world, You have an honored spot. It is true that most rankers haven't amounted to much, and that the title has suffered because of it. But you, she said, pointing at his chest, have advanced to the immortal realm in only the few years that you have been here. You've risen and entered the tournament. People have heard about you. They speak about you. Perhaps your more direct approach would be better. Don't hide who you are. Ask what you want to know of her, and make your decision. Even if she doesn't tell you anything, the way she answers will tell you a lot.
Ryun's eyes narrowed, then seemed to come to a decision. He nodded and took a deep breath. Well, then, I should get going. Don't want to leave a high ranker waiting on me. With that, he turned and headed out of the room. Near the doorway, he paused and glanced back. Thank you, Onrush, for all the things that you do for me. Before she could answer, he was already out of the room. Onrush smiled to herself and glanced at Naira.
So, 50 greater on him making a scene, Naira said.
Onrush narrowed her eyes at Naira, but the redhead just grinned at her. Finally, she sagged. Naira was probably right. At least Lesemetrius would be accompanying him as a bodyguard. She hoped that the man could prevent Ryun from causing too much trouble. Chapter 55. Present. Ryun. Pleasant conversation. Ryun climbed out of the carriage, followed by Lesemetrius a few steps behind. He was the one person in his sect who at least knew some of how the Corps worked. The two of them had arrived at the restaurant in the eastern district of the city. It was a large building with 3 gardens arranged in 3 steps. Hanging plants fell from the edge of each balcony, and a few trees were scattered around the first floor. The second had no trees, but water flowed through small paths raised out of the floor. The last floor was hidden from his sense, which surprised him. He glanced up with his eyes and saw essence swirling around it like a dome, a formation or an array of some kind, perhaps. Ryun turned and took a look at Lesemetrius, standing nervously behind him. Sure, he didn't appear that way outwardly, but Ryun could tell with his sense. Lesemetrius wore a combat robe, an official-looking one, true, but still a combat robe. Ryun wished he could have worn something like that, but if he was being honest, he did understand Onrush's point. He started walking toward the entrance, observing the people around him. There was a long line in front of the building in which groups of people were waiting anxiously. He overheard people whispering their hopes about getting in, others promising retribution if they weren't. Ryun ignored them and walked past them all. They glared at him, whispering again. Some recognized him from the tournament, but that didn't seem to make them stop glaring. He heard a few comment on his arrogance for thinking that he could cut the line, and some even laughed and made bets with their friends about how long it would take for him to be turned away. Ryun and Lesemetrius arrived at the entrance, where a single attendant stood with a book opened up in front of him on a small podium. Ryun approached, and without a word spoken, handed him the small plate that had the invitation written on it. Onrush had told him that it was beautifully made, but it, like a few other things, had been made so that it had a smooth surface. He couldn't sense anything about it. To his eyes, it was just a jumble of different kind of essence, and to his sense, just a small plate. The man took it and seemed to freeze for a moment. Then he respectfully offered the plate back to Ryun as he bowed over it.
"Greeting, young master. We've been told to expect you."
With a gesture, he summoned another attendant.
"Please escort our guests to the blue room."
At his words, the whispers behind Ryun silenced, and then only a few seconds later started again. By then, Ryun and Lesemetrius had already followed the Ravzer attendant inside. He pulled his attention away from the outside of the building and focused on the inside. He could still sense the people outside, of course, but it was more in the back of his mind now. They were led to the stairs and then up. They passed the first 2 floors and reached the third. Ryun could sense the hole in his sense more clearly now, finding that it was definitely placed around the entire balcony. They walked outside, and his sense of the outside disappeared, replaced only by the small section they were in. Low walls split the balcony, with several sections being surrounded by tall and rich plants that obscured the view inside. He could now only sense the straight corridor that stretched to the end of the balcony. They were led to the end, and then the attendant bowed and gestured toward the entrance of the section on the right. A curtain of light separated it from the corridor, probably out of a concern for privacy. Ryun walked in, followed by Lesametrius a moment later. His sense came alive before his eyes. In that moment, a part of him breached the boundary, and he could sense everything in the room. He knew that there were only 3 occupants. One was standing at attention on the other side of the room with his back turned, looking over the edge of the balcony, a warrior by his bearing. Another stood closer to the entrance and was dressed in a similar garb to that of the restaurant attendants. Plants grew all around the edge, closing up around the small room like walls. 4 torches were placed along the low walls in order to provide light. The room was mostly bare of any other furnishing. There was a small table to the side with some bottles placed alongside it, and another next to it with covered plates. In the center was a small table, just large enough for 2 people to sit comfortably. The Spear of Sorrow was already sitting there, both of her hands in her lap and her back straight. She appeared composed and relaxed, her head turned in the direction of the door as if she had known that he was entering. A moment later his step took the rest of his body inside. He didn't know if she planned on playing some kind of games with him or not, but he, in general, didn't play at all. His eyes met her the moment his face passed through the curtain. She didn't show any sign that she was taken off guard by that, but perhaps her face or eyes showed something that he couldn't see. To him she looked like any other person, albeit one with horns, a sculpture made out of fine sand without any real color. In his sight, her skin had a silver sheen, and something red and silver, thick and powerful, moved through her body, through her veins. She was one of the few people he had seen that in. For most, he only saw the surface essence of their flesh, or whatever they had for skin, but the essence beneath her flesh was stronger than it, and so somehow showed through. The attendant bowed to him as he entered, but Ryun didn't move his attention from his host.
"Welcome, sect head,"
she said with a small incline of her head. Despite her standing, Ryun was technically above her, at least in titles. Onrush had told him that he should show respect regardless of what she did, so he inclined his head the same amount, even though he wasn't required to do so. "Sect leader," he greeted her in turn. She raised her hand and gestured at the table. "Please, take a seat. I've taken the liberty of ordering a meal for us both." Ryun didn't really get much from normal food, but he could still taste it, at least. His stomach just disintegrated everything that entered it. He gestured with one hand and a glance at Lesametrius, and the man walked over to join the warrior standing guard at the other side of the room, taking the same position with his back turned to the room. Ryun took a seat and forced himself to bear through the dance. Onrush and Lesametrius had instructed him in how these things went. First, they would eat, the attendant would serve them, and they could converse lightly, without touching on any more important or pointed topics. Only after they were finished with eating would they turn to speak about the reason why they were here. As the attendant started serving them, Celia spoke.
"This is a Damacy dish, a specialty from the homeworld. There are few in the Infinite Realm that still know how to make it, but thankfully the Rhino sect is one of them. It is one of my favorite dishes, though sadly I don't get to indulge in it often. The way that it crunches beneath my teeth and the juices it releases, it is as near to bliss as I have ever gotten."
Ryun nodded. The Rhino sect were the owners of the restaurant. They were a sect that focused on fine dining, though Ryun wasn't quite sure how that worked. I am sure it will be delicious, Ryun said uncomfortably. Small talk wasn't one of his strengths, and he was already debating why he even played along. In the end, he forced himself to do it because he understood that the people in the Infinite Realm had their customs, and it cost him little but time to honor them. Do you have any favorite meals? I am sure that the chef would be able to recreate it just from your description, and if not fully, I am sure that they could get pretty close. Ryun shifted. Not really. I eat whatever I have available to me. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, her expression looking regretful. I forgot that you spent the last decade on a dying homeworld. Food was probably the last thing on your mind. There were other concerns, yes. They ate their meal in silence after that, without talking beyond the few short exchanges about the food itself. Once they were finished, the attendant gathered everything, making it disappear into a storage space, and then left, leaving only a bottle of something that vaguely resembled wine and 2 filled glasses. Once they were alone, aside from their bodyguards, she turned her head in his direction and met his eyes. I know that you probably didn't have the chance on the old world, but I can see that you haven't taken advantage since you arrived here either. Ryun tilted his head, somewhat confused. You don't do this often, do you? She gestured at the table. Do what? Enjoy things, she answered. Ryun paused, then thought about it for a few seconds. She waited patiently for him to gather his thoughts, keeping her eyes on him. I guess I don't. Ryun shrugged. Things like these have never been that important to me. Even this. I can tell that it was tasty, that it was well made, but it doesn't really add anything to me. Food is food. I find enjoyment in my cultivation, in introspection. Perhaps this was a bad idea, then, Celia commented. Ryun tilted his head. What was? Inviting you here, she answered. This establishment is run by one of the most highly sought-after chef masters. Just being allowed on the first floor is considered fortunate. People curry favors and pay exuberant amounts just for a chance at an evening being served by them. I didn't take into account the fact that you probably don't know anything about this. She waved her hand at the room. Ryun glanced around, more for show than any real need. It is interesting, but no, this will not influence me. Displays of wealth and influence do not appeal to me. I do not care for them. What do you care about, then? Celia asked. Truth and respect, Ryun said immediately. She raised an eyebrow, then leaned forward, placing her elbows on the table. One hand reached up and pulled one errant lock of hair back behind her ear. Ryun wondered if she was trying to flirt or otherwise seduce him. He knew that he wasn't that good at recognizing the signs. Not that it would really matter, as the attraction was more than just a physical thing for Ryun, and it wasn't like her looks mattered when he didn't see the world in the same manner. From what his eyes could see, her face was pleasantly shaped, but he couldn't see more than that. Her dress was in sect style and elaborate, with several tightly packed layers. His sense told him everything there was about her. Beneath her dress he could sense her figure, every curve of her body. She was lean and fit, as most people here were. Not as much as some people he had seen before, but that didn't mean a lot. A person's physical appearance depended on many factors, like what they did in their daily life, how many higher physical stats they had, and what ratio those stats were in, but also perks. Everything shaped a person's body into the best shape for who they were. Just truth and respect. And nothing else? She asked softly. Some things are more important than others. Celia. She looked at the man across from her, seemingly oblivious to all her charms. She had worn a dress that accentuated her more attractive features. She did not enjoy doing that, but some men and women were easier to handle that way. She wasn't naive enough not to know that others desired her. She wasn't some great beauty, but she was strong, prominent, influential, and when all those things were put together, it made people want her. It was normal. It happened to everyone who was in a similar position as she was in. True, she had never been as comfortable with it as Ordania was, but Command had sent another message, insisting that she manage to tie the man to them, or at least to her, somehow. Surprisingly, the man's eyes hadn't wandered. She was a bit at a loss as to what to do. She knew how to tempt people who wanted power or wealth, but none of that had worked on him. She didn't know how to get him to accept her offer. Her plan had been to get him to accept her sponsorship, and then, perhaps over time, as she learned more about him, she could guide him in the direction that her group would prefer, culminating in him joining up. Now, truth and respect, he had said. She didn't know what that meant to him. She knew little about him, in truth. Her perk was pulsing inside of her, telling her that he held great sorrow inside of him. It was rare, but perhaps not for a ranker who had lost everyone on his world. She pushed the perk down, not wanting it to cloud her judgment. All right, then. He wanted the truth, so perhaps she could give it to him, or at least a version of it. What would it take, then, for you to consider accepting my offer? Ryun tilted his head and thought about it. She had to admit that she was impressed by that. He always took the time to think about his responses. It was refreshing, in a way, to speak with someone who seemingly didn't want anything from her. She was surrounded by people in her own sect, all vying for her attention, who wanted something from her. The only people who didn't want anything were Ordania and her grandfather. But he was a sect head of one of the most powerful factions in the Infinite Realm, and a ranker, and so there was little that he really needed from anyone. I will be honest, I do not know you, and there is little chance for me to accept anything that you can offer, Ryun told her. Celia blinked. It was startling, again, to hear him say something like that. Everyone in the Corps knew her. It had been so long since she had been in a room with someone who didn't. Then it truly dawned on her what it all meant. He was a ranker who knew little about the Infinite Realm and its history, about her history. To him, she was just some random person who had approached him out of the blue. For everyone else, this entire thing would be something else entirely. For him, it was just strange. I see, Celia said. And if we changed that, got to know each other, would you change your opinion then? That would depend on who you are as a person, Ryun said. To be measured against her real self, not the image of what people understood about her. She knew that he couldn't really know or understand what that meant for her. What? You would only accept if you think that I am a good person? Celia asked. He waved his hand. No, I don't particularly care one way or another. Good or evil, those words mean little to me, and apparently they mean even less in this world. What I care about is trust, and if I can give that to you. If I count on you keeping your word and telling me the truth, always. Well, you are right. For that we would need to know each other very well. How would we go about getting around to that? Celia asked. He shifted in his seat, looking almost uncomfortable. You want something from me. I would say that it is up to you to decide how that is to happen. She looked at him, trying to piece together who he was as a person from the information she had available. Prior to this meeting, she had her people ask around and learn more. Surprisingly, his people were unwilling to divulge any secrets, even to someone from a great sect. It spoke much of the love his people had for him, or fear. But after her people had made it clear that they didn't want in-depth information that might hurt the sect, they had started talking a bit. She knew that he was direct and blunt, that he was often not around the sect, but out hunting monsters and training. She heard that he and his sect had fought off a swarm, which might explain how he'd become so strong in such a short period of time. People in the Infinite Realm advanced fast when faced with adversity. His people told rumors about him and his sect leader. Some said that he was in a relationship with her, while others said that he was in a relationship with both of his sect leaders, which was why she thought that her dress might work. What all of them agreed upon was that he was powerful, and that he ended all those who stood in his path. His fights in the tournament hadn't been that impressive compared to what Celia had seen in her life, but it was nonetheless impressive that he had managed to qualify. Perhaps he was more skilled than she had first given him credit for, and had just managed to hide what he was truly capable of. Command had to have a reason for wanting him recruited. She realized that she had grown quiet, and the two of them had just been staring at each other for a while. Anybody else would have tried to fill the silence, but he had just waited patiently for her to think things through. That rarely happened to her. Even Erdania couldn't handle more than a few seconds of quiet.
"You are a rancor," Celia said finally. "You know, I've never really had an opportunity to talk with one of you. My grandfather is a rancor, but he is old. Only a fraction of his life had been spent on his homeworld compared to the Infinite Realm. This is his home now, and the other rancors, they rarely move in my circles."
She tried to put it delicately. The truth was that few of the newer rancors ever came to approach her level of power. There was a power difference there that made things more difficult if she wanted to just talk. She didn't feel that from Ryun. Despite her being stronger and older, they could talk as if they were equals. She wondered why that was. Perhaps it was because he was advancing so fast, or because he himself didn't care for status. Perhaps it was because of the things he had experienced on the old world, things that made him different than everyone else. Whatever the reason was, she realized that this was the best opportunity for her to learn more about what existence was like before coming to the Infinite Realm.
"But for you, it had to have been hard."
Ryun blinked his black eyes, then waved with his hand. "Yes and no. In the world before the framework arrived, I was an outcast, I guess you could say. I had few friends, and I lived life day to day, searching for something to make it seem worthwhile. When the framework arrived, I found it, and I've never looked back since."
"I know that Earths usually have high technology. How was it losing access to it?"
Celia asked, leaned forward and interested in hearing his answer. "I miss some things, of course. The entertainment, mostly. But I've seen that the Infinite Realm has many analogues, and I plan to live long enough that I'll see things I once enjoyed be invented again in a new way." Celia shook her head with a small smile.
"Most of that advancement has happened in the last 100 years. Before that, the Infinite Realm had looked much different."
"I guess I arrived at the right time, then," Ryun added with a small smile, matching hers. "You know, this will take a lot longer than one conversation." Celia blinked.
"What will?"
"Getting to know each other," Ryun told her.
"Well, we have a few weeks until the grand auction. I think that we'll know each other well enough for you to make a decision about the sponsorship."
"And what about the other thing?" Ryun asked. Celia blinked. She hadn't revealed that she was trying to recruit him for something bigger, but then she had come to realize that Ryun was a lot more than he appeared to be. He had to have figured out that it was unlikely that a great sect would bother with someone like him, or that she would keep trying even when he refused her. She couldn't really reveal the existence of the League, especially not now when she had been accepted into the Cabal. but she could let him know that she had a more personal interest in him than what she had previously said.
You said that you value the truth, so I will not lie. I do have more than one reason for wanting you to accept my offer, but I cannot talk about it yet.
She tried to find the right words, but then she smiled as she found them.
I guess that we will need to get to know each other better before we can talk about that.
He nodded seriously and switched the topic of the conversation to other things. What does a sect leader of a great sect even really do? Ryun asked.
Well, I am mostly needed as a visible presence for my sect. A deterrent, if you will,
Celia answered.
That means that I spend most of my time training when I am not dealing with important issues with the management of my holdings. Getting stronger is my full-time job.
Ah, that I can understand. It is the same thing that I do, Ryun said.
I bet,
Celia said.
You've advanced incredibly fast for someone who arrived in the Infinite Realm just a couple of years ago.
Celia knew about how there had been only 2 people from his Earth, and how strong they had been before arriving. She wondered what happened on Earth. What she knew was sketchy at best, but that wasn't a conversation about just getting to know one another. I don't know about that, Ryun said. Cultivation, or rather advancement within it, has always come easily to me. I understand that essence is risky to come by, but sometimes I look at everyone around me and wonder just how they could be wasting their opportunities. Cultivation is, for me, a way of life. It is the foundation upon which I build all that I am. My path is my guiding principle in life. Celia blinked and then nodded.
I understand,
she said, getting drawn in. It was so rare to hear someone talk that way, to understand it the same way that she did.
A path is a way of life.
He smiled at her then, and she couldn't help but do the same. Not many can even grasp that, he told her. She had a similar belief. She was young when compared to most of the Infinite Realm's elite, but she knew that power came when one was in constant struggle, when one's life was at risk. Many did think like her, only for them to lose their lives. But there was also something else that she could see now. His advancement through the cultivation realms was incredible, and she was pretty sure that he hadn't had inspiration shared with him. That meant that he was beyond talented in that domain. She had seen it before. Some people just had everything come so easily to them that they couldn't comprehend the struggles of others. Erdania was like that. While Celia had plenty of talent, she had to work twice as hard as her partner in order to get as strong. But in the end, they were the same in that way. She had often wondered about the same thing that he did. She only had the advantage of living in the Infinite Realm for longer and realizing the truth.
Not everyone is the same,
Celia started.
And putting one's life at risk is not something that everyone is willing to do. Still, there are crafters, people on non-combat paths. They, too, required risk, if perhaps not risks that were tied to combat. Struggle and adversity unravels all the secrets of who one is.
Ryun's eyes held hers for a moment, and then he nodded in agreement. You are right. I didn't think much about that, he said. Perhaps I am wrong. I had begun to believe that getting inspiration had something to do with being in life-or-death situations.
It is not so simple.
Celia shook her head. She was surprised how easy it was to talk with him about this topic, how easy she had been drawn in. There were few cultivators willing to talk about it at all, and even fewer of those had anything smart to say.
Many people have different ideas about what it is, how to best gain it. In the early stages, it is tied to cultivation directly, the improvement of one's chi system and path. And then, starting with the immortal realm, it switches to a more internal and personal concept. Most agree that the inner revelation is a current state of your evolving soul, a snapshot of who you are.
Ryun listened and then grimaced. I would not agree with that completely. I achieved my immortal realm inspiration by molding myself as I tried to achieve my ideal. It was not who I was, but who I wanted to be." She looked at him with wide eyes, listening to every word that he said. Before she could say anything, he continued, "Perhaps, for some people, who they want to be is who they currently are, so it is easier for them." Celia blinked, shocked. "An ideal? You knew what ideals were before you reached a combined tier of 9? "I had the good fortune of meeting a good teacher," Ryun said. She looked at him in disbelief. She knew that it was impossible for people to gain an ideal before having 9 tiers, and she also knew that no one had even tried. It was just something that was known. Why waste time and willpower on something that you couldn't achieve? Then she froze and looked at him. She twisted a ring on her finger, but she saw nothing. He had to have protections against it now. Yet the way he spoke made her suspicious. "You already have an ideal, don't you?" she asked. His expression changed, becoming more guarded. "I thought that one was only not supposed to have an ideal before they started in the tournament." Celia blinked, and then chuckled. He was right, of course, because the tournament was made to help the promising young warriors who were close but couldn't quite gain their own ideal. Some would manage to break through their blocks in the battles they fought, and others, if they were lucky, would gain a public ideal, perhaps not something that was internal, but it could still be powerful. "Yes, of course, you don't need to worry," Celia said. This would make the tournament a lot more interesting. Now she really wanted to see him fight with Riki, to see how a ranker would match against someone who had been trained by the best that the Infinite Realm had. Riki wasn't much older than Ryun. Few of the people in the tournament were. The older ones either had managed to achieve their own ideals through notoriety by themselves, or had managed to break through their blocks. Still, Riki was close to 70 years old. "Ah," Ryun sighed. "That is good. I do not care that much myself, but my subordinates are excited." Celia could imagine. A small sect having someone fight in the high division? It was the stuff that stories were made out of. "Still, your thoughts on inspiration are interesting. I haven't heard it said that way before," Celia said slowly, thinking. She had always been taught that inspiration was an internal snapshot of who a person was, that to progress beyond the immortal realm, a cultivator had to understand the deeper meanings of who they were and how their power related to the people around them. But what he had said, his understanding, it was different. "It is not how you achieved your inspiration?" Ryun asked. Celia shook her head, intent on changing the topic. She had been taught her whole life never to share it with anyone else, other than those she considered worthy enough to follow in her footsteps. During her life she had never shared her inspiration with another. Yet this felt like an opportunity to her. "My immortal realm inspiration had boiled down to a simple sentence. The last words were this: 'I spill lifeblood to shape my path,'" she said softly, almost in a whisper. She was aware of the 2 bodyguards behind her, but inspiration was more than just words. Perhaps it would help them some, as even a few words could give them insight, but right now that wasn't important to her. Ryun looked at her for a long moment and then spoke. "I came to this world aimless. I did not have a goal beyond survival. When I needed to advance to the immortal realm, I did not even know that I had achieved this inspiration at first. I believed that just improving my body was what had done it. It was only later that I understood. For me, it is instinct. My words were, 'My word is my bond. My power is my right. My word grants me a purpose. My power grants me means.'" Celia mulled over the words for a moment, thinking them over. She could see why he respected the truth just by the first part of his inspiration. It did not resonate with her, of course. Aside from her being in the evolved realm, it was nothing like her own inspiration. She knew that he didn't understand what he had shared when he told her how he achieved his immortal realm inspiration. To gain it through an ideal? She had never heard anything about that before. Did that mean that he had shaped his own ideal, too? An ideal should encapsulate who a person was, beyond just their cultivation, inclusive of all of their power, all of their actions and thoughts put together. He didn't know what he had given her so freely and without asking for anything in return. She had been stuck on her ascended realm inspiration for decades, and now this could be the thing that would finally push her to the next realm. She stood up, startling him, then bowed at her waist over her fists. "Thank you for sharing that with me," she told him. He blinked in surprise, but then stood and did the same. "And thank you for sharing as well." The silence grew again, but neither one of them felt the need to fill it as they took their seats. Now she could see what Command saw, even though she didn't understand how he could have known. The man sitting in front of her was impressive and talented. His advancement would continue, and they would have someone who could stand at their level soon enough. They spent a few minutes in the silence, each gathering their own thoughts. Only later did they start talking again, continuing their conversation and getting to know each other better. Side Story. First Child of Two Worlds. Tarsh Euron sat on a bench in one of his many stables, his 4 hands all on a sleeping monster, a war-charger breed of Rock Mountain boar. It was a breed that he had cultivated and created by himself some 50 years ago, and it was one of his favorites. He had been tasked to make a breed of boar for mounted combat by a mid-sized sect. It had taken him a couple of years to get the breed down right and fulfill all of their requests, and he still remembered how proud he was when he had finally gotten it just right. It seemed fitting, somehow, that it was now that he had finally accomplished his long-sought-after goal. As his perk finished its work and made changes to the embryo in the animal in front of him, a notification appeared in the corner of his eyes. He pulled it up and immediately read through it. Essence Breeder Quest completed. Create 9 new breeds with at least 80% differences from the original strain, 9 of 9. Crossbreed 9 breeds with conflicting aspects, 9 of 9. Discover 9 unique and previously unknown monster types, 9 of 9. Discover 9 new and previously unknown traits in breeds you created, 9 of 9. Gain any Grand Master Breeder title from any faction, 1 of 1. He had finally completed his class quest for his level 420 evolution. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten about it. He had attained requirements for a few classes over the years, but always he would pass them over, waiting and striving to reach the one that he had asked the dealmaker for, the class that would put him above every other breeder in the world. He immediately stood and walked out of the stables and headed for the small hut where he usually slept. He didn't need much, and most of his land was covered with stables and pastures where he kept his animals. He entered and reached for a chair, and then, as soon as he sat down, he started putting essence into his new class. He had accumulated a lot of it over the years. Tarsh was one of the most well-regarded breeders in this part of the Corps, and his position on the border of sect and guild territories worked to make him in demand by both sides. He had wealth enough to keep some for his advancement, although most of it he invested back into his stock, feeding his animals, hiring monster hunters to capture rare specimens for him, hiring workers to help him with the animals. It all added up to an insane sum. Still, he quickly rose in his levels, some of his perks upgraded, and he began to get new perks. He took his time with each, but the first hadn't been anything special, and he had very nearly started to regret his decision to try and be a trailblazer. But then he reached a perk that nearly took his breath away. Essence Fertilization, Class Perk. Once per month, you may take the essence of one being and implant it into another. The implanted being must be one that possesses eggs capable of being fertilized. The fertilized egg will take on the basic template of the mother being, while some traits from the essence of the father being will be transferred to the basic template. This type of fertilization will work across species. Tarsh blinked in disbelief. This perk would allow him to mix different species, to create new types of monsters that would be completely unique. With this, he could become not just the best breeder in this part of the world, but everywhere. This was the gain of a lifetime, something that changed everything. 3 years. That was how long it had taken Tarsh to truly understand and get full control of his perk. It wasn't as simple as its description made it sound like. He had managed to create 3 stable species by combining 2 completely different types of monsters. It was an achievement that would shake the infinite realm. Or rather, it would have shaken it. Now, Tarsh stopped his hurried escape through the mountain pass and looked back at the valley that had been his home. Illuminated by the dimming light of the sun, a Karora with 4 wings of blue and black feathers, shifting constantly, was flying in the sky, the storm caller. With a group of her warriors, she came down from the sky, red lightning smashing into the army below, and the wind throwing them aside as if they weighed less than twigs. His home had been consumed in the fighting, his life's work destroyed, and there was nothing that he could do about it. A war that was not of his doing, that had nothing to do with him at all. And yet, somehow, the 2 sides had converged here, in this valley, in the territory of his faction. He didn't even know the reason they were fighting. Lightning blazed and the earth heaved. Tarsh turned around and walked away, not able to look at the fire consuming his home. He had expected it, but it still hit him hard. A year since his home had been destroyed, a year of attempting to get back on his feet, and he had nothing. None of his colleagues had been willing to help him, not even to give him a loan of essence or hire him to work for them. He was higher in level than most of them, better than them, but none wanted to risk him growing enough that he could take from them what was theirs, despite his assurances that he would not even when he offered to make contracts with them. Not even his enemies had agreed. He was alone and on the streets. All the essence that he possessed had been invested in his work, in his monsters, in the people, and in himself. He had nothing to help him rebuild. There was only one thing that he could do now, one thing that might earn him enough essence, and he hated even the thought of it. But he knew that he had no choice now. Tarsh walked into the guild house of the Seekers of Knowledge, walking past the grand entrance filled with robed figures walking about. At the end of the room he found one of the attendants waiting and dealing with patrons that entered the guild house. There, Tarsh waited in line until it was his turn, and then he stated his reason for coming. Unsurprisingly, he was quickly ushered into a private room and left with one seeker sitting across from him. The man or woman across the table from him wore the standard seeker garb, a black cloak with a mask over their face.
"Tarsh Yuran," a clearly female voice said. "You've come to share knowledge with us?"
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Yes, for a price," he answered. The seeker nodded.
"Of course. The seekers of knowledge understand that not all knowledge is free, but the payment will depend on what you have to offer."
Tarsh looked at the blank face mask, knowing that this was his last chance to turn away and keep his secrets. But he didn't have any other option, not if he wanted to get back to his old life. "I offer the knowledge of my class, of its requirements, and all the evolutions before it. I offer the knowledge of my perks and all the prerequisites for them. I offer the work of my entire life." The seeker didn't say anything for a long while, shocked into silence. "Well," she said after a while, "that is worth much." Tarsh looked over the modest stable, at least modest in comparison to what he used to have, but it was a start. He had sold the information about his class for a fortune, enough such that he had been able to restart his life. It pained him, in a way, as he had given information that would inevitably spread. The seekers bought and sold all kinds of information and knowledge, and in time there would be others with his exact build, even some that would improve on things that he had done. But that was a concern for the future. For now, he needed only to build up his new menagerie and restart his business. He walked out of the stable and headed toward the small house that he now lived in. He didn't take more than 3 steps outside of the stable before he felt pain in the back of his head, and then darkness. Tarsh woke up slowly, his mind taking a few moments to catch up with his surroundings. He was lying in a lavish bed, in a room that he didn't recognize that was just as lavish as the bed. In the room were 3 people. His eyes hadn't yet adjusted properly to the torchlight, so he couldn't make out any more than their outlines. His heart started to pound as he looked around, searching for a way out. The only exit that he could see was behind the 3 people. "Ah, Grandmaster Euron, good morning," a voice said, using the title that Tarsh had earned as part of a faction that no longer existed. "What is this? Where am I?" Tarsh said as he pushed himself to a sitting position. "Apologies for the manner in which we brought you here, but the matter is delicate," the same voice said. Then one of the 3 shapes walked forward. By now, Tarsh's eyes had adjusted well enough that he could see the 3. The man on the left of Tarsh was a Demaci wearing armor, and he had his hand on the pommel of the sword at his hip. He looked like a warrior, and he stared at Tarsh without blinking. In the center was the man that had been walking closer to the bed. He was a human, tall and wide, clearly muscular. His hair was black and shoulder-length, and he had a full beard. His clothes were fine, but functional. Tarsh swallowed as he recognized the man. "Do you know who I am?" the man asked. Tarsh nodded. "Of course, Lord Darkhoof." Vengi's Darkhoof kept Tarsh's gaze for a long minute. Tarsh tried to remember everything that he knew about the Axe Lord, the high ranker who led the Adventurers Guild. He had been born a long time ago, just years after the first iteration arrived. His parents died when he was but a babe, and he was adopted by a clan of Minotaurs, raised in their ways. He fought in the early years when so many of the powerful died to unknown monsters. Years after the 3rd iteration arrived, he started a group that eventually became the Adventurers Guild. He was one of the most influential and powerful people in the world. "I've brought you here because I have need of your services, Grandmaster Euron." Tarsh tried to calm himself. True, he had been kidnapped, but perhaps there was still some way that he could get out of this alive. "Pardon, Lord, but there were better ways to get my services," Tarsh said. If he was needed, at least he could voice his displeasure. Darkhoof grimaced and nodded. "I apologize, but I couldn't risk anyone realizing what we wanted. Rest assured you will be compensated greatly for your time and work, and in the end you will leave here with greater wealth than anything you had ever had." Tarsh blinked at that. He didn't know what he could do for someone like a high ranker. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of other breeders that would have thrown themselves at his feet just for a chance at pleasing him. Tarsh was good, one of the best, but there were others just as good. "Well, I am sure that we can come to an agreement. I have started a new stable. My stock is low, but "No." Darkhoof shook his head.
You are not here because of your monsters."
Tarsh blinked, confused. Darkhoof glanced behind himself at the last person in the room, and she walked over, reaching down to take the high ranker's hand in her own. They stood before him, holding hands, and Tarsh recognized her, too. She was the man's partner, and had been for hundreds of years. He remembered hearing that they had issues in the beginning because of their relationship. They had been together since relationships between the races hadn't been looked upon favorably. The woman was Demacy, tall and with dark, red-tinted skin. Her horns curled to the side, then back behind her head, and her orange eyes looked at him. She wasn't a high ranker, as her partner was, but she too was known as a great adventurer, Nina Redan. For all intents and purposes, she was perhaps just as powerful. "I apologize, Lord, but I don't understand." Tarsh looked at them.
"We've searched for something that would help us for a long time, and then you sold information to the Seekers," Darkhoof said.
Tarsh frowned. This was about his class? He didn't understand, and before he could ask for him to elaborate, he spoke again.
"You have a perk that we are interested in. Essence fertilization."
Tarsh kept his confused eyes on them, looking from one of them to the other. Then, finally, his eyes fell on their hands. They were holding each other tightly, their hands almost shaking. He realized that they were nervous, frightened, maybe, or perhaps excited. It took longer than it should have for him to realize what they meant. It doesn't work like that," he finished weakly, but he had already pulled his perk up, reading it again. The description clearly stated being, not monster. He pulled more perks up, those that had been upgraded on his level up. The wording had changed to being for a couple of them. He had never really thought about what that meant. His world had been monsters. He had never imagined. I don't know if it can work that way," Tarsh whispered. "We are willing to try," Nina Redan said in a soft voice that clearly translated longing unlike anything that Tarsh had ever heard before. Tarsh sat on a chair in a small bedroom. Nina Redan sat on a modified chair across from him, completely naked and with her legs spread open. Vengi's Darkhoof loomed on a chair next to her, naked as well, glaring at everything. He didn't know if clothes would interfere. He had never done this on someone who was not a monster, but the clothes themselves were made out of essence too, and he didn't know if the proximity would somehow contaminate the sample that he could take. The situation was uncomfortable for all of them, but he was doing this in the same way that he had done it with his monsters. He couldn't make any mistakes. Usually he would take the essence from near the productive organ of the monster he wanted to transfer traits from. He didn't know if the location made any difference, but now was not the time for him to change or try new things out. He took a deep breath, then put one of his 4 hands on Nina's stomach. Focusing his mind, he started the process of casting his perks. Inside sight, greater enhanced fertility, calm system, reproductive trance. Once he was done, he glanced at the high ranker. Tarsh did not look forward to this part, but there was nothing to it. Still, the situation was awkward and embarrassing for all of them. Tarsh was not a healer. He had tried to make everything seem as professional as he could, but there was a difference between monsters and people. He reached over with one of his other hands and focused, then used his perk Essence Fertilization and pulled. He had talked with the 2 of them prior to this moment, and they had their input into what traits they wanted from the father. They settled on the smaller traits, human eyes and muscle structure, enough so that anyone who looked on the child would be able to tell that they were not fully Demacy. Tarsh didn't know what was going to happen, but based on his own experiments with the monsters, the results were not always what one expected. A white, seed-like looking stream of essence left the high ranker through his skin. It was slightly glowing, and it formed into a ball in Tarsh's palm. With his third and fourth arm, Tarsh opened his insertion tool and placed the essence inside. Then he turned back to Nina, raised his syringe, and glanced at her face. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded. "Do it." Tarsh swallowed and then got to work. He placed one hand on the syringe and used his perks Total Sterilization, Numbing Agent, and Flexible Material. After that, he inserted it. He did not have the best knowledge of Demacy anatomy, but he had familiarized himself in the last couple of weeks. Despite his fears, he didn't have any issues completing this part of the process. Once done, he placed a hand over her stomach again and focused. Guiding Hand, Instant Fertilization. The two perks activated, and he felt through the next part, being able to see through her skin with his inside sight. He guided the essence to its target, and then instant fertilization finished. He looked at the egg, his other perks pinging in his mind, and then finally it took hold. He sighed and relaxed.
"What happened?" Vengiz asked.
Tarsh glanced at him, and his mandibles clicked in excitement. It worked. Tarsh had continued to monitor Nina during her pregnancy, which lasted for 8 months. They hadn't dared to try and use any potions or his other perks that accelerated the process. Instead, it had been a long 8 months of daily scans and uncertainty. From what Tarsh could see, the pregnancy was proceeding without any issues. His perk had done its job well. Finally, when the time for birth came, Tarsh was there to help the woman through it. After only a few hours of an intense birth, the child was born. There, nestled in Tarsh's hands, was a pale-skinned baby, 2 tiny protrusions marking the start of horns on top of his head. The child's skin was split into 2 shades. His limbs were deep red in color, the same as the mother, while the rest was the same shade as his human father. It was not something that they had planned for, but he had warned them that his perk could have unforeseen effects. The child opened his eyes, and Tarsh looked into very clearly human eyes that were orange, not a natural human color. Tarsh realized that what he held in his hands was the future of the infinite realm, a child of 2 different worlds, a child who changed everything. Chapter 56. Present. Kale. Knife in the Darkness. "I am thankful for your aid so far, but this is where we part ways," the red-headed human said with a slick smile. "I hope you understand." "Of course," Kale said with a nod. He did not enjoy dealing with the man or his people. The Empire of the Exiles was just as bad as the Core in its own way, but they did serve a purpose. "Keep your eyes and ears open," Eric Orn said. "Soon you will have an opportunity unlike any other to further your cause." Kale bowed his head in thanks. The man did not understand just how true his words were. He believed that Kale's people would strike in the wake of whatever it was that Eric planned. He was partially right, but Kale had waited for an opportunity like this for a long time. The emissary of the Empire walked out of the room and left Kale with his people. Feetham and Maya stood nearby, ready for anything. "Do you think he will succeed?" Maya asked. Kale turned around and met her eyes. "They've planned this for a long time, and the reaction engine is capable of great destruction. Whether they fail or succeed doesn't matter. Either way, they will grant us an opportunity to act." Both Maya and Feetham nodded at that. They understood that the Unchained had a purpose, and soon their first real step to accomplishing it would come. They would free the people from the shackles of the strong. Many would die, that was true, but in the end, existence would benefit. For in the fire of struggle, the strong would rise and grow to push the limits of the framework that ruled them all. "Come," he said, then led them out of the meeting room. They were deep beneath the western district of the tournament city. The criminal factions that controlled it were all bound by the peace, but that was true of even the factions that weren't criminal. In a way, things were calmer here than they were in other districts. Still, Cale did not walk around showing himself. He wasn't that recognizable to the general public, but there were people who knew about him. Having to wear large coats with long hoods over his face and wings annoyed him, which was why he spent most of his time beneath the ground. His people depended on the hospitality of the Assassin's Guild, as it was not the first place someone would look for them. But Cale dealt with everyone as long as they could help him further his goals. Still, even with the peace, he would be a fool not to keep on guard. They made their way through the empty corridors until they reached their quarters. Once inside, they were greeted by the rest of his team. Gior Urkagla, the old Damasi healer, was sitting on a couch in the middle of the room, his cane within grabbing distance in case he needed to hit something. The large screen warrior, the exiled Shell, sat across from him. The two were engrossed in a game of Shah. Talisa was at a table in the corner, filing her claws. She glanced in their direction when they entered, but didn't move aside from that. The last person in the room was Birian No-Name, sitting on the other side of the table from Talisa, reading a book. The young Minotaur was, in many ways, the most important member of their group, and maybe the most important member of all the Unchained. Cale had put so much responsibility on the young man's shoulders, perhaps too much. It had been barely 10 years since Cale had found him out in the frontier, a scrawny child, exhausted and near to death from his ordeal. Cale had been traveling beyond the frontier then, attempting to get a handle on his own anger. When he'd found Birian, he had been on the run, a group of slavers on his heels. Birian was born a slave, and while he didn't talk much about his past in the Empire of the Exiles, Cale had put a few things together from his snippets. Birian had been a very unique type of slave, a purpose slave. He had been raised as such, never thought to think for himself, and when he became part of the framework, he was given a contract that bound him to an immortal. From there, his life was spent in service, raised for a singular purpose, to be a transportation tool for his master. It was only chance that had granted Birian his freedom. A contract could not be enforced without a way out, and Birian's out was the death of his master. In a cruel way, Cale was thankful for Birian's master, as without him, most of his plans wouldn't have been possible. The young man was a spatial master, a savant at manipulating space, perhaps the greatest in the world. He wielded so much power for someone so young. It was funny. Cale was not much older than him, but somehow he always looked at Birian as a much younger brother. That was probably because of his demeanor. Whereas Cale had learned under the pain of the whip and the horrors of the arenas, Birian had lived a life of servitude and solitude. It always surprised Cale just how little Birian understood his own strength. Out of all of the Unchained, it was Birian who was the most powerful. If he'd wanted to, he could have killed them all in a blink of an eye. Cale would put his power against those of high rankers hundreds of years his senior any day. Power depended on many different factors. Some took hundreds of years to reach a certain point, while others were so talented that they could do the same in half the time. Some were true savants for whom it all just came with unimaginable ease, and others were forged in struggle and adversity. Birian was both. He was a savant, and he had spent his life in struggle. Compared to him, Cale was merely talented. The biggest difference between them, however, was that Birian lacked the instinct of a warrior, or even the stomach for killing. Still, He was the pillar on which Cale put all his plans.
"Cale,"
the exiled shell spoke when he noticed him.
"They are gone?"
"They are," Cale nodded. "They are in the last stages of their plans."
"So, are we going to finally start with ours?"
Talisa asked over her sharp claws. Cale looked around at the small group in the room. They were the people he trusted the most in the world. Each of them had gone through something horrible. Each of them had suffered. They all followed him because he wanted to change things, to fight the established order. His true goals ran deeper, but those were things that he wouldn't be able to accomplish in the near future. Still, there were things that he could do now.
"We will not be going after the high rankers,"
he told them, sharing at last his own plans. Talisa frowned.
"What? If they trigger the reaction engine at the right time, the high rankers will suffer a terrible blow. This is the best opportunity for us to strike."
Cale looked around the room, seeing that most of them agreed. It was only understandable. All of them had some issue with the people in charge, and the high rankers were the most visible symbol of that. Cale understood them, but he also knew that what they had been doing so far would not work.
"We've killed how many high rankers since we've been active?"
Cale started.
"A dozen, and their deaths have changed nothing. We could wait for the exiles to execute their plan, and we could jump on the opportunity, isolate a few high rankers in the chaos and kill them. With all of us here, I am sure that we could kill a handful of them. But you know, just as I do, that the high rankers are just the most visible of the strong. There are more, keeping, smartly, to the shadows."
Cale closed his eyes and took a deep breath, remembering the feel of sand beneath his feet, of the blood spilling inside a cage.
"No,"
he said as he opened his eyes, staring at all of them with such intensity that he saw them all lean back in surprise.
"They consider us a nuisance at best. They think that we are just upstart fools. No more. We will show them who we truly are."
"How?" Gior, the Demacy, asked. He was the oldest one among them by far, a man whose growth had been crippled by the jealousy of the healer. He hated the high rankers with a passion.
"The people of this world have grown accustomed to the way things are. They follow down the paths made by people that came before them. Few attempt to go into the darkness on their own, trying to blaze a path of their own. I pity them, for they don't understand what it is that they are doing. They are just enjoying living in safety. We will show them the truth that they have forgotten, that this world is not safe, that it is not kind to those who shy away from adversity," he told them, his voice barely a whisper. "I learned a lot in the arenas," Cale continued. "But there is one lesson that I have always carried with me, one lesson that I have always remembered. One must always have a knife in the darkness. We will make the world tremble, and they will know that this is the turning point in the history of the world."
They watched him with reverent looks in their eyes. They were all here because they believed in the cause. The exiled shell met Cale's eyes and spoke.
"What will we do?"
Cale glanced at them, then turned his eyes to Birion.
"You, my friend, will be the instrument of our triumph."
"Me?"
"Yes. It is because of you that we will be able to do this, and because of you that I even know how to achieve it."
Cale smiled. He could tell them everything now, but he understood people. The less time they had to think about it, the better. He trusted them, but there were things that not even they were aware of. He assured them that he would tell them soon, and then sent them out into the city to gather information. There were too many powerful people at the tournament, and even with the distraction of the reaction engine, they needed all the help they could get if they were to pull off what he planned. A few minutes later, Cale was left alone with Birion. The Minotaur looked at Cale, his eyes downcast. "I'm not sure that I can—" "Don't be so hard on yourself, Bear. You are greater than you can even imagine." The Minotaur shifted uncomfortably. "I am not worthy of your trust." "You are more worthy than anyone else. If you cannot believe in yourself, then believe in me." He nodded slowly. "I don't even know what it is that you want me to do." "Do you remember the stories you used to tell me about the trips your master used to take you on?" Cale asked. Bear nodded as he frowned in confusion. "Of course, but what—" He paused, and then his eyes widened. "Cale, you can't." "We must." He put his hand on Bear's shoulder. "This is the only thing that can change everything." Bear opened his mouth, but then closed it. His eyes searched for something in Cale's, and then he sighed. We don't even know what it does. I know so little. I was just a slave. I overheard much, but—" "Don't worry, my friend," Cale told him. "This is the right path for us." Zenker. Zenker sat in a room filled with essence. Few realized it, but there were certain types of essence that could enhance willpower, that could be shaped by it. It was a secret that many kept for themselves, the Zhenquan sect being one of the most prominent ones. They kept the source of their blood silver tightly controlled. Zenker was deep beneath the tournament city, in the Under, in a cave filled with ward soil. He had found it a few centuries ago, during one of the previous tournaments. The soil surrounded the cave and prevented his will from leaking outside. No one could sense him or what he was about to do while he was surrounded in it. In front of him was a large bowl, filled with a liquid metal of red and silver. The small amount of blood silver was what he had managed to procure a while ago, and it had served him well. Elemental essence had 3 basic states. Each type of essence had a different main state, but all could change. The states were solid, liquid, and cloud. Earth liked to be solid most of the time, for example, but sufficient will could change that state, just as interactions with other essences could. Cultivation was the art of forcing essence into liquid form inside one's body. It made it more malleable, easier to refine and improve, and far easier to form into techniques. The moment chi left the body, it changed state based on the will and technique guiding it. Zenker had spent time studying the natures and underlying laws beneath all 3 focuses. He had taken his time with his skills, choosing to rely on his items because he wanted to make his ascension perfect. He had seen what had happened to Sigmund, how his ultimate skill had enacted a price for its power. All complete skills required a price, as Zenker himself had seen with his own, but he had managed to limit them. But his goal, the real reason why he had kept his skills so low for so long, was because he knew what the end looked like. He had seen it. He had encountered the only person ever to have reached 9 Tier 9 skills. Power came to those who struggled, those who pushed, those who had talent, and those who had time. Not all were required for someone to reach great heights. The prime example were the 2 rankers of the 7th iteration. They'd had less time, but more struggle and talent. It was a balance. Zenker closed his eyes, remembering the mad fool who had reached the end, the insane woman who had pushed all of her skills to their ultimate form without any regard for balance, for integration, with no idea what she was doing. Zenker had pitied her then, and he still felt sadness at that. His hip throbbed with a phantom pain, one that never truly went away. Still, after all this time, His fight with her had been the moment when he had come closest to death. Even now he didn't understand quite what she had done that had hurt him so. If she had been sane, if she could have controlled even a tiny portion of her power, she would have splattered him across that mountain. He remembered the space around her trembling, the patchwork of 9 images stitched together around her, exerting her mad will on the world, crushing anything in its path. They had been visible even to the eye, but twisted beyond any hope for Zenker to recognize what they were supposed to represent. She had no integration between them, nothing that could pull them together into something cohesive. She had been fighting herself more than she had fought him, and still she had managed to destroy one of his eternal weapons. He hadn't really understood then what he faced. It was only later, when he saw more people reach Tier 9 skills, that understanding came. There was something beyond that, a manifestation of power, an image that reflected the will of the skills that comprised it. 9 skills, each integrated into one concept. He didn't know who she had been. He had found her a long way beyond the frontier. She had been one of those who were like him, perhaps, who wished to explore, or perhaps someone who wanted to push themselves to greater heights. She had succeeded, no matter what the result had been. Perhaps she had been mad before she reached that point. Zenker had seen how madness lent itself to greater understanding of skills, to greater growth of willpower. He turned his mind away from his memories and focused on his skills. He had successfully joined remaining perfect skills into Tier 8 skills. Now he was at the point of pushing them all to Tier 9. Improving skills was a matter of willpower, of holding a concept or an idea inside one's mind. Perhaps the better word would be image. He wouldn't do all of them now, of course. Pushing his mind that much depleted his willpower. He needed rest. But he focused on one of them, this time one of his active skills. He needed to be careful, to do this right, without any distractions. It was why he was all alone in the Under. He needed to be sure to mitigate the drawbacks as much as possible. He focused on his my-dash closing swipe skill, an active skill that allowed him to close the distance quickly and execute a powerful space-rending swipe. He threw his memory back, finding a kernel of an idea. It was a skill that had come from his dash and swipe skills. It was about movement and attacks at its core, and he pushed that concept to the forefront of his mind. His will trembled as he pushed all other thoughts out of his mind, searching his memory for a defining moment of those skills. It came to him the same way it had the last time. He felt the concept, the idea, the image of him closing the distance and swiping take hold. A single action raised up to his perfection, to its ultimate form. He felt the skill inside of him, and as his will nearly crumbled, he pushed the last part through. Something clicked, and his skill evolved. His will blazed out around him, and reality trembled as he pushed his rule over it. He sighed from exhaustion and saw notifications in the corner of his eye. He chuckled. As far as skill names went, I Arrive and Lash Out was not too bad. Now he needed to test it out, to see what the drawback would be, for if there was one thing that Zenker had learned over his years, it was that there was always a price for power. Chapter 57. Present. Rayla. Domination. She woke to the now already familiar rumbling. It was like the early stages of the earthquake, when you could hear what was to come, when you could feel it in your bones. Her bed was large, lavishly draped with the finest cloth spun in the colors of gold and red. She groaned, her muscles still sore from yesterday's training session. Rayla's mother had taken her training seriously, and even though Rayla knew that she was holding herself back significantly, it didn't mean that she couldn't bring the pain. Rayla stretched her muscles for a bit, knowing that with her stats, her soreness wasn't going to last for long. She finished cleaning up and dressing just as a servant walked in with breakfast. Rayla grimaced as she realized that she had to have slept in. Because no one came to wake her up, she assumed that her mother's orders were to let her sleep. Rayla wasn't about to argue with that, as she had spent the last couple of months training daily with barely a moment's rest. She finished her breakfast and then walked out of her room. The wooden walls gave the building a comfy feeling, which she appreciated. Inside, she could almost imagine that she was somewhere else, could forget what awaited outside. Only not really, because the faint rumbling never stopped. She stopped in front of the main door and took a deep breath, then opened it and stepped out of the wooden mansion and into the grove. Trees with gold and red leaves curved above her and all around her, arranged in an orderly fashion. The ground was paved with white stone, with indicated paths leading in 3 main directions. She saw Orne family servants walking around, doing their tasks. They barely stopped to bow to her as they passed, but she didn't begrudge them that, as she knew that they were busy. The rumbling was louder outside, but it was still being cushioned by the trees and the nature around her. She walked down one of the paths, and soon there were no more branches above her, and she could see the blue sky stretching in all directions. 2 towers stood nearby, grown out of 4 pieces of wood spinning around each other. She saw large ballistae on top of them, with 2 guards manning them. She knew that there were 2 more on the other 2 towers on the other side of the grove behind her, and that the mansion itself had 3 more, as well as a bunch of other defenses and powerful arrays. The mansion was woven from wood, just like the towers and the rest of the buildings in this grove. It was Father Ender's doing, of course. She knew that, because of that, the wood was probably stronger than some metals, and it would also have a lot of other interesting properties. As she walked, she couldn't help but get the sense that every piece of nature around her had been placed with purpose, even though she didn't quite understand what that purpose could be. She reached a clearing and saw the small training yard in front of her, much smaller than the places she usually trained in. There were a few wooden practice dummies, grown from the ground and with arrays attached to them. There was no one training at the moment, but Rayla did spot Emrys, her brother, standing at the edge of the yard, leaned over the wooden railing that grew out of the ground as well. He was looking at something below, and then she heard a loud roar. Quickly she made her way to him and came to a stop next to him with her hands on the railing, looking down. The clouds reached up, almost as if to touch the flying palace she was on. She could see the ground through the openings. The dark ground looked as if it was constantly waving, which, in a way, was true. Every part that she could see was covered with monsters, all moving in the same direction. And then there was the noise, the roars and screeches, the sound of thundering hooves, paws, and feet. It filled the air, rumbling and unending. She didn't know if she would ever grow used to it. She glanced around, seeing the other flying palaces around them. The big families flew theirs nearby, but there was one that captured the eye immediately. The largest palace was in the middle of the formation, looking like a fortress made of black stone. Towers surrounded the diamond-shaped platform that was held in the air by a thick cluster of dark gray storm cloud essence. Compared to the royal flying palace, the Orne family one was almost a quarter smaller and looked more like a flying forest with a wooden palace in the middle surrounded by a garden. That didn't mean that it wasn't as defensible as stone, however, as most of the defensive and offensive capabilities of the flying palaces came from arrays. Around the palaces flew the formations of cloud ships, which were smaller and ready to defend the palaces if there was a need. A roar came again, and Rayla looked around, trying to find the source. "What is happening?" she asked her brother. Emrys was looking around just like her, but he answered. "We encountered the apex monster of this territory. Vargur is doing his thing." Rayla blinked at that, then intensified her search. She had missed the other fights, mostly because they tended to happen at the front of the great swarm, while the palaces usually kept to the back. She opened her mouth to ask him if he knew where Vargr was when the question became moot. Two shapes blew through the clouds far in the distance. One was a monster that she had never seen before and had trouble identifying. It was long and serpentine, without any legs or arms, and had 6 wings spread out over its long, sinuous body. The wings were covered in feathers that gleamed as if they were made out of red metal, while the body was green. The head of the monster was elongated and snake-like, with large fangs clearly visible even from this distance. A small group of cloud ships was nearby, which helped her get an idea of the scale of the monster. Those cloud ships were all just shy of 50 meters long, and the monster looked like it could swallow one of them whole. It was at least 5 times their size, but it was hard to tell since its long body was constantly coiling through the air. It roared, and even from this distance, Rayla could feel the power of it. She removed her filters and took a look at the monster, seeing its name. Zavaz-Coatl, Sovereign of Clouds, Tier 16. She nearly shuddered at what she read. It was a monster that could do some real damage, even to the palaces. It was an amphib-tier variant, and an incredibly powerful one. But she didn't worry because just behind it came another monster, a dragon. His body was thicker, and he had arms and legs, the top of his back and tail covered in gleaming silver spikes, while the rest of him was protected by black scales. His wings pierced through white clouds, leaving trails behind him as he soared after his opponent. The dragon's head was large, with 2 horns curving backward from the top of his head, and in his mouth wicked teeth were sharp and gleaming. He wasn't as long as the other monster, and his tail a bit shorter, but there was no question that the dragon was bigger. On his neck, a large collar blazed with light, an array that allowed them to control him, and through him the great swarm. Vargr, Scourge of the Sands, Tier 18. She watched as the dragon took a deep breath, and then a plume of silver fire exploded forward. It hit the other monster in its long tail, melting through scale and bone. The screech from the amphib-tier shook the air itself, and it beat its wings before making a sharp turn, heading straight down toward the dragon. Its wings started to shine, and then it twisted and pointed them at the dragon. 6 beams of deep crimson pierced the sky, all heading toward Vargr. The dragon's horns glowed silver, and then the 6 beams hit a dome of silver light surrounding the dragon. "Shit," Emrys said, and grabbed Rayla, pulling her a step back. She saw the 6 beams hit the shield and then deflect in different directions. 2 of the beams cut through the formation of the cloud ships near the battle, cutting 3 of them in half with ease. 3 others deflected up into the sky, but 1 was deflected in the direction of the palaces. She saw the red beam the size of a house hit the royal palace, its shield array blazing with light. Her ears were filled with noise and her eyes with red light. She was forced to close her eyes and cover her ears, but after a few seconds it stopped, and she blinked her eyes open. The royal palace was still there, and she released a sigh of relief. Her parents were there at the moment. She knew that it would take more than a single attack from a monster like that to break through the shield array on the flying palaces, but she couldn't help her worry. Her eyes searched the sky for the battle of the 2 titans, and quickly she found them just as they clashed into each other. The force of it blew the clouds around them away and sent a shock wave spreading through the air. Rayla saw the surviving cloud ships flying away, putting some more distance between the fight. She knew that they were unlikely to interfere, as Vargr winning on his own would have the effect they desired. Having help would undermine their goal. She saw the amphib-tier coiling its body around Vargr as the dragon raked its scales with his claws ripping open flesh. His jaw opened and bit down on the amphib-tier's neck just as it tried to bite him. The 2 tumbled through the air, struggling in a match that left Rayla in awe. Blood fell beneath them like rain, and their growls and yelps of pain overpowered all other sounds. She saw a flash of silver, and one of the amphib-tier's red wings was burned off, causing a big piece of it to fall down toward the ground. The dragon roared, a silver field blasted around him, and the amphiptyr was forced to release him, its body uncoiling itself from around the dragon. It tried to get away, but Vargr was on its tail, hunting the injured monster, his big wings sending him forward in the blasts that tore through the air. He caught up and then grabbed hold of the amphiptyr's body from above with his claws, his mouth closing around the nape of the amphiptyr's neck. The struggle began again, and Rayla was so engrossed in watching the two monsters fight that she completely missed another person arriving to stand next to them.
"What do you think the outcome will be?"
Rayla nearly jumped when she heard the voice from her right side, and her head swiveled to see her oldest sister, Vanessa, standing next to her and looking at the battle in the distance. Rayla exchanged a look with Emrys and then answered.
"Vargr will win,"
she said. Vanessa gave her a look, and Rayla grimaced as she realized that she had given the wrong answer.
"That outcome was never in doubt,"
Vanessa said in her haughty tone. Mother had put Vanessa in charge of the palace when she and her fathers weren't around, but she also put her in charge of Rayla's and Emrys's education. To be more precise, she was teaching them how to properly apply their martial power and to know how to read situations and anticipate events. Emrys cleared his throat and then gave his answer. "I don't think that the amphiptyr will submit. I think that it will fight to the death." Vanessa tilted her head, then turned her eyes back to the fight.
"It will submit,"
she said. Rayla blinked and tried to think of a reason why she thought that. Vargr had fought apex monsters in every territory the swarm passed through that had one, either to the death or until submission. The monsters that submitted entered the great swarm, and the monsters that didn't died. In case of death, not all of the monsters in the territory would submit. Instead, some would run away in smaller swarms. In the case of submission, all the monsters under the submitted monster would enter the swarm. The great swarm had been unleashed, or rather nudged into a direction. From the far south of the great empire's territory, they had traveled all around their borders, absorbing more and more monsters on their way. The time of the return was upon them. The empire was marching to war. Rayla glanced right, looking back at the end of the swarm, and then far in the distance she saw what looked like another swarm. She knew that it wasn't. The tiny specks in the air were cloud ships, and the tiny shapes on the ground were massive walking engines and fortresses. The armies of the Empire, of the Orders. She didn't even know how many troops they were sending, but she knew that it was most of what the Empire had. The armies were following behind the great swarm, ready to sweep through the core once the swarm caused chaos, once it depleted the enemy armies. She saw explosions at the front lines, the small and short bright lights. She knew that it was the army fighting the stragglers from the swarm. During fights like this one, Vargr's control on the swarm slipped and stragglers tried to move in all directions. But it was only a tiny amount, as the great swarm was so big now, its momentum built up, that even without Vargr, the swarm would continue heading forward until it encountered something that broke it. The air shook again, and the flying palace they were on trembled. Rayla looked back at the battle, somewhat fearful. She knew why they had moved forward, in case Vargr couldn't handle the monster. They did not have the time to suborn another monster of his might, which meant that they couldn't risk losing him. The palaces and the cloud ships were there so that they could interfere. But from what Rayla could see, the dragon had everything under control. Then the battle suddenly ended. The dragon and amphiptyr separated, and silence filled the sky. Even the ground and the rumbling seemed to still. The two monsters hovered in the air across from each other. The amphiptyr glared at the dragon, whose silver eyes glared back, its body covered in blood and missing one wing, and then it bowed its head. A moment later, Vargr opened his jaws, and a plume of silver fire split the sky above him. The roar of monsters on the ground grew steadily until it was deafening. In the distance, Rayla could see flying flocks of lesser worms and other flying monsters moving through the air aggressively. Vargr closed his mouth and then unleashed a roar that thundered over the roars of the other monsters. Rayla knew that now the other monsters in this territory would join the swarm, that the Amphiptyr would join as well. The great swarm would grow, as it had since the moment they had started their march.
"How did you know?"
Emrys asked once the noise had settled. Vanessa looked at Vargr as he flew in the distance, becoming smaller and smaller as he moved toward the front of the swarm, the Amphiptyr following behind him.
That monster was a sovereign. Monsters that have titles as well as names are special. Their names mean more than just an identification of a type. It was a ruler. It knew that it was overmatched between Vargr and us. There was no point in it dying. Monsters of that power level are smart, whether they have animal instincts and cunning or something greater. They are not to be underestimated, but their names can tell you more about them and what you can expect. Some might be as or smarter than some of us, Vanessa answered. Try to remember that for the future.
Rayla nodded. She had seen many different types of monsters so far, but she had to admit that she had never given it much thought. There seemed to be more that she needed to learn. Without saying another word, Vanessa turned and left Rayla and Emrys alone.
"Could have said bye, at least,"
he muttered. Rayla glared at him.
"What?"
"She can probably hear you."
"Let her hear," Emrys said. "We are her siblings, not her servants."
Rayla grimaced, but she had to admit that he was right. Mother's family gathering had changed many things in the family, but it was obviously hard for the older ones to care for those that they hadn't had many interactions with. Her parents were obviously trying to change things by putting them all together, but it was going to take a long time for that to happen. They had already been traveling for months, and they had a few months more to go before they reached the Golden Coast on the settled territory's frontier. But everything that the Empire had worked for was close to coming to fruition, and Rayla still didn't know how she felt about that. In reality, her thoughts didn't matter at all, so she tried not to dwell on them. She sighed and turned around, pulling her spear out of her storage and getting ready for some more training. Mother might not be there, but Rayla still wanted to train regardless. She glanced back at her brother and raised an eyebrow.
"Coming?"
Yeah,
he said. They walked to the training yard and settled across from each other for a short spar. Interlude. Celia 2. The grand auction was underway, and Celia was sitting in one of the Zhenquan private booths. Not the main one, of course, as that one was exclusive only to Zhenquan sect members, and today she had a guest. At her table sat Ryun Noct, the sect head of the Twilight Melody sect. He had agreed to accept the sponsorship of the Zhenquan sect for the grand auction. It had taken her longer to convince him than she had expected, enough so that her people had felt insulted. There were few who would refuse such an offer, and fewer still who could do it without it seeming like an insult. Her people had been suggesting many things to her to make the frontier sect head learn his place. She had frankly had to make sure that none of them did something on her behalf behind her back. They didn't understand why she was pursuing him and allowing herself to be insulted. Truthfully, if she thought that the ranker was doing things with the intent of insulting her, she would have reacted in much the same way as her people had. But she knew that he didn't know yet the culture of the sects, and that insult was the last thing on his mind. He didn't care for the essence or resources that Celia could grant him, and even the sponsorship that he had accepted was without the strings that such a thing usually entailed. In truth, there were implied obligations, things that everyone in the sects understood and acknowledged. Ryun Noct, on the other hand, didn't know. Celia had figured out that he was quite literal, a complete opposite of most people in the sects. It was refreshing, in a way, which was why she had made sure to be clear with her words and what she wanted in return. In the end, she hadn't managed to secure much. If her people knew what she settled with, they most definitely would have tried to do something for the perceived insult. Of course, they had no idea why she was even talking with a sect head from a small frontier sect. Most could justify her curiosity by the fact that he is a ranker and had qualified for the tournament, and she didn't try to elaborate. The only thing she had secured was that he would continue talking with her and allow Zhenquan emissaries in his sect. It was barely anything, and most certainly not worth what she was paying for it, if one didn't know her real reasons for doing so, at least. Her grandfather had mentioned it in passing, but he trusted her enough not to look deeper into it. She had just told him that she could see potential in Ryun Nacht, and that was the end of it. But she knew that doing what command had ordered would be harder. So far, she was still evaluating him. She needed to know more about him and see how powerful he really was, though the tournament would soon show her that. Recruitment into the League did not happen overnight. It was not something that one just revealed to people. First, she needed to learn who he was. It felt weird to say that she was getting to know someone. It had been such a long time since she had done anything resembling this, and even then it was in a much different context, with Ardania by her side. She had to admit that this was at least more enjoyable. Ryun Nacht was young in years, but there were moments where she forgot that, when she looked at him and saw the people her own age or even older in his eyes. There was a maturity there, even more so than with some who were hundreds of years his senior. He didn't have the need to try and leverage his power and achievements, didn't try to make sure that everyone knew. There was an aloofness to him, as if he didn't really care what others thought of him. His ideas about inspiration and advancement were interesting, and she found herself drawn into conversation with him often, enough so that she forgot the passage of time. She had even tried to internalize some of his ideas and experiment with them. It was strange to just talk with someone about that. Everyone in the sects was taught to keep such information close to their chest, to reveal only with those they consider their closest allies. Ryun Nacht did not grow up in the same environment, did not have the same ideas and habits, and she felt more comfortable talking with him about it than anyone else. He didn't have any allegiances, and from getting to know him, she understood that he wouldn't tie himself to another no matter what. She could see in him the qualities that the League could value. The difference between the League and the Cabal was not great. They both wanted the same thing, stability in the infinite realm. The only difference was the way they went about it. The Cabal liked to work from the shadows, to suppress and keep the other high rankers in check by various means, though rarely violent ones. The League liked to push forward, to search for power and advantages, and they wanted to interfere directly. They hadn't made any big moves yet. They weren't yet so strong that they could, but in time they would be. She shook her head and pulled her thoughts back to the present. The small chamber that they were in was occupied by only a few people. Celia and Ryun were sitting at the table near the edge, just next to the opening that showed the center of the inner tower and the podium where the auction was being held. Behind them were their guards. Celia had 2 Demacy immortals standing at attention somewhere behind her, while Ryun had brought his 2 sect leaders, who were 2 humans. Her information gathering had uncovered that the 2 women were in a relationship, and she had some info about the red-headed woman's power, since she had fought in the mid-division of the tournament. The other woman was an immortal, and they knew nothing about her power, though it was clear that she was a new immortal, as her chi control wasn't yet up to par with her sect heads. The grand auction was currently underway, or rather the pre-show was. Part of her sponsorship with Ryun was that she provided him with low-grade potions and elixirs. She had been frankly shocked when she heard that he had used only a few of them. She had given him enough for him as well as some extra for his sect. The low-grade elixirs and potions that were of a type that he had not yet consumed wouldn't give him much, but they would help. The second part was that they had given him 1,000,000 celestial essence in credit to be used on the auction. It wasn't much, but should let him buy something at least. It would, of course, not let him buy the better items that would be available. The last part of the sponsorship was one item of his choosing from the auction, within reason, of course. They weren't going to open their vaults for some of the high-end stuff that would appear in order to give it to an affiliated sect.
"What do you think?"
Celia asked after a while. The auction had started a few dozen minutes ago and was just now moving into the interesting items. Ryun tilted his head, his eyes looking forward but not at the large projection in front of the opening of their room. She wasn't quite sure, but over their interactions and talks, she had started to notice that there was something strange with his eyes. She almost suspected that he was blind, but he clearly could follow and see her when they talked, and he could clearly see the windows that popped up when a new item was shown, although that was framework-based, so sight wasn't really required. It was probably one of the more unique eye perks, which meant that it had to have drawbacks. She just didn't know what they were. In any case, his qualifier fights had shown her that he had some kind of a sensory skill, as did their interactions since. She was sure that he could see what was happening on the podium below them. "The items are interesting," he said. Most of what they had seen so far was unimpressive to her, but it should have been impressive to him. Still, she had seen that he had some pretty impressive items himself. He had wanted to sell some of his items and materials at the grand auction, and Celia had offered her help. In the end, she had bought most of it herself, paying a slight premium just so that she didn't need to buy through the auction. He had a mythic item that had been useless to him and any other person who was mainly a cultivator rather than a classer, but she could use it for some of Zhenxuan's adopted members. Having classers in a sect was rare, but it did happen. The rest were rare materials and aspects that he had collected on his trip beyond the frontier. Celia had been surprised and delighted to hear about that trip. She had always wanted to do that, to just go beyond the frontiers and explore, fight all on her own. She rarely had the chance to do that these days. "But nothing that you are interested in?" Celia chuckled. Ryun shrugged. "I don't have the need for most of the things that are on offer," he told her. "I do not rely on items in general. The things that I am looking for now are things that can help me improve what I already have." Celia nodded. She understood that, but still she wanted to see what would draw his eye. "You are not buying anything for yourself?" he asked a few minutes and a dozen items later. "No. My sect has the list of things I am looking for, and they will buy if something from it comes up." Ryun glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. "Ah, so you are here only to entertain me?" "Something like that," Celia answered. That thing you can't talk about yet must really be important," he commented, likely referring to the recruitment. Celia had been trying to plan just how to bring him in. It was not as easy as it might seem. There was always a risk of him refusing, which meant that she needed to reveal enough information to entice, but not enough to endanger the League, should he decide to refuse. It was a balance, and she needed to be very careful. "Our conversations are enough to make me want us to spend time alone. My bodyguards are under contracts not to reveal anything I speak about in private, and I really want to know more about how you think advancement works," Celia said, hoping that he would reveal something new. Any snippet she could get could be the key that would unlock her inspiration and let her advance to the ascended realm. "Perhaps another time," he said with a smile that made her think that he was teasing her. "After you share more of your own." True, their conversations were a bit of a give and take, so she had to accept what was fair. She turned her eyes back to the auction as the next item was brought out. Ryun. Ryun didn't really want to avoid talking about inspiration and advancement. He enjoyed his talks with Celia about it. But if he was being truthful, he was waiting, looking at every item brought out and trying to figure out if it would be of use. He was looking for something specific, something that could help him with his most glaring weakness, the amount of chi in his core. The potions that he had gotten from Celia had included some core density potions, but they had been the lowest grade, and he had barely gotten a 3% increase from them. But everything added up in the end, so he was grateful. He still didn't quite know what exactly she wanted from him, but Onrush and the others were insisting that just establishing a basic connection could be worth it for the sect. That was why he was even doing this, or rather, it had been, at first, at least. He had found that Celia was interesting, and obviously knowledgeable and experienced. It was nice to talk with someone who could grasp at the concepts that he felt instinctively. He was not the best person at explaining things, but Celia seemed to be able to understand, which he appreciated. And he was learning a lot, things that would no doubt help him in the future as well. A friendship felt weird to Ryun, especially after he had met with Zack again and was reminded of what they once had. There was only one person in the world now whom he really considered a friend, and that was Onrush. Naira was great, but they still needed time. Airclaw was a companion and a like-minded soul, but Ryun wasn't really sure what being friends with someone meant. He was not someone who entertained loose relationships. He was the kind of a person who either didn't care at all or cared deeply. There was no in-between for him. And he was feeling awkward. He didn't know how to do this, really, how to make meaningful connections with other people. He was pretending, and probably coming off as aloof and without a care in the process. But inside, he just didn't know exactly how to act, and so he fell back to his old ways. Other people had always been the ones who had approached and befriended him, on Earth and here, too. He shook his head and turned back to the matters at hand. A new item had been brought up, and Ryun glanced at the window that was projected in the air in front of him. It was a framework window, so he could see it clearly, even though he couldn't see the projection that showed the podium and the item. But that didn't matter much, since he could sense the items. Bleeding Whip Lasher. Plus 70 to dexterity. The whip lasher can be extended like a whip to a distance of 10 meters. Any wounds made by this weapon will bleed 50% more blood or any other vital essence and will heal at a 50% slower speed. A portion of the vital essence is siphoned off and added to the wearer as stats, up to a maximum of 5% of the target's total stats. The weapon was a khopesh made out of dark red metal, with clear sections marked along the blade, which Ryun assumed would separate into a whip. It was a good weapon, something that might even be useful to him, since he was better at range. The starting price was 100,000 celestial essence, a lot for a mythic item, but this one was in the upper tier of mythic items. Nothing in Infinite Realm was built equal. Ryun placed a few bids, but quickly the price skyrocketed, and he was forced to abandon his attempts at securing it. He had almost 3 million celestial essence, if he counted in the credit that Celia had given him. His remaining items had sold for around 1 million on their own, some on the auction and some directly to Celia's guild. He might have lost some essence by selling directly, but he felt like it was an investment in her continued goodwill. He couldn't complain, as she had granted him access as well as a significant sum to spend at the auction, though according to Onrush that was nothing for a sect of their size. Still, Ryun was thankful. "You are interested in a weapon?" Celia asked. "Yes, I've used a sword for most of my time on Earth, but it didn't fit me anymore, so I gave it away. Now I am forced to use cheap weapons to activate powers that require them. but few things seem to fit exactly what I need."
"Ah, I understand," Celia said. "I've had the same dilemma for a long time, too."
Ryun glanced at her and tilted his head. "You can't find a good weapon? I would think that with your sect's resources it would be easy."
"Oh, I have a powerful weapon, but I am searching for an awakened weapon that fits my style perfectly. I am not reliant on weapons in the first place, so I have the luxury of waiting. I've tested out a few, but in the end I had to break the bond and give them to those who were better suited."
Ryun nodded in understanding, as he had done the same thing. Her mentioning that made him remember the spear he held in the corner of his storage space. White and gleaming, it was a reminder of what he had lost, and he couldn't bring himself to even touch it. He didn't know what its bond would do, what perks and abilities it would have. Melody hadn't bonded with it, but it, like Kagehime, changed the more it was used. The more she fought with it, the less solid her spear became, turning into something resembling a white cloud. Now he knew that those weapons were shaped to be compatible with who they were when they had received them, which meant that it would have fit Melody at the time when she received it as a reward. Her build had relied on quick and precise attacks, on quick movements. He assumed that her weapon would reflect that. He shook his head and turned back to the auction. The next hour passed quickly as item after item was presented. They had long since moved into the relic rarity territory, and a few masterwork items had been shown as well. Ryun made bids on a few, but he was out of his depths. He didn't have nearly as much in the way of funds as the others. Celia was giving him looks, probably wondering why he hadn't spent her credit on the cheaper items, since now he had no chance of finding something within that budget. He could have done that, and would have if he had found anything that was exceptional. There were things that could have helped him, but nothing had really been completely earth-shattering. He needed something to cover his weakness, and he was saving all of his essence for it. Then, finally, an item that fit what he wanted was presented. True Soul Core Reformation Elixir. Consuming this elixir will reform your core based on its current state. It will merge all of your core-related perks into a new and improved perk. The result will depend on the quality of your existing perks and their compatibility with each other. Warning: Elixir's effect can cause crippling damage if your perk compatibility is not sufficient. That was what he had been waiting for. Well, not the exact thing. He had hoped for something to deepen his core, to allow him to have a greater amount of chi, but perhaps this could be just as good. He had confidence that his perks were compatible, as he had only 2, after all. "A truly incredible elixir," the host said, "created by the famed Grandmaster Calico Team of the High Garden Kingdom, the first of its kind on sale, and a great opportunity for any cultivators out there. We are starting the bid at 500,000 celestial essence." Ryun immediately made his own bid. The price skyrocketed quickly, with sects entering into a bidding war for it. Ryun kept up until the price reached 2.5 million. He could see the trend of the auction, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to keep up. As the price hit 3 million, his entire budget, he turned to look at Celia. "You said that you will purchase one item for me," Ryun said. "That is the one. You can have all the essence that I currently have, even." Celia tilted her head, then glanced down as the bids kept rising. "My own sect is bidding on it. That elixir will be useful to us as well." Ryun didn't say anything, but instead just looked at her. She glanced at him, then back at the auction. The price had reached 5 million celestial essence, or rather 5,000 immortal essence. It was an insane amount, and it didn't seem like it was slowing down. "It is too much," Celia whispered as she met his eyes. "I said within reason." Ryun didn't look away. This was the moment when he found out just how important he was to her, and just how much value she placed on her own word. This was the instant when he would know her. She glanced back at the auction as it reached 7,000 immortal essence. Then she placed her hand on the device on the table in front of her. "And here we have a new bid, coming personally from sect leader Celia Ha-Jan, a bid made against her own sect. Things are heating up," the host announced. Celia grimaced, but kept her eyes on the podium. Ryun looked at her face. It was determined and stoic. Her long hair was pulled back behind her ears, and her posture straight and dignified. He hadn't really paid that much attention to her before, but now, with his eyesight, she made him think of statues made by great artists back on Earth. Things of beauty and refinement. Ryun turned his eyes to look at the auction as well. The Zhenxuan sect hadn't placed any more bids, apparently deciding to let Celia bid. He wondered if they knew why she was doing it and if she would get in trouble for it. Most of the bidders had abandoned trying to get it, leaving only Celia and the Dragonheart sect bidding against each other. The price had risen to 10,000, and Celia's expression turned hard. He could see, or rather sense, the competitive streak in her. The way that her body tensed, the way that she leaned forward, the way she moved to sit at the edge of her chair, how her eyes never moved from the projection in front of her. It was impressive to watch. She was lost in her own little world, not caring about anything else. He had rarely seen people quite like her. Celia seemed to be a person who did things that she wanted, and who wasn't afraid to go after those things no matter the cost. He couldn't help but stare at her and admire that. Then a loud noise filled his ears, and he turned around, realizing that the auction for the elixir had concluded. The elixir was sold for 45,000 immortal essence, or 45 million celestial essence, the most expensive item at the auction by far. "The elixir is sold to Celia Ha-Jan of the Zhenxuan sect for 45,000 immortal essence." She turned to stare at Ryun. Her eyes narrowed. "You better think of something to make it up to me. That is a fortune." Ryun looked her in the eyes, grateful, but also satisfied that he hadn't made a mistake. He had seen what kind of a person she was. Keeping one's word was one of the most important things to Ryun, and she had kept hers. The only thing that Ryun had to give in return was his insights, and he would gladly share them with her. Ryun smiled and spoke. "Of course. How about a dinner tonight? We can continue our talks. I'm sure that I can make it up to you." She held her expression for one long moment and then chuckled. "You'd better. My grandfather will kill me once he finds out what I intend to do with the elixir." Ryun turned away, slightly uncomfortable. He had put her in a difficult position, but still he couldn't help but look forward to getting the elixir. His first match was in only a couple of days, and with this he would have a much greater chance of moving forward. Chapter 58. Present. Ryun. Conclusion Dominance. "Why did we need to go this far out of the city?" Onrush asked. Ryun glanced at her from his kneeling position on the ground. They were on the shore of a large lake, the place where he had discovered his ideal. He had found himself coming here often. The place calmed him, and he remembered Ulya Dar Ishi. "I don't know what this will do," Ryun said. "I don't want to be in the city." "But why here, though?" She gestured at the empty land around them. Stone and the lake were the only things that surrounded them. "I like it here," Ryun answered. She opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it with a snap and shook her head. "Fine." Ryun nodded and settled, then started putting essence into his second path. Celia had declined to take the essence that he had offered. It wasn't like it would make much difference to her. He advanced his second path, upgrading his perks. He had considered waiting some more, as the more he did so, the better his upgrades would be. But with the main part of the tournament coming up, and with him planning on using the elixir, he decided that he should do it now. True, in a perfect world he could wait, but he couldn't afford to stay his hand in hope of some future power increase. The infinite realm was dangerous, and anyone could die at a moment's notice. It was better that he had more power now than to risk not having it if he needed it. Path perk improvement available for Aspect Manifestation, Void Aura. Might, Oblivion's Presence. Doubles the base damage of your Void Aura. Base chi cost is doubled for all instances. Reach, Oblivion's Grasp. Doubles the range at which you can extend your Void Aura for the same cost. Initial base chi cost is doubled. Lingering, Oblivion's Persistence. Doubles the amount of damage that your Void Aura deals to the marked targets after the aura is no longer affecting them. Base chi cost for increasing the effect intensity is doubled. Ryun read through all three improvement choices. These were not evolutions, which meant that he probably didn't meet the requirements for any. That or this type of perk didn't have a branching evolution path. Quickly he decided that neither the range or damage would help him much. He didn't rely on his aura to deal damage, and he usually used it while he was in melee range. His other techniques were more than enough in most cases, but dealing more damage over time could be useful. Someone just entering his aura for a moment would suffer more damage than they would before. He made his choice. Void Aura, Oblivion's Persistence. Path perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing void damage equal to 1.7 times, 0.2 times, your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the void chi takes an additional half of total damage dealt over the next 4 seconds. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Oblivion endures. His perk had become named, and Ryun could feel a deeper understanding. It felt tied to his ideal, his desire to endure until the end of everything. He felt like he could lose himself in trying to understand more, but now was not the time. He advanced and reached the next perk. Path perk evolution available for Physical Appearance, Refined. Refined Appearance. Your body and features are refined. Your appearance becomes more attractive, enhances your current capabilities, plus 20% to wisdom, plus 20% to dexterity, plus 20% to vitality. Inner Refinement, Void Chassis. Your body and features are refined. Your inner parts are a step closer to embodying the void. Stat impairment and sickness have 50% less effect on you. Enhances your current capabilities. Plus 25% to wisdom, plus 25% to dexterity, plus 25% to vitality. You are built of void. Refined body. Your body and features are refined. Your entire body is further refined, increasing all your base stats by 10 for every advancement realm. Current plus 60 to all stats. Enhances your current capabilities. Plus 20% to wisdom, plus 20% to dexterity, plus 20% to vitality. Only 2 choices interested him, and in the end a named perk was the obvious one. He moved on, advancing again. Path perk improvement available for Astral Eyes, Sights Unseen. Precision. Increases the fidelity of your sight. You gain plus 15% to vitality, plus 15% to intelligence, plus 15% to wisdom. Sharpness. Increases the clarity of your sight. You gain plus 15% to vitality, plus 15% to intelligence, plus 15% to wisdom. Perception. Increases the ability of your eyes to notice change. You gain plus 15% to vitality, plus 15% to intelligence, plus 15% to wisdom. Ryun looked at the improvements and in the end decided to go with sharpness. He didn't need perception, since his skill coupled with what he already had was enough. Precision didn't matter either. Perhaps if he was a crafter or formation maker he would have taken that. Sharpness was the best choice for him, as he often became blinded by the amount of essence in front of his eyes. Then he finally advanced one more time. Path perk improvement available for Abyssal Core, Void Well. Ether Core. Your core is vast and powerful. It can hold the entirety of ether. Your current total core capacity is increased by 500%. Gain -5% to current chi speed, plus 20% to wisdom. Titanic Abyssal Core. Your core is a titanic abyss of the void. Your current total core capacity and your current void space size are increased by 150% of current total, plus 25% to wisdom. Rift Core. Your core is a rift in space. Increases current total core capacity by 200% and core density by 25%, plus 20% to wisdom. Ryun looked at the choices. The ether core was what he had been searching for all this time, an increase of his core. The only issue was that it had no mention of void, and if he was going to use the elixir, he needed his 2 perks to be as compatible as possible. The Titanic Abyssal Core wasn't bad either, and in the end it was the only choice he could take. He picked it and felt his core change and deepen. It was just a direct improvement of his previous core, so the effect wasn't anything drastic. With that last change, he looked over his notifications, seeing that his second path had increased in rarity as he had expected. The path of the unbreakable wall was now mythic, the same as his main path. Ryun glanced at Onrush, who had waited patiently next to him. He gave her his storage rings since he had emptied his void storage for this. He didn't know what was going to happen to it. "I'm ready," Ryun said as he pulled out the True Soul Core Reformation Elixir. "Me too," she said, and he downed the elixir. He was not prepared for what happened. The moment the elixir settled in his stomach, his core caught on fire, or at least something resembling that. He no longer really needed his organs, they were just there for show. His body pretended to work in a way that his human body had, but it wasn't anything near that at all. It was made out of void, and he only needed void to survive. Sure, his mind still thought one way, and a mind was a powerful thing. If he didn't breathe, he would feel like he was suffocating. Eventually, at least. Now the pain that he felt was akin to what he had felt when he had been inside the void plane. He slipped into greater split focus, one part of him dealing with the pain, while the other focused on what was happening. With the pain now relegated to the back of his mind, he could feel the change. He looked down, his eyes seeing a vortex of void chi churning inside of him. His core collapsed into itself, compressing into a pearl barely larger than his fingernail. In the back of his mind, the pain was excruciating, but his second focus watched with interest as the pearl started to grow. His core had always been solid, but now the walls seemed firmer, as if they were made out of crystallized void, similar to what happened with his void armor. It was smooth, and it gave off a sense of deep void, similar to what he felt in the void plane when he pushed himself as far as he could. And then his conduits reattached themselves to the new core. Crystal reinforcement grew over the conduits near the area where the conduits and the core met. The pain subsided, and he took a deep breath, stopping his skill. "Everything all right?" Onrush asked. Ryun tried to move his chi, but realized that his core was empty. Only a trickle came out as it slowly regenerated. The speed at which it regenerated seemed to be slower than what he was used to, and he couldn't exactly tell how much chi he could pack into his core. "I guess we are about to see," Ryun said as he pulled out his notifications. Forced core reformation initiated. Void Forged Core and Titanic Abyssal Core, Void Well perks removed. Congratulations, reformation successful. New unique perk is now available. Gained, Mark of the Endless Core, Oblivion Beckons. New unique perk available. Mark of the Endless Core, Oblivion Well. Your core is endless. It can encompass the whole of oblivion. Its physical size is set and will never change. The inside of your core can be deepened endlessly. Your current core size is equal to 150% of your original core size, and your chi regeneration is equal to 80% of the original core's regeneration. Your void storage size is increased by 20% of the original. Drawing in essence past the point of it being full will deepen your core's size. Cycling has greater benefits. Each cycle increases the core size by an extra 5%. You can convert drawn-in essence to chi and replenish your core as long as the essence is of the same aspect as your chi and it is tier 6 or higher. Gain plus 50% to wisdom. Your core is endless as oblivion, without end. Ryun read through his new perk carefully. It was definitely an upgrade. Already he had more chi capacity than he had even with his upgraded early heavenly perk. Losing chi regeneration would not be an issue if he could just replenish his core with essence. He pulled out some of the void crystals that he had left over and started to pull them into his core. They were all tier 6, which fit with the requirement. He didn't have enough to fill his core, unfortunately, but he did have enough to test things out. The next evolution required 12,000 celestial essence, but he wanted to cycle it through as much as he could, if now he would get 5% core size every time he did so. He would need to spend a lot of time drawing chi in. He managed to fill his core about halfway through, and then he closed his eyes. He felt inward, trying to interact with the essence, and then it came to him as if by instinct. He could feel the essence in his core being refined and turned into chi. He glanced at his screen and saw the numbers slowly going down. It was a process similar to pulling out essence and creating essence crystals, only doing that inwardly. He stopped the process. His chi would regenerate on its own, and he planned on filling his core so that he would be able to replenish it at a moment's notice. With this, he basically had twice the capacity of his core as long as he had essence to convert into chi. That would fix most of his issues. Finally, Ryun glanced at Onrush and smiled. All is good. He took a deep breath as he prepared himself for the upcoming match. Onrush stood next to him, probably more nervous than he was. "You remember what Lesametrius told you about your opponent's powers?" she asked for probably the third time. "I remember," Ryun said as he adjusted his battle robe. It was mostly black with some red embroidery at the hems. His fingers had all of his best rings, and he had potions ready in his void storage. For this match, they were allowed 4 potions of their own choice. Ryun decided to go for 2 potions that would increase his chi regeneration and 2 healing ones. His opponent was someone named Georg Thorson, a human who Ryun had caught a glimpse of during the free-for-all, a ranged combatant that used something akin to a rifle. He didn't know much from the match. He had only sensed him shoot down a few of the flyers. Lesametrius had gathered some more information, but it boiled down to the man being a long-range shooter. He used rifles and guns, specially crafted items that needed ammo. His primary focus was a class that focused on empowering and improving his weapons and shots. The downside of such a build was that it relied on the materials of his weapons for damage, and it was expensive, too. From what Lesametrius told him, it was, in most cases, not worth it. Getting ammo powerful enough to pierce through the skin of high-tiered individuals alone had nearly insane costs, and then there was everything else to consider as well. Onrush had insisted that they make a plan for the match and consider all that they knew about his opponent. Ryun didn't really have any reason to refuse, so he had agreed. He wasn't the one to make plans in advance, not really. He usually made a general outline of a plan and then acted on instinct. Their plan boiled down to Ryun closing the distance as fast as possible and then finishing the match quickly with a burst attack. Ryun agreed, since he didn't know too much about his opponent. With the terrain and his skill, it shouldn't be too hard for him to find his foe. The attendant came in, and he knew it was time. "Good luck," Onrush said, and he nodded. The attendant led him away, and then he was teleported into the arena. As soon as he arrived in the arena, a voice echoed loudly. "Welcome to the High Division Tournament. This match is between Gior Tharson, sharpshooter of the Green Waste, and Ryun Noct, sect head of the Twilight Melody sect. Which one of these two will triumph and move to the next round? We'll find out." The arbiter near Ryun asked if he was ready, and Ryun activated 2 of his techniques, as each contestant was allowed to activate 2 powers prior to match start. He chose his empowering null mantle and his void armor. He switched all of his bonus stats to wisdom, and then activated his second technique. After crystallized void covered his entire body, he switched his bonus stats to strength and dexterity for speed. Only then did he let the arbiter know that he was ready. He was on one side of the arena, and while his range could cover all of it if he was in the center, right now he couldn't see his opponent, since he was on the other side. Still, he focused on his perfect resonance sense, my sphere total clarity, preparing to search for him as he got closer. The match start was announced, and Ryun dashed forward. His sense was the only thing that saved him. He threw himself to the side as something moving incredibly fast punched through the stone mountains and pillars heading straight for him. It was barely enough. It struck his armor, and the crystals shattered. He focused his will, and the special part of the attack was absorbed by his Mu body. The physical part, though, smashed straight through his shoulder. His tinker's mind slowed down the perception of time, and he activated greater split focus, buying himself more time. His entire right side had been blown away, his arm flying through the air as it was ripped off. The pain was secondary, as one part of his mind handled that. Blood and gore flew behind him, turning to void mist nearly instantaneously as his momentum still carried him to the side. As soon as his arm moved away from his body, it turned into violet mist. The amount of damage did something strange to his body. After the initial strike, instead of blood, his body leaked void mist. That had been a powerful attack, and he wondered if perhaps he should have tried to absorb its physical force, but quickly he realized that he had made the right decision. He had no idea what the special part of that attack could do, while he knew exactly what the physical force would do. He was feeling slightly drained, and he didn't know if that was the residual effect from the special part of the attack or just the damage he suffered. He didn't have the time to wonder, though, as he sensed another attack enter his range, heading straight for him. With his tinker's mind pushing his perception of time to the max, he had the chance to inspect the attack. To his sense, it was a large, vibrating bullet, a caliber that was as thick as Ryun's forearm. It was basically a cannon shot. He didn't have the time to spend on it, so he moved. Pouncing Rush moved him out of the way of the bullet, but not fast enough. The attack clipped his ribs, which were unarmored from the impact that made him lose an arm. He felt the bones shatter inside of him just from the bullet grazing him. The skin ripped apart and a wound the size of a fist opened up below where his armpit used to be. Everything around his wounds turned to mist. Even half of his body still beneath the armor did so, as everything had been damaged by the attack. He focused on his Mu body, and the mist leaked out in a surge, his chi dropping as he used it to reconstitute his shoulder and arm as well as to heal his ribs. His core dipped by a good 20% of his chi supply, and he grimaced. He jumped forward again, trying to use the stone pillars for cover, as he didn't know how his opponent was tracking him, considering his own skill didn't yet reach him. Then a third bullet blasted into his range. Ryun focused on his inevitable step, but this bullet was faster than the last two. His ability activated, but the bullet clipped him on the way. He exited his step with his hip blown apart. The void armor shattered, and his leg was left behind him to turn into mist. He tumbled to the ground and feared that he had just lost the match, that he would need a moment to recover, but no new attack came. It suggested that his opponent couldn't fire that attack indefinitely. That was good, but now he was in a race against his foe's cooldown, and he didn't know how much time he had. He glanced down and saw his hip and everything around the wound leaking void mist. He focused, and another 15% of his void chi supply disappeared to heal the wound. Quickly, Ryun downed one chi regeneration potion and moved his null mantle bonus to wisdom and recreated his armor, this time in his mist armor mode. It would take more of his chi if he got hit, but it wouldn't just crack under impact. He hoped that he could disintegrate the bullets without them eating all of his supply. He was already below 70%. He got to his feet and started running forward as he moved his bonus back to strength and dexterity. He crossed the distance quickly, the fact that he could now handle his stats even better indicating his clear improvements. He moved almost as fluidly as he did when his stats weren't boosted. He crossed the distance quickly, using his inevitable step once it came back from cooldown. And then he saw his foe with his sense. He was moving to the top of a stone pillar, carrying a large rifle on his back and having a couple smaller weapons on his waist and upper thighs. Ryun shaped a step and ran on air, heading straight for the shooter. He was going incredibly fast as he shrugged off the effects of gravity, allowing him to soar through the air in great bounding leaps. His opponent stood on top of a pillar, wearing a coat that covered the guns strapped on his body, as well as bullets and other gadgets. The sniper pulled out two smaller weapons that looked to be handguns when Ryun closed the distance to a couple 100 meters, and then he opened fire as Ryun entered the visual range. Smaller bullets ripped through the air, hitting Ryun and getting disintegrated by his armor. He was about to continue forward, ignoring the attacks, when he noticed just how many attacks were hitting him and how much his chi was dropping. Each bullet dropped his chi by less than 1%, but he had been hit by upward of 24. His chi had regenerated another 10%, but with these attacks he dropped below 60%. He could risk it, could reach him and unleash a staggered end, as Onrush and Lesametrius's plan called for, but he realized that he did want to win, and this way he might not. His opponent flashed in his eyesight, and he knew that he had activated a couple of abilities. 2 shots left each gun, glowing dangerously in his sight. They moved faster than he could react, and before he even registered that his opponent had used an ability, the 2 shots hit him. His armor ate the attacks, but his chi dropped all the way down to 30%. Ryun grimaced and hardened his armor back into its crystallized form. With his current chi supplies, it just wasn't worth it for him. As his opponent prepared to fire again, Ryun stopped lessening the impact of gravity on his body and switched to halting his own momentum. His mind screamed as he turned his will to another task, but his body ground nearly to a halt. He shaped a wall in front of himself and one above, then pushed himself with his arms straight down. Another 4 bullets burst through his wall, one of them ricocheting as it broke apart on its way through. The fragment hit his extended hand and ripped it off at the forearm. The other 3 bullets were fired down, at the place where he was going to be. The first hit his helmet over his jaw and exploded. The crystallized chi shattered, and shrapnel from the bullet and his own chi shredded Ryun's face, blowing his jaw and one eye clean off. The second bullet hit him straight in the chest, exploding against the armor and shattering it, pieces of shrapnel impaling his torso. The last bullet hit his shoulder, and he felt bones beneath break, but somehow his armor there held. He tumbled down to the ground. The attack made it hard for him to focus, and he failed to focus his will. Instead of robbing his body of momentum or absorbing the physical force, he smashed into the stone at full speed, cracking the rest of his armor in the process. Air burst out of his lungs, and the bones in his back cracked. It couldn't stop him from moving, though, as his unyielding perk meant that even if every bone in his body was broken, he could still move as if he had no wounds at all. He rolled as more bullets came his way, then stabbed the stump of his hand against the ground and pushed himself up to his feet. With his pouncing rush, he dashed away and reached an opening that led into a canyon. He tumbled, hitting walls on the way down, and then landed at the bottom on his knees. He focused and pushed all of his bonus stats to vitality, feeling his greater restoration and enduring trained body help heal his injuries, and his regenerator perk helping it along. His opponent was sitting on top of the stone pillar, his weapons trained on the opening of the canyon, waiting for him to surface. His body was wrecked, his vision blurry in his remaining eye, and the rest of him in not any better condition. Mist was leaking through the hole in his lower head where his jaw used to be, the lifeblood, or whatever it was that he now had, slowly seeping away. Ryun tried to think about how he should close the distance. His opponent was dangerous and hard to deal with at a distance. The range between them was just over 200 meters, but that might as well be 10 times that, as the moment Ryun showed himself he would get hit with bullets. His robe was in tatters, and his remaining hand and legs were bare. He pushed his chi out and healed his injuries, depleting it fully. Mist rushed out of his body, enveloping the areas that were injured or no longer existed, and then his body reconstituted. With his core depleted and his body sore from healing, he was at a disadvantage. He downed a healing potion to help with the residual injuries, as well as his remaining chi regeneration potion, and then he tried to think. He had a few ways that he might be able to close the distance, but the more techniques he was forced to use, the slower he would be. He closed his eyes, his sense focusing on his opponent. He was waiting patiently, obviously used to waiting for his targets. Ryun doubted that he would miss again. And then Ryun froze. He wondered why he was even doing it this way. The plan wasn't his, and while he agreed that it was good, that it was logical, he probably wouldn't have done the same. His opponent was weak in melee range, so it was an obvious thing for him to try and reach him there. But Ryun was good at range too, and they were at a perfect distance now. He took a deep breath and thought about the match, the tournament. He wondered if he really wanted to win. The tournament wasn't that important to him. It wasn't necessary to him. He wasn't after the prestige, nor was he after rewards. He was after something, though, a worthy fight. His opponent was good, but Ryun felt that he could win if he didn't hold back. And then he could fight others who were stronger. He could push himself further. There were several ways that he could do this, but only one that he was sure would work 100%. It would require him using something that he hadn't been able to test, but he instinctively understood how it worked. It would give him the victory. And he found that he did want to do it, that he did want to win this way. He wanted to move to the next round and see how far he could get. And so his decision was made. He focused inward and converted the essence that filled his core to chi, replenishing it nearly to the brim. Then he pushed all of his bonus stats into wisdom and used Avatar of the Reaper. A copy of himself appeared next to him, and his split focus took care of sending commands. He sent it up, heading out to rush the sniper while he shaped a pillar beneath himself. As soon as the Avatar climbed up, the sniper started firing, hitting the void construct with bullets. Ryun raised the pillar beneath himself, pushing himself up into the air. He blew up past the edge of the canyon and high into the air until he was above the stone pillar where the sniper stood. After only a second of a delay, the sniper moved his weapons to level them at Ryun, leaving the Avatar to shape steps and head straight for him. Ryun's chi burned in his conduits, and before the sniper could fire, he pointed both hands at him and activated Void Beam. From his palms, an empty void tinted with violet at the edges blasted out, his greater aim helping him fire on target. The sniper rolled and jumped from his stone pillar as Ryun's beams cut through it, cleaving off a piece as Ryun followed after the running sniper. He cut through everything in his way, hunting his opponent with his beam. Pillars toppled as the beam disintegrated pieces of them, hunting the sniper that used them for cover. But there was no cover from Ryun's sense. His avatar ran on shaped void steps, closing the distance as well. The sniper pointed a weapon without looking straight in Ryun's direction in a moment when there was nothing in between them. Ryun knew that he would hit, and Ryun had no armor now. He activated total knowledge just as the sniper fired. 6 bullets left his gun in a span of a second. But the sense of Ryun's immediate surroundings sharpened, and as soon as he sensed the bullets, he knew where they were going, where on his body they would hit. Ryun twisted his body, his greater coordination making it far easier. 5 of the bullets grazed his skin, but none of them hit, and they were still enough to injure him. 2 passed near his legs, scorching and ripping skin where they passed. 2 passed by his right arm, the force of their passage shattering the bones inside his arm. The 5th passed near his waist, the force of the passage making it feel as if a building had just fallen on his hip. He couldn't focus enough to rob them of physical impact, and he had thought that evading was enough. That was his mistake. As the last bullet curved in the air, blazing with power, it hit him in the center of his chest, blowing a hole the size of a small melon straight through. It severed his spine, removing his heart and half of his lungs, but it didn't matter. His unyielding meant that his body would continue to function at its peak, no matter the damage it took. His opponent's attack had paid off regardless. Ryun's evading of bullets meant that he had to move his hands, widening the gap between his beam, and his opponent managed to gain more room, enough that he stopped, knelt, and pulled the big gun from his back. He lined the shot with Ryun, and he knew that the cooldown for the opening attack had to have come back. Ryun wouldn't survive that, and his beam wouldn't cut him down fast enough. With the tinker's mind, he saw the man's body flash as he activated several abilities and skills in concert, and then pulled the trigger. The bullet left the barrel, heading straight for Ryun's head. It was too fast, and Ryun knew that he had no choice if he wanted to win. As the bullet closed the distance, Ryun activated his ideal perk. Conclusion Dominance. The words echoed in his mind, almost as if they were announcing something. He felt his opponent react, his body tensing, as if he too had heard the words, and perhaps he had. Ryun's perception changed. Aside from his sense and his eyesight, a new third sense appeared. He saw strings filling his perception, not sight or sound or smell and touch, but something more. Each string represented something, a piece in the everything that was reality, the future probability of what would happen, of what was happening, of the bonds and actions, of interaction. The way that the stone would endure for hundreds of years if not disturbed, the way the air would remain in place unless blown away, the way that the bullet would reach him and blow a hole through his head. The string of that latter probability was strong. Ryun reached out with his will as the bullet neared his head and found the line that governed the continuity of the bullet's momentum, which would continue until it was expended. He pushed his will on that string, straining on it until it bent and finally severed. The act brought the bullet's momentum to the false end. The bullet stopped in the air and then fell straight down. His foe was surprised, but only for a moment. Ryun jumped to the side as the second bullet exploded out of the barrel. He knew that this one wouldn't hit him, so he didn't even bother. The sniper moved to line up the third shot, and Ryun reached for the lines in the sniper's body. He could sever anything, could end his life as he brought his life string to a false end. He didn't have the will to do that to another living thing, however, not yet, but a person was not made of just a single string, but thousands. He reached to the string that represented the sniper's eyes and leveraged his will on it. It was harder than the bullet, since the sniper had his own will that opposed him, but Ryun pushed his will to the extreme. Pain pounded in his head, but the string bent and then broke. The sniper's eyes reached the false end, the end of their existence, and the sniper went blind. It made him hesitate. His rifle's movement slowed down. Ryun knew that he probably had another skill or perk that let him sense his surroundings, but he had seen him look down the scope. He relied on his eyes, too, enough that he hesitated. Ryun landed on a step and pointed his arm at the sniper. A beam of void burst out and lashed at his opponent. The sniper blurred as he evaded using an ability, but the beam disintegrated the front of his rifle, forcing him to drop it. He dodged back as Ryun moved his arm, following after him. The sniper pulled his guns and fired, but Ryun forced his will on the stone pillar next to him. He cut the string that held the piece of stone essence together, and it turned into gravel, falling out and making the side of the pillar topple in the way of the bullets. His beam had no problem punching through the stone as it fell to the ground. The sniper blurred again, getting some distance from Ryun's beam, and evading directly in the path of a second beam. Ryun's avatar stood with hands in front of its body, a beam of void blowing through the side of a boulder and cutting the sniper's legs off. He tumbled to the ground and screamed. Ryun jumped forward as his avatar made his way around the boulder. The sniper opened fire from the ground, 24 exploding bullets eviscerating Ryun's avatar and broke it apart. By then, Ryun himself had reached close enough. He leapt through the air, void mist leaking from his wounds trailing behind him. He focused his will and cut the string that governed the man's tendons as he raised a hand to shoot at him. Pain exploded in his head, and Ryun realized that he had hit his limit with that power, at least when trying to cut strings that were part of other living things. He shaped walls around the man and created his death coffin. A moment afterward, he landed on top of the same pillar, and he let his technique collapse. He saw his opponent tumble to the ground as dozens of spikes dissipated and no longer supported his body. He was filled with holes that had pierced through him. Then Ryun's opponent flashed with white light as the talisman on his belt activated. A voice echoed through the arena. "Winner! Ryun knocked!" Titles: First Kill. Kill the first monster in the Framework Run world. 5,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Transcended. First cultivator in the world to reach the foundation stage. +10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. First body of iron. First cultivator in the world to forge their body. +20 endurance, 10,000 essence. Beaten but not broken. Survived torture for more than 30 days. +10 to all stats, 50,000 essence. First quickened mind. First cultivator in the world to forge their mind. +20 intelligence, 10,000 essence. Cannibal. Kill more than 5,000 people of your own race for their essence. +10 to all stats, 50,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First Lake of Chi. First cultivator in the world to forge their Chi. +20 wisdom, 10,000 essence. First Lord. First cultivator in the world to reach the Lord stage. +10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. First Chi manipulator. First cultivator in the world to gain Chi manipulation. +5 to all stats, 10,000 essence. Class Evolution 1. Evolve your class for the first time. +5 to all stats. 1 against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win. +10 to all stats. 10,000 essence. First True Body. First cultivator in the world to obtain a true body. +5 to all stats. 100,000 essence. Hated Foe. Be hated and hunted by more than half of a world's population. +50 to all stats. 100,000 essence. One-man army. Fight against more than 1,000 opponents and win. +40 to all stats. Indomitable. 500,000 essence. Butcher of Humanity. Kill more than 500,000 people of a race by yourself. Plus 200 to all stats. Reaper's Aura. 5 million essence. True Understanding 2. Evolve a skill to Tier 6. Plus 20 to all stats. 20,000 greater essence. Per Tier 6 skill. Limit Break. Reign of 3 territories. Defeat the 3 rulers in the Reign of 3 territories scenario while on a lower realm and lower level. Plus 40 to strength, endurance, and vitality. Plus 5% to all stats. 10,000 greater essence. Monarch. Reach Monarch realm. Plus 10 to all stats. 1,000 greater essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 greater essence. Small mansion. Town upgrade. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. Plus 2 to intelligence. 500 greater essence. Heartstone Core. First to clear the Heartstone Core dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Heavenly. Reach Heavenly Realm. Plus 30 to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Crucible of the Body. Go through a harrowing experience to improve your body by forging it in the harshest conditions possible based on your body type. Plus 500 to endurance and vitality. Plus 2% to all stats. Unyielding. Unique perk. 50,000 greater essence. Immortal. Reach Immortal Realm. Plus 50 to all stats. 100,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 2. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. Plus 250 to all stats. 100,000 greater essence. Per focused skill. Glaxon Town. First to clear the Glaxon Town Wild Dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. The Witness of Journey's End. Unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal. Plus 400 to all stats. Plus 5% to all stats. Conclusion Dominance. 100,000 greater essence. Perks. Feast. Class perk. Killing enemies heals you. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Tinker's Mind. Path perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than ordinary humans. You are able to alter your perception of time. Plus 15% to intelligence. Strength of effect equal to 2 times your intelligence. Vampire. Class perk. Killing enemies adds 1/10 of their highest stat to your own temporarily. Strength of effect depends on level. Regenerator. Class perk. Heal rapidly when in combat. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Silent Hunter. Class perk. Your movements don't disrupt the air around you, making you nearly silent. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Chi Controller. 1,000 Threads of Destruction. Path perk. Your chi control is nearly perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your chi and use up to 3 techniques at the same time. Plus 20% to wisdom. Control depends on wisdom stat. You weave 1,000 threads of chi, each thread filled with power. As you weave, you ensnare all those who would stand in your way. Indomitable. Title perk. You are immune to all mind-altering effects from opponents that are of a lower level or cultivation stage than you. Reaper's Aura. Title perk. You can no longer be scanned by any abilities, techniques, or skills from people who are on the same or lower primary tier of power than you. You may manifest the Reaper's Aura, filling all within your presence with dread. Great Hunter. Contract perk. Any person whose blood you have drawn is marked by your power. The mark allows you to track them, no matter the distance between you. Void. 8. Chi. Aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of the void, making any foreign essence in your body disintegrate. The speed of the effect depends on the power of the foreign essence. While void chi is moving through your body, you are less susceptible to movement-restricting effects. The power of the effect depends on the strength of the attack. Gain plus 20% to strength and wisdom. Void Aura. Oblivion's Persistence. Path Perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing void damage equal to 1.7 times, 0.2 times, your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the void chi takes an additional half of total damage dealt over the next 4 seconds. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Oblivion endures. Eternal Hunter, Reaper. Unique Perk. You hold the essence of twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two, and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of distance. You may sense your other half regardless of distance. You gain the ability to sense death. You gain the Presence of the Eternal Hunter aura. When active, you gain Death Mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. Nearby beings suffer minus 25% to all regenerative effects and minus 25% to total stats. Half of the drained stats are granted to you and the other half to the scythe. Rapid Regrowth. Class Perk. Once per week, regrow a lost body part. Speed of regrowth depends on your vitality stat. Physical Appearance. Inner Refinement. Void Chassis. Path Perk. Your body and features are refined. Your inner parts are a step closer to embodying the void. Stat impairment and sickness have 50% less of an effect on you. Enhances your current capabilities. Plus 25% to wisdom, plus 25% to dexterity, plus 25% to vitality. You are built of void. Astral Eyes. Sights Unseen. Path Perk. You have achieved a great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit. You are no longer able to see the real world. Instead, you see a world in between the ethereal and the real realms. Allows you to see class, cultivation, and skills as well as power currents. Increases the clarity of your sight. You gain plus 15% to vitality, plus 15% to intelligence, and plus 15% to wisdom. You thrive in the darkness, and now your blind eyes see what others cannot. Send Thought. Contract Perk. You and your contracted partner are able to send thoughts to one another regardless of distance. Endless Source of Stamina. Path Perk. Your stamina is strengthened. The effects of your endurance on your stamina are doubled, plus 10% to endurance. Forging of Body and Aspect. Mu. Primordial Void. Path Perk. Your body is forged by your aspect and your path. You are able to mitigate and ignore the effects of gravity according to your will. Physical force influences against you can be absorbed by your body up to 90% of their power according to your will. Allows you to spend void chi to absorb special attacks, impacting your body up to 90% of their power according to your will and chi spent. Void effects on your body, your chi conduits, and your core are lessened by 90%. Sufficient damage to your body will turn it into an insubstantial void mist form. Expending void chi can allow you to reconstitute your form. All void powers are 25% more effective. You gain plus 20% to wisdom and plus 70% to endurance. The only one who influences here is me. Unyielding. Unique Perk. Your body is highly resistant to physical damage and can function at peak condition in all states, even after it is damaged beyond the point where most would falter. From nothing to the end of all. Path Perk. Your soul transforms into a pure piece of oblivion. Your physical body is transformed into void energy-based matter. It will retain human-like appearance and sensations, retaining all the gifts of Mu, but it will no longer function as one. You will no longer need to breathe or eat food, but will need to consume void chi or essence. Reproduction will only be possible through the use of powers. Upon destruction of your vessel, or upon suffering critical soul damage, your soul will be transported to the closest void or related type essence plane for recovery. Time to full recovery depends on vitality and wisdom stats. Current, 8 years. Upon recovery, you will be able to reconstruct your body and leave the essence plane. Your soul can survive without access to the void or related essence for only a short time. If your soul is deprived of that type of essence or prevented from entering an essence plane, you will die a true death and return to nothingness. Gain plus 15% to wisdom and plus 15% to endurance. Without a beginning and without an end, you are an agent of oblivion. Field of 1,000 Cuts. Skill perk. Your My Foes Torn Asunder allows for great devastation. Once per day, you may create a field of 1,000 cuts, creating spatial tears in a 20-meter radius around you that will cut any foe that gets near them and deal damage equal to 20% of your current strength. One spatial tear can only deal damage once before disappearing. Undetectable except by special perceptions. Gain plus 10% to strength. Adept's Conduits. Path perk. Your chi conduits are made for greater control, allowing for the extreme command of chi through conduits, plus 10% to wisdom. Total Knowledge. Skill perk. Your My Sphere Total Clarity allows you to sense even the smallest changes in a sphere around you. Once per week, you may activate Total Knowledge and gain complete understanding of the position of everything in regard to you. The effect will last for 10 seconds. Size of the sphere depends on will. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Conclusion Dominance. Title perk. Once per 3 months, for 3 minutes you may see the strings of future probability of all reality in a 300-meter radius around yourself. By expending your will, you can bring/cause a false end to any and all things by cutting the string, no matter the plane of reality. The amount of will necessary and the difficulty of cutting the string increases with length of the probable future, power disparity, opposing will, size of target. Upon the duration's end, if possible, the cut strings will be reconnected and returned to the previous path and state. The changes may be irreversible, as everything, including reality itself, ends some place and some time. Wolf Claws. Contract perk. You can draw upon your contracted partner's power. Once per day, you may summon crystallized blood claws on your hands. The claw's durability depends on your contracted partner's power. Mark of the Endless Core. Oblivion Well. Unique perk. Your core is endless. It can encompass the whole of oblivion. Its physical size is set and will never change. The inside of your core can be deepened endlessly. Your current core size is equal to 150% of your original core size, and your chi regeneration is equal to 80% of the original core's regeneration. Your void storage size is increased by 20% of the original. Drawing in essence past the point of it being full will deepen your core's size. Cycling has greater benefits. Each cycle increases the core size by an extra 5%. You can convert drawn-in essence to chi and replenish your core, as long as the essence is of the same aspect as your chi and it is Tier 6 or higher. Gain plus 50% to wisdom. Class. Harbinger, E. Level, 89. Combat ability. Bringer of Sorrow. Movement ability. Inevitable Step. Support ability. Reeve. Cultivation. Path of the Final End, M. Stage. Mid-Immortal. Aspect. Void, 8. Base Technique. Empowering Null Mantle. Branch Technique. Void Beam. Fruit Technique. Staggered End. Cultivation. Path of the Unbreakable Wall, M. Stage. Early Heavenly. Base Technique. Void Shaping. Branch Technique. Void Armor. Fruit Technique. Avatar of the Reaper. Passive Skills. Combat Mastery, evolved to Sword Mastery, evolved to Sword Art, 2 of 10. Perfect Resonance Sense, My Sphere, Total Clarity. Enhanced Balance, evolved to Coordination, evolved to Greater Coordination, 10 of 10. Monsters Trained Body, evolved to Enhanced Monsters Trained Body, evolved to Persevering Trained Body, evolved to Greater Persevering Trained Body, evolved to Enduring Trained Body, 2 of 10. Enhanced Regeneration, evolved to Quick Recovery, evolved to Greater Quick Recovery, evolved to Restoration, evolved to Greater Restoration, 2 of 10. Active Skills. Perfect Cut, My Foes Torn Asunder. Pounce, evolved to Enhanced Pounce, evolved to Rush, evolved to Greater Rush, evolved to Pouncing Rush, 5 of 10. Aim, evolved to Greater Aim, 10 of 10. Meditation, evolved to Greater Meditation, evolved to Split Focus, evolved to Greater Split Focus, 9 of 10. Mind Shield, 9 of 10. Strength, 2208. Dexterity, 2145. Vitality, 3071. Endurance, 3057. Intelligence, 2176. Wisdom, 3068. Interlude. Celia, 3. Celia watched Ryun's match from the main Zhenquan berth, sitting next to her grandfather. She had been surprised and very impressed when she saw him regenerate crippling wounds in only a few instants. Nothing about his previous matches had suggested that he had that much survivability. She had assumed that he was a short-range control and burst caster. Most of his techniques did seem to be built toward that, but his body was also clearly able to take an incredible amount of punishment and regenerate from there. He seemed to be like Erdania, only where she had an endurance-based toughness that made her nearly invulnerable, his own toughness was based on vitality and insane regeneration. Celia wished that Erdania had come to watch. She would have found him interesting. Celia grimaced, wondering if perhaps she should have insisted, but Erdania had said that she was only interested in the real matches, which, for her, were the semi-finals. She knew Erdania and understood that she needed time for herself from time to time. Mental illness didn't really exist in the Infinite Realm, not like it had in the pre-framework worlds, as far as Celia understood it, but she knew that as people grew older and were warped by their power, peculiarities emerged. Erdania had many such peculiarities, all ways of dealing with her past. Occasionally she just shut down for a while and lazed about without the will to do anything. That typically happened when she had close encounters with death. She continued to watch the match in silence. She could tell that the match had grabbed her grandfather's attention, since he was actually watching instead of talking with the other people sitting around them. Ryun had been hit repeatedly, and always managed to regenerate his wounds. The smaller wounds closed slower than he had regenerated before, but still incredibly fast. That made him a very dangerous opponent, as most regenerators were. Dealing with people who could take your strongest attack and just regenerate or shrug it off was difficult, especially when they could hit back hard too, and she knew that Ryun could do that. He continued running toward his opponent, and his armor changed from solid to mist. He had many ways of mitigating damage or just outright healing it, but his opponent was an incredibly bad matchup for him. The sharpshooter was clearly powerful too, and focused on empowering his shots. People who used such devices were not widespread, for the simple reason that their equipment was an added essence sink. It had to be if one wanted to be able to use those weapons to fight people on the same level as them. Ryun's opponent obviously had weapons made out of the high-grade materials, strong enough that Celia knew that his big shots would threaten even her if they managed to hit, and Ryun seemed to lack a long-distance attack that could reach his opponent. Then, as he grew closer, he started pulling out oversized javelins and throwing them at his opponent, surprising her again as he forced the sharpshooter to evade and give Ryun time when he wasn't being shot at to get closer. She looked at the screen as Ryun was forced to hide in a canyon to evade more attacks as the sharpshooter's cooldown came back. And then she watched as he got out, summoned a chi copy of himself, and fired a beam technique at his opponent. Everything it touched it deleted from existence, but the sharpshooter had some powerful evasive abilities and managed to stay ahead of it. The two exchanged fire, and then it happened. He used his ideal, and the sharpshooter's attack stopped in the air, causing the bullet to fall to the ground. The use of an ideal would be unmistakable to anyone who had an ideal themselves. Those who were in the range of his ideal would hear the name of it inside their head, whether they had an ideal or not, but anyone who already had an ideal and was close enough to see would know what he did. It was a resonance, just a knowing. She didn't know what it was or what it did. It clearly stopped his opponent's attack, but that didn't tell her much. She watched as the match drew to a close, the winner already clear in her mind. Only once his victory had been announced did she realize that she had leaned forward in her seat.
"I see why you have taken an interest now."
Her grandfather's voice made her startle, and she leaned back.
"Ah,"
she started. The conversation about the elixir that she had given to Ryun had not been easy, but she had managed to convince her grandfather that it was for the best. Yes, he could become a good ally. Her grandfather nodded.
"We shall see. He used an ideal. The 5th so far."
Celia knew what her grandfather meant. 4 people in the top 32 had gained an ideal during their matches, all those who had shown more of their power during the free-for-all. It was far more than any time prior, according to her grandfather. The tournaments usually produced 1 or 2 ideals, 3 at the most. This tournament was different. This was the first tournament that was broadcast across the settled territories. Billions of people were watching, and that had to have influenced things. The question that Celia and many others had now was just how powerful these ideals were. There hadn't been any time for the people to talk, for an external ideal to be formed by the people. Obviously, many people looked at a person and thought the same thing, which was why the ideals were formed in the first place. But just how clear those opinions were was yet to be determined. She shook her head in response to her grandfather's statement. "No, he didn't gain it now," Celia told him. Her grandfather turned and glanced at her, raising his eyebrow. "He had an ideal before this match. I think that he gained it sometime between the qualifiers and now."
"So not an external one, then,"
her grandfather said.
"That's a pity. Based on what he showed in this match, he could have gotten something incredible."
Celia nodded in understanding. An external ideal was not necessarily weaker than an internal one, and based on Ryun's showing, it would have most definitely been something tied to his regeneration. It could have elevated his already great survivability to unkillable levels. "We don't know what his ideal is," Celia reminded him. Her grandfather shrugged.
"His next match is against one of ours, isn't it?"
"Iari, Imar's student, yes," Celia answered.
"Well, that will be interesting, at least."
Celia nodded. The matches were random, but Zhenxuan competitors had been placed in brackets that met before the final fight. Regardless, chance was chance. The winner of Ryun's next match would face the winner of Riki's next match, since he had already won his first. Celia had to admit that she had underestimated Ryun greatly, and she wondered just what else he would show them in the future. Ryun. Ryun stood in the corner of the large ballroom, Onrush and Lesametrius at his side. They were in the Zhenxuan compound again. The sect was holding parties after every round, and since he had been sponsored by them, he was required to attend. Or at least that was what Onrush and Lesametrius told him. He would have much rather spent his time cycling, as with his new perk every moment not spent cycling seemed like a waste. Still, he couldn't complain. His reward for passing the first round had been many potions and elixirs of all kinds, enough so that they were preparing an elixir bath for Ryun, which he was looking forward to. Two familiar people approached from the side, and Ryun turned to look at them. Riki had a wide smile on his face. "That was a great match," Riki said as he reached Ryun and slapped his shoulder. "Thank you," Ryun said slowly. The person standing behind Riki stepped out and looked at Ryun. Ierv's son was Ryun's next match, and he wondered what the man had planned. "I am looking forward to our match," Iari said at last. Ryun tilted his head, surprised. He didn't yet have a clear picture of who the man was. Because of Ierv, he felt compelled to be at least somewhat courteous. Likewise. Riki laughed. "And I get to fight whoever wins. It's going to be great." Ryun inclined his head, wondering just how strong Riki was. Ryun had been there for Riki's match, with Onrush and Lesametrius telling him how it went, but there was only so much that they could see on the screens. He was a physical damage, mid-range fighter, similar to Ryun. His techniques seemed to be capable of firing powerful blasts of kinetic force. And Ryun had also been there for Iari's matches. What Lesametrius and Onrush described to him was enough for him to confirm that he was following the same paths as his father. That made it easier for Ryun, since he already knew what Ierv had been capable of, and Ryun had an idea of how to fight him. Riki and Iari didn't stay for long, but instead excused themselves and mingled with others. A few minutes after they left, Celia arrived with a few people shadowing her from among the crowd. "You came," she said as a way of greeting. "I was told that it was important," Ryun said while he met her eyes. The side of her lip rose in a half-smile, and she shook her head. "Trust me, I don't enjoy these gatherings any more than you do. My partner hates them even more than me, though." She sighed. "I had hoped to get her to come today, to meet you, but the two of you have builds with similar goals. You could have a lot to talk about." Ryun shrugged. She had mentioned her partner only in passing, but Ryun had gathered that she was a woman and that the two of them had been together for a long time. It seemed like the story that Ryun had been told was true, though he had never asked Celia just how true it was. "I'm sure there will be opportunities for us to meet in the future," Ryun said. Celia nodded, then glanced around the room. A lot of people were pretending not to look at them. Even before Celia had arrived, most had cast glances and whispers in Ryun's direction. "You know what they've started calling you, right?" she finally asked. Ryun nodded. His sense had told him exactly what everyone whispered where they thought that he couldn't hear. He didn't know how to feel about that. He had seen it happen, even on Earth, before the framework. Nicknames or titles were given to people who did something exceptional, or something stupid. As far as nicknames went, though, it wasn't the worst. "The Undying Void. Not the worst nickname to be known by," she said, mirroring his own thoughts. "It doesn't matter to me," Ryun said. "Oh, trust me, it matters. It is what will shape others' perceptions of you. It is what will guide your enemies when they decide to go against you and shape how those who want to be your friends approach you." Ryun didn't care much about those things, so he just shrugged again. Celia chuckled at his gesture. "I envy that about you." Ryun didn't have anything to say to that, so he remained silent. They stood there for a while, neither one saying anything. It took Ryun a while to realize that she was using Ryun as a shield of sorts. While she was near him, it would be considered rude for people to approach her. She knew that Ryun didn't really want anything from her, and that he was comfortable with silence. It suited him fine, and he could play along. He tuned the party out of his mind and turned inward, planning his next match. Iari. Iari stood in the arena, his spear ready and his armor shining in the sun. A part of him was nervous. He had seen his opponents fight and knew that he was difficult to deal with, but he did have a plan. His equipment was geared toward countering his opponent, but he would need to close the distance as quickly as he could and overwhelm him with his aspect. The void aspect was a hard aspect for his own to overcome, but it was possible if he did things correctly. The other part of him was actually excited. He was about to fight someone who his father had lost against. He didn't know the details, but not all of the members of his father's sect had remained after his father surrendered. Iari's uncle had found them and offered a lot of essence for information. Iari knew the rough outline of events that led to his father's surrender, which was what had emboldened him. His father had won the first battle against Ryun Nacht, and that meant that Iari could too. If he managed it, it would mean that he was on the right path. He could prove his father wrong, his old way of thinking. Iari focused his mind on the battle, ignoring the voice announcing the match. He knew what they had started to call his opponent, the Undying Void. He had to admit that the name fit. Iari saw the Arbiter appear next to him and ask if he was ready. He nodded, and a few moments later, the battle began. Iari jumped forward, activating the ability of his helmet, and suddenly 2 blue shapes appeared in his vision. One was an Arbiter standing on a small hill, and the other was his opponent, his shape moving up as he probably used his shaping technique to create steps. Iari couldn't see him, as he was behind several stone pillars, but Life Sight showed him any life signatures, even through walls, or in this case, stone pillars. He started his bolstering venomous infusion, pushing his chi into his spear and into his legs. His awakened weapon was a gift that he had received at birth from his grandparents, and it was his greatest possession. "He isn't coming for us," the voice of his awakened weapon, Grudge, said in his head. "No," Iari agreed as he shifted his direction to follow the life sign. His strength and dexterity were boosted, and he hurried after him, being careful not to allow a line of sight between them. He always moved so that some hill, mountain, or stone pillar was in between them. The closer he got, the better his chances were. Then the life sign stopped mid-air, and Iari quickly caught up. He paused behind a boulder as he saw what his opponent was doing. "Well, that is new," Grudge said. Iari grimaced as he peeked out and saw his opponent, Ryun Nacht, standing on top of what could only be described as a crude fortress or tower made out of black and violet walls. The base was a large box with a smaller box on top of it. Ryun was standing on it, his similarly black and violet armor covering him in hard chi plates, and around him were 4 walls keeping his sides and head covered. The front that faced Iari was open, with only a half-wall built, reaching up to his waist. That was not even close to anything that he had done before. Iari quickly focused on the ring of safe return on his hand, creating an anchor point behind the boulder. Iari had only a moment to react as Ryun pointed his hands at him. With a burst step, he got out of the way of the void beam that disintegrated the boulder he had been hiding behind. He triggered his true body, Mithridactic crystal, and ran, just barely staying ahead of the beam. He knew that it was going to catch him, so he realized that he had no choice. He triggered the set bonus of his Incarnate of Strength armor set, and his strength rose by 120%. He jumped up on top of a boulder, and then used it as a stepping stone to get even higher in the air. He had wanted to get closer for this, but he didn't know if he would be able to do it. The closer he was, the less time his opponent had to react. As the beam moved, getting closer to him, Iari quickly moved his chi and triggered his Summon Exploding Vipers technique. 6 green vipers flew out of his spear and toward Ryun. The man didn't even bother to react, but they struck him in his armor, exploding with venom chi, slathering it over his armor. Their aura hung around Ryun, marking him, and that was enough. Iari activated Technique Charge, Overwhelm, and started charging another technique as he landed on a stone pillar just as a beam reached him. His amulet flashed a shield around him, protecting him for the second that it took him to ready it and use his burst step again. He launched himself off the pillar as his shield broke, and mid-air he activated his Overwhelm with his Heartseeker. It locked on to the venom chi hanging onto Ryun's armor, and Iari pushed his mind. His true sight and enhanced spatial awareness made it easy for him to orient himself in the air. He pulled his hand back, and then, with a perfect spear throw and piercing star, launched his spear. Even if his opponent could avoid it, Heartseeker would follow him. Instead of evading, however, Ryun shaped several walls in front of himself. They were powerful, but with Overwhelm, which increased the effect of his technique by 3 times, and Piercing Star, which increased his strength and his piercing damage by 500% for one attack, a complete block was highly unlikely. His spear punched through all of his walls and then through his armor. Ryun stumbled back as the force of the spear pushed him back. Iari landed on a stone pillar and pulled out an ordinary spear, then dashed forward through the air with defiant leap. He could feel his black viper venom chi seep into his opponent. Ordinarily, it might not have much of an effect on him, but Grudge lowered his opponent's resistances to venom-type chi, and any attack with the awakened weapon ignored 50% of any resistances. Iari flew through the air, his spear high above his head as he prepared to activate more perks. Grudge was still embedded in Ryun's chest, seeping venom chi into his body, its presence making it hard to heal. The only thing that saved Iari was a moment when Ryun's control of his chi slipped for just a moment. Ryun activated his technique, and a blast of chi exploded out of him, shattering his tower and blasting everything around him. Iari's momentum carried him toward the blast, but he triggered his ring before it could. The only charge on the Ring of Safe Return activated, and he was teleported back behind the wreck of the boulder where he had created the anchor. He glanced up and saw Ryun standing on a step in the air, a big sphere of nothingness around him. His tower was gone, and one of the pillars that had been nearby was nowhere to be seen. Ryun looked straight at him with Grudge in his hand. He had baited Iari, had left the spear in his chest on purpose. With a flick of a hand, Iari summoned his spear back to his hand. "How much?" Iari asked. "Not nearly as much as we hoped. The venom hurt him, and the paralyzing effects probably numbed him a bit, but he has a high aspect tier, and it is combating our chi," Grudge said. Before Iari could respond, Ryun pointed his hand at him and fired his beam. Iari used Burst Step and moved to the side, only to find that Ryun had pointed his other hand at him and fired a second beam from it before Iari had even landed. Iari raised his spear and focused his mind. Spatial Deflect met his beam, and the beam bent around Iari. He felt his mind strain under the effort, and as soon as his leg touched the ground, he pushed himself off it with Spatial Evade. He escaped behind a stone pillar and readied himself for another attack. Ryun had baited him again. His beams were fast, but he couldn't move his limbs as quickly as he could when he was firing them. So he had fired one and then aimed with the second before using it. No new attack came, and Iari waited as he tried to get his bearings and figure out what he wanted to do. He needed to do a lot more damage if he wanted his venom to take hold. With how much Ryun could regenerate, though, he didn't know if he could do it. Iari activated his venomous stingers, and they grew on top of his tails and prepared for another offensive when he heard Ryun's voice. "I fought your father before," he said. "He was better, you know. The way he moved was more practiced. I know what he could do, and while you aren't as adept, you are more powerful. I'm not letting you get close enough so that you can take advantage of that fact." Iari ground his teeth. He had to force himself to not respond. This was not the place, and he would not let his opponent distract him. He started preparing his technique again when his true sight caught something at the edge of his vision. He spun around as a dozen spikes flew at his head. He switched his technique to army of spears, and a dozen spears manifested around him, shattering every spike. He saw an armored Ryun rushing at him, but his life sight still showed him standing in the air. The copy, then. Only when had he created it? When he had distracted him with his words? Before, when Iari had been forced to use his ring? Before they had even met on the field? It didn't matter. The copy shaped 4 walls, raising them around Iari, and he knew enough from Ryun's previous battles to know that he couldn't let them close around him. With his triple thrust and overstrike, he broke through the wall before using burst step to get away. A javelin flew at his head, and Iari spun his spear in a swift parry, blocking it as 2 spikes exploded beneath his feet, hitting his midsection and cracking on his crystal body. He felt the impact, though, and knew that his crystal skin had cracked at impact points, even though his armor had held. How much power could one person have? It wasn't fair. Iari had trained for his entire life. He was taught by some of the best in the world. He had equipment and resources, and still he couldn't even reach a ranker who had only been in this world for barely 2 years. His eyes saw Ryun throwing another javelin his way. He turned and used Crescent Wave, sending a crescent toward his opponent and breaking the javelin in the process. Then he turned toward the copy that had its hands pointed at Iari, clearly intent on using his beam technique. Iari used Defiant Leap and activated the shield from his amulet again. The beam hit it and shattered the shield, then struck Iari. His armor and crystal body survived for long enough that Iari could get close. With an overstrike and transferring Viper's strike, Iari broke through the armor and speared the center of the copy, then danced around it before cutting its head off. The copy dissipated into mist, but Iari didn't have the time to celebrate. 2 javelins flew in his direction, one after the other. He blocked one with spatial deflect, but the other hit his shoulder, breaking itself on his armor but still making him stumble back. Iari groaned, but pushed forward, cycling chi from his core to heal his body. His crystal body was weaker against physical attacks, and Ryun had decided to stop using special attacks and instead slam javelins at him. Iari dropped his crystal form and ran forward. He sent another crescent wave at his foe, then used Greater Reset to reset his perk cooldown. He triggered Overwhelm while Ryun raised a wall to block the crescent. He prepared his Heartseeker, as there were still enough traces of venom in Ryun that it could lock on. Again he chained his powers, Overstrike with Piercing Star, into Perfect Spear Throw, and finally Heartseeker. His awakened spear blazed through the air, sending a sonic boom that shook the air. Ryun created walls to block again, but they didn't even have the time to fully form before Iari's attack smashed through them. It hit Ryun and picked him off his step, carrying him back through the air. Iari ran forward, pulling another spare spear from his storage. Ryun caught himself in the air, his speed slowing with unnatural speed, bleeding off all of the momentum in seconds. With grudge still in his chest, he shaped a step beneath himself and stood in the air. Iari focused on his bond perk and activated Malice. All of his chi bled out of his body, leaving him without breath and nearly stumbling. Up on the step, he saw Ryun sway as all of Iari's chi was transferred to his awakened weapon and directly into his opponent's body. His armor crumbled around him, and Iari saw green lines spreading all over, beneath the skin on his face and down beneath his robes. His eyes looked at Iari in surprise, but Iari forced himself to ignore everything. He had no more chi, and he had to leave grudge in Ryun's chest for its power to continue to reduce his resistances. He clicked his heels together, then used burst step to walk on air. His boot's ability lasted only 7 seconds, but that was enough for him to reach his opponent. Ryun tilted his head and gave him a sad smile. Iari didn't even have the time to process that before space around him rippled. He hadn't even gotten that close to Ryun, and he didn't see Ryun do anything at all. His right hand was savagely carved to pieces, as if 100 little cuts had rent his flesh apart. His hand was gone, and the rest was just mangled meat, his armor torn to pieces. His left leg was gone, his hip savaged, his chest was cut open, and green, venomous blood seeped from all his wounds, but he didn't understand. Half of his world was gone, and only then did he realize that one of his eyes had been removed from its socket. Without one of his boots, he tumbled down through the air and hit the ground hard. He struggled to think, to make sense of what had happened. There was no technique activation, no movement from his opponent at all. In the dimming vision of his remaining eye, he saw Ryun land near him, grudge in his hand. His skin blazed with violet lines that were devouring the green ones, and he was stumbling as he walked forward. Iari forced his body to move, his remaining hand pulling him over the ground. He focused his weakening mind, and the trickle of chi that had regenerated in his core, and triggered Summon Exploding Vipers. One viper manifested and flew at Ryun, who shaped a box around it, containing it. He moved his remaining tail and launched a stinger from it that Ryun just slapped away. That was well fought, Ryun said, but Iari could barely hear as he felt his body give out. Ryun said something more, but that was lost on Iari as he slipped into unconsciousness. He opened his eyes a while later and immediately realized where he was. The healers moving about was a dead giveaway. He closed his eyes and sighed. He had lost. "We fought well," Grudge said. "We nearly overwhelmed him with venom. If he had been just one aspect tier lower—" Iari didn't say anything. He couldn't. If he was honest, he had gotten a lot further in the tournament than he had ever dreamed of, but that didn't change the fact that he failed. He could see now why his father had surrendered to that man. There was just something about him, an overwhelming sense of power. The undying void indeed. He opened his eyes and realized that he had a notification in the corner of his vision. He pulled it out and blinked at what he read. He had to do it again because he wasn't sure that he wasn't imagining things. He remembered what his uncle had said about him making a good showing and being rewarded for it. He smiled and looked at the notification again. The Unyielding Spear, unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal, plus 1,200 to vitality and endurance, plus 5% to all stats. Last spear, 100,000 greater essence. Chapter 59. Present. Ryun. Kinetic Might. The arena felt familiar to him by now. The bland stone terrain, with mountains and hills, canyons and stone pillars, even a few lakes. It wasn't what he would have chosen for the tournament, but he couldn't complain. His sense couldn't reach his opponent, unsurprising since they were on opposite sides of the arena. Ryun had prepared as much as he could for this match. He had gone through an elixir bath and gained almost 100 stats in all of his attributes, and he had charged his life drinker ring. Lysimetrius had told him as much as he knew about his opponent, which was surprisingly a lot. The Zhenxuan sect was one of the strongest in the world, and their paths well known. The Zhenxuan sect had 3 main combat paths: the path of the unwavering impact, the path of primal wrath, and the path of vision forging. Their warriors utilized one of 3 aspects: the sanguine silver aspect, the kinetic force aspect, or the aspect of gravity. They had 3 main branches, each specializing in one of those aspects and one combination of their paths. Riki was in the Rajan branch, which meant that he was on the paths of primal wrath and vision forging with the kinetic force aspect. It fit with what Riki had shown in his battles, although they didn't know what class or skills he had. The Zhenxuan warriors, for the most part, invested into all 3 focuses, but that was where their personal preferences came in to shape their builds. The Arbiter asked Ryun if he was ready, and Ryun activated his void armor in the crystallized form. He wouldn't be able to use it in mist form. That one was good when he needed to defend against many smaller hits, and from what he knew about Riki's attacks, his hit a lot harder. Robbing them of some of their power on impact with his armor would need to be enough. He mostly relied on physical damage, which in theory Ryun could counter. The issue was his chi, which amplified the kinetic force of all his attacks beyond their potential, which made that portion of damage special. Ryun would need to decide which part to counter, if he were hit, of course. Then he used his mantle and pushed all of his stats into wisdom. The start of the match was announced, and Ryun moved his chi, creating his avatar of the Reaper. Immediately he split with it and moved, putting his bonus stats into strength and dexterity. He didn't rush, but instead tried to be stealthy, utilizing his Silent Hunter perk to make as little noise as possible. He didn't go through the air, but instead used the terrain as cover, as Riki had shown powerful ranged capabilities. His avatar cut the path straight through the middle. When he created the copy while wearing his armor, it wore it too, which made it hard for anyone to really tell that it wasn't him. The armor covered him completely, and unless Riki had some special sense like Ryun's skill or eyes, he wouldn't be able to tell. Regardless, Ryun kept one part of his greater split focus on his resonance sense, looking for his opponent. He didn't have to search for long. He felt something small and fast rip through the air, heading straight for his avatar. It wasn't as fast as the bullets from Ryun's first opponent, but it was close. His avatar jumped to the side, evading, and the small ball of chi hit a large boulder. Even from so far away, Ryun heard the crack, and his sense showed him how the boulder exploded on impact. Immediately he knew that the damage was not proportional to the speed and size of the object that had impacted it. The rules in the Infinite Realm were different. He knew that the kinetic force essence came into being when certain types of essence moved, building up proportionally based on speed and size. Mass was a tricky thing in this reality, as it was basically a representation of the density of essence, but it too had an effect. The attack was clearly much more powerful than it seemed, but Ryun had expected that. He pushed forward faster, as his avatar headed toward the direction where the attack had come from. That was nearly a mistake. Ryun's sense caught a barrage of small spheres made out of crystallized chi heading for him from a different direction. He raised a hand and shaped walls in front of the attacks, 3 of them in a layered pattern. The dozen or so attacks punched through each of the walls, losing some of their power and speed, but still remaining dangerous. Ryun ducked to the side with pouncing rush, evading the attacks. They hit a stone pillar behind him and exploded its base, making the pillar start to tip right over Ryun. Inevitable Step took Ryun away and to safety, only for him to be attacked again. Another dozen attacks were headed his way, and Ryun shaped walls again as he changed his bonus stats to endurance. He dodged to the side as the attacks broke through his walls, but 2 of them hit his shoulder. The attack cracked his armor, but the kinetic force reacted strangely. Instead of the attack punching through, Just the force of it continued forward through his cracked armor. It hit his body and shook everything inside of him. He was thrown back and hit the ground hard, rolling over it as his sense told him that more chi spheres were heading his way. His tinker's mind was working overtime, but he knew that he couldn't evade these ones so easily. He activated total knowledge, and suddenly knew exactly where everything was in regard to himself, as well as where it was going. He slammed all of his bonus to his dexterity and moved. He twisted his body, evading the attacks that he could and letting the others glance off of his armor. He evaded being hit head-on, but his armor did crack in a few more places. This time he was ready, and with his will he eliminated any kind of momentum from his body, preventing himself from being thrown back by the attacks. He switched his bonus to vitality, helping his greater restoration and regenerator to heal his body. Not that the damage was that high or that it even hindered him. His body would continue to work regardless of damage thanks to unyielding, and his mu body meant that he didn't really need his organs to survive. The effects of such damage were more mental than physical. Then his opponent entered Ryun's skill range. Now he could see him preparing his attacks, and he moved. More attacks came, but now Ryun saw them before they were even thrown. He ran forward, evading and closing the distance. Riki was creating spheres with his hands, and then throwing them at Ryun from a distance. It meant that he had to have a good sensory skill or ability, something with a greater range than Ryun did, at least. That, or it could be an item, but it hardly mattered. It was obviously not nearly as precise as Ryun's own, considering that he seemed to only be able to tell Ryun's position. His attacks often ended up inside mountains or boulders. He couldn't actually see that far, but could only sense where Ryun was. It let Ryun close the distance with greater ease now. Finally, he was close enough. He switched his bonus to wisdom, and he put a hand out. A void beam cut through the air, and Riki dodged. Ryun stopped the beam, moved his hand, and fired again. Moving his hand while the beam was active made his movements slower. As his chi coursed through his body, it made it harder for his muscles to move it. From his last few fights he had realized that shutting it off and firing again was much better, even though it drained his chi a bit faster. A void beam cut through the side of a boulder and nicked Riki's shoulder as he tried to evade. Ryun's sense picked up on him cursing. He had been surprised by that, but before Ryun could use the beam to cut him apart, a sphere exploded out of the other man, blasting the beam away. It remained around him like a shield, blasting his attack around him and disintegrating the ground and the sides of stone pillars which surrounded him. Ryun stopped his attack and took advantage of his opponent's defensive posture to get closer. As he narrowed the range to less than 200 meters, he realized the trap. His sense was very sensitive to movement, but when things were still, it only showed him the shape of things. He couldn't really distinguish between essence unless it was doing something, by causing movement, vibrations, or unless it was, well, doing something to create a resonance. The instant he stepped into a small clearing surrounded by stone pillars, Riki triggered something. To his sense, it was as if suddenly everything around him was filled with noise. He went blind. To his eyes, now sharpened with his upgrade, he saw the kinetic force essence of everything around him, the stone beneath his feet, the pillars around him, even the air itself, just release all of its energy. It was as if he was suddenly in the middle of a concussive explosion, one exploding straight toward him as a center. Ryun didn't have much time to react. He quickly renewed his armor, shaped a box as thick as he could make it around himself, and then pushed all of his stat bonuses to endurance. He put one arm next to his chest as he braced himself into a ball. He focused all of his mind on enduring trained body as the force hit him. His void box crumbled quickly, and then he was battered with a force unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was crushing him, his armor cracking under the pressure and biting into his skin, then into his flesh. High endurance helped, but a part of his split mind screamed in protest, in agony. His legs were shattered and then turned to paste. His arms, his hips, the top of his head, everything cracked, pieces of him turning to mist. Ryun could feel everything going dark. He needed to heal, but he knew that if he did it too soon, he would only go through everything again. The force of the attack was still around him. The hand next to his chest was still whole, and he triggered Life Drinker, burning through all 3 charges to heal even as he was being damaged. His mind was probably already so concussed that he shouldn't be able to think, but he knew that it didn't matter. His body was a vessel. He was not the body, he was the soul. His mind wasn't in that flesh. It was just pretending to be his mind. His soul wasn't used to operating without a body, so a part of his mind screamed as it felt all that happened to it. Greater split focus drained his will, but the other part of his mind, the one that was his true mind, remained clear. And then he felt the attack losing its power. His chi surged from his core, and mist spilled out of his wounds. Almost a full third of his chi was consumed as his body flashed from mist to whole again. The residual energy of the attack battered him, but with high endurance it only felt as if he was being hit by a truck. He started falling inside a devastated crater that was the center of destruction that stretched for hundreds of meters. His body was still healing the small damage that he suffered after he reconstituted his form as he shaped a step beneath his feet. He pulled and downed 2 potions, one boosting health and the other chi regeneration. His robe was bloody and torn to pieces, but he didn't have the time to worry about that. According to Ryun's sense, as it came back, Riki had taken advantage to get closer, spheres made out of kinetic force chi held in his hands. Now he was close enough that Ryun could see him with his eyes. He saw the essence around him shifting, kinetic energy building up constantly with every movement. He looked like a vortex of essence to his eyes. There was so much of it that he couldn't even see his body clearly, couldn't see him activating techniques and abilities. Ryun grimaced and then shaped spikes all around himself, shooting them off at his opponent, but Riki responded by sending a blast of force forward that shattered them. A void beam followed, but the same shield he used before sprung into place. To Ryun's sight, it was violently blowing everything that came near Riki back, but it was also doing something else. It was pulling kinetic force and adding it to the storm around Riki. Ryun grimaced and immediately stopped his attacks. His beam was in fact closer to an extremely focused plume of void essence. It had power behind it. Riki threw his spheres, shooting them at Ryun, who shaped a wall above and pushed himself down, evading. Pulling a javelin, he let it fly toward Riki while he was falling through the air. It shattered before it reached him. It was as if its kinetic force was turned against it the moment it reached him, making the javelin shatter itself. Ryun hit the ground just as Riki created more spheres and prepared to attack. Chi trembled around him as some of his storm was pulled into him and the spheres, and then in a rapid flurry he sent a dozen attacks forward in a split second. The spheres shook the air as they headed for Ryun. He had a choice of stopping their physical damage or their special damage, mitigating either way. He did neither. He let the spheres shatter his body and break through the other side, focusing his will on lowering the momentum that the spheres transferred to him. His hip was blown off, his chest caved in, then exploded through to his back. His arm was then ripped off, but he didn't move at all. In the pause between attacks, Ryun emptied his core and healed his body. Then he burned the void essence in his core to replenish half of his chi. Riki paused in his assault, but Ryun could sense him doing something. Ryun shaped spikes and sent them at him just as Ryun's avatar arrived. Spikes exploded out of the avatar's armor, forcing Riki to turn toward the avatar in order to defend. Ryun attacked from his side at the same time. Spikes were being shattered as fast as they were created, and then Riki moved back, putting the avatar between him and Ryun. Every step he took, every movement was explosive, shattering the ground where he pushed off from. He was moving faster now than he had at the start, and Ryun realized that he was somehow taking and storing the kinetic energy around him and making himself stronger. The longer the fight went on, the stronger his attacks would hit. Ryun ran forward as his avatar grew spikes toward Riki. As soon as he reached the avatar, he grabbed it with his hands and switched all of his bonus to strength. Ryun would need to either overwhelm Riki's defensive power or attack with something that didn't have kinetic force. He had a few ideas about that. But for now, he picked his avatar up and then with a yell twisted and threw it through the air, straight at Riki. To say that his opponent was surprised would be an understatement. For a moment he paused as he prepared to throw a sphere at Ryun, and that was enough. His avatar hit the field around Riki, and then, before it could be destroyed by it, staggered end billowed out of it. Ryun jumped to the side, chi circling through his body as he charged a technique. The void filled everything. The 3 blasts obscured Riki from his sight, and his sense was filled with noise, but he could tell enough. The avatar dissipated as the technique ended, and Riki was leaning against a boulder, one arm missing and his armor misting with violet and black chi, bleeding from wounds on his chest. With an inevitable step, Ryun was at the edge of Riki's storm of essence, and Ryun's aura filled the space around them as he released a fully powered and charged staggered end. The storm around Riki exploded in all directions, and void met kinetic force. The ground shattered, the air shook, the earth moved. Ryun's mind was filled with noise, and when he finally came to, he was in the air. His left arm felt as if it had been completely shattered, and he was missing a leg. He was leaking void mist as his blood turned into it outside of his body. He didn't need to heal, though, since his unyielding let him still move at 100% speed. Still, his chi was low, and his sustenance as well, and the more he fought, the more it drained. He pulled chi from his core and filled it back up, then pushed his stats to vitality and let his regenerator and greater restoration heal him. He fell to the ground, slowing the influence of gravity to land gently on it, and looked around. All around him, for several hundreds of meters, was a crater that was broken by a line in the middle, as if the earth had been pushed apart. A new canyon formed. The air was filled with the sound of earth moving. In the distance, rocks tumbled into the crater in small avalanches, and the ground beneath their feet shook and groaned. Further beyond the crater, the stone pillars were toppled, and debris showered everything. The 2 of them had turned a big chunk of the arena to a debris-filled crater. Riki was on the other side of the canyon, in front of Ryun, breathing hard and holding the stump of his hand. He no longer had the great storm of essence around him, but there was still a little bit of it left. His wounds were healing slowly, an empty bottle tumbling from his fingers down toward the ground. Ryun activated wolf claws, and red claws sprung on his hand as he focused his will. Perhaps willpower would be enough to overcome what remained of Riki's defensive shield. Ryun saw Riki move, and he started running toward him, a big smile on his face. It was a smile that tugged at Ryun, too, the satisfaction of a good fight, and the anticipation of it being over. Ryun felt drained, his chi low, and his head throbbing. He braced and prepared his skill. Then something echoed in Ryun's head. Lord of kinetic might. Instantly, everything around them stilled. The ground stopped shaking. The rocks and debris tumbling down in the slides stopped. The wind stopped. The sound stopped. And the light stopped. Ryun's body stopped. The breath in his lungs stilled. He felt as if he had been robbed of something, and quickly he realized what it was as Riki exploded in his sight. He had drained everything around him of its current kinetic force, and now he blazed with it, the storm of before looking like barely a breeze compared to this. It was much more controlled and much more intensive. He was charging at Ryun, tearing up the ground and the air. One moment he was hundreds of meters away, and in the next his step pushed him away with such force that he was nearly halfway to Ryun, leaving shattered ground behind him. Ryun focused, moved all of his bonus to wisdom in an instant. He shaped with both hands, using void shaping twice at the same time. He spun a massive pillar in front of himself, narrowed it into a spiraling spike. Then he used the field of 1,000 cuts, and spatial tears appeared all around him. Lastly, he focused on his hands and claws, preparing his skill. He figured that Riki probably couldn't control all that kinetic power enough to stop himself. A moment later Riki reached him, and Ryun unleashed his Reaper's aura and Bringer of Sorrow. He wasn't able to see if it had an effect before the kinetic energy shattered his spike, but Riki was too fast. Even as it was breaking it, he impaled himself on the broken piece. Ryun could see that he wouldn't be able to stop him. He was too fast. The kinetic force around him covered too wide of a range for Ryun to pounce, and his step was still on cooldown. Ryun could feel his presence of the Eternal Hunter just beneath the surface. He could activate it in an instant. With it, perhaps he could drain him enough, boost himself enough, that he could win. It would be so easy. And Ryun did want to win. But, in the end, this tournament wasn't that important to him. The kinetic force billowing ahead of Riki reached Ryun and sent a concussive force through his entire body, shaking him to his core. Ryun unleashed Perfect Cut, My Foes Torn Asunder, aimed at Riki's head as the spatial tears rippled around Riki, the kinetic force countering them enough that they barely cut up his skin. Ryun's clawed hands rose and space bent. Riki's jaw split open, as did his neck, the cuts going deeper. The kinetic force was blowing Ryun back, his body crumbling from the front, his chest, his nose, his eyes. Everything turned to paste, but his sense let him see. Riki's chest was impaled on Ryun's spike, his chest ripped open, and Ryun's cut was tearing his flesh. He wasn't quite on target, but his cut ripped deeper through Riki's neck, reaching the spine. Then everything went black. Chapter 60. Present. Ryun. Reward. Ryun's return to consciousness came swiftly, as it always did. His eyes snapped open, his sense took in his surroundings in an instant, and his mind processed it all in a split second. He relaxed, the chi moving through his body returning back to his half-filled core. He was in a room, inside a large building filled with beds and people moving about. Obviously, it was the place where competitors were getting healing. Ryun had never been this deep in the building, but he had visited the front after every match. He was whole, his body healed of all injuries, his core slowly regenerating. It being half full gave him some idea about how much time had passed since the match. With his eyes he could see that the entire room was filled with low-grade void essence, which intrigued him. He turned his head and looked at what his sense had already discovered. A small orb, the size of a fist, was floating there, dark with violet streaks flashing through it. It was the source of the void essence in the room. He had heard about such things. They used them to create rooms for cultivators to train and draw essence in. It was too bad that the quality of this essence was too low to do much for Ryun. The doors of his room opened suddenly, but he had already expected that. A Korora with wings for arms entered, her eyes meeting his immediately. "Ah, you are awake," she said. Moving closer to the bed, she put her hand over him and then nodded. "Looks like everything is fine.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused us, young man? Reconstituting a body that is made out of the void essence is a pain in the ass. We had to have the healer oversee."
Ryun inclined his head. "Thank you." The Korora snapped her beak and then spoke again.
"What was recovered of your gear is in here."
She opened a drawer next to the bed, and Ryun looked inside. His robe was just a few pieces that looked more like a collection of rags than anything that had once been worn. Half of his rings were cracked, with many being just a few pieces of the original whole. Thankfully, though, his most important rings were still whole. He put on his storage ring, followed by Migor's ring of privacy and life drinker, then pulled out a spare robe out of his ring and put it on. The Korora healer opened her beak to speak, but before she could, the doors opened. Again, Ryun knew of the person approaching long before he reached the room. Riki stepped into the room, a wide grin on his face. "You're awake!" he yelled, even as two people wearing healer's colors followed after him. He had heard them telling him that he shouldn't be moving yet while he was on the way. "And so are you," Ryun said slowly. He already knew how the match had gone. The people in the building talked, and he heard every word. Then Ryun smiled as well. It was a good fight.
"Ha!"
Riki laughed.
"You took my head off. If you'd been just a few moments faster, you would have won. Even with me using my ideal, you managed to kill me. Look, you cut off my lower jaw and everything else all the way down to my chest." Riki was pointing at his face, trailing a line down his neck. He was healed, just like Ryun had been, of course, so there wasn't anything there to see. "Your ideal is powerful," Ryun said. "Did you get it during the fight?" Riki grinned. "No, I got it after my last match. I really wanted to keep it for the finals, but I would have lost without it. It's too bad that you couldn't use yours. I wanted to try and figure out what it does. You know that everyone's wondering about that. And that bastard Tharson isn't telling anybody a thing. I even tried to bribe him, though that might just be because I'm sect." Ryun was surprised that his previous opponent hadn't said anything, though perhaps he was just holding out for a larger payout. Not that Ryun had any enemies willing to pay that. "And how are you able to heal so much?" Riki asked. "I hit you 12 times at least, and you recovered from everything. It's crazy."
Ryun shrugged. "You were tough as well."
"Huh, not really. I'm good against physical stuff, not things like your attacks. If I don't block it, I don't have a lot of other options on my hands aside from my armor. We need to do this again."
Ryun closed his eyes. It had been a good fight, and he didn't feel bad for losing. It was strange. He had given it his all, or most, at least, and perhaps if he was better, he could have won. He had the power, and even with Riki's ideal, he did think that he could have overcome it in different circumstances. Yeah, perhaps one day. The reunion with his sect had gone, well, he didn't know exactly how it went. Ever since his first real fight in the tournament, his people had been acting strangely. They had always been respectful to him, and somewhat fearful, at least those who had seen him fight before. Now they were proud? Ryun wasn't quite sure what they were. Still, Onrush and Naira were trying to console him for his loss. "I am not sad, Onrush," he told her. "Of course not," she said, and somehow Ryun was sure that she didn't really believe him. "You've done more than anyone thought you would. You are a ranker who hasn't been in the Infinite Realm for even a decade. The fact that you are one of the top 8 rising fighters in the entire Infinite Realm is an amazing achievement." Ryun sighed. "Yeah, it is." A day after he had lost his match, he had gotten an invitation from the organizers to come and collect his reward for being one of the top 8 fighters. So he and Lesemetrius, who had turned into something like his shadow, walked up to the large building near the arena. The building resembled a fortress, and it was surrounded by guards of at least 3 different factions. One side was clearly sects, the other wore white cloaks of the wardens, and the last were a mismatched group of people who seemed to come from different factions. Ryun and Lysimetrius walked in and were immediately met by Celia. He blinked as she approached. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Celia smiled. "Rewards are usually given out by high rankers who are currently on duty. Since I sponsored you, I felt that I should be the one to walk you through the vault."
"Ah,"
Ryun said. Quickly they were escorted deeper in the building. Lysimetrius was forced to stay behind after a certain point, and then Ryun and Celia walked into a large room with a formation and array-surrounded door at the end. Guards filled the room, but they didn't even twitch as the two of them entered. Celia manipulated the mechanism on the side while Ryun watched the essence dance in his sight. The door was surrounded by quite a lot of high-tier space and void essence. The essence rippled in his sight, and then the door was a portal. They entered, and then they were somewhere else. "This is impressive," Ryun said. "It is a temporary vault. You should see the one that Zhenxuan has," Celia said. "So this is where the rewards are being kept?" "Yes," Celia answered. "Each great faction donates a portion." How does that work out, usually?" Celia gave him a look. "I know what you are thinking. It doesn't happen like that. Providing subpar rewards would lose them face. Everyone makes sure that the rewards are of the highest quality." Ryun didn't respond. He had already gotten a lot of essence and elixirs as rewards. An awakened object was powerful, but Ryun had already given one away. It was not necessary, and he was unsure as to what he would really need. His understanding was that he could choose. They walked in silence through the first room, which was filled with closed boxes, though he could sense they were filled with elixirs and potions. He could only sense the room that he was currently in, however, which meant that there were some protections. The second room was filled with items, not awakened items, but powerful regardless. "Your fight with Riki was impressive," she commented as they walked. "Thank you. He is strong, a credit to his sect." "Riki has been trained since childhood. It is more a credit to you that you got so close to winning." Ryun didn't respond to that, even though he did notice the question that she didn't voice. He had gotten to know Celia a lot better over the last couple of months. When he didn't say anything, she slowed, and then came to a stop. He did the same and turned to look at her. She tilted her head and studied him for a moment. "Could you have won?" Ryun blinked at her. "Why do you ask that?" "Because I have spent time with you. I've seen all of your fights. In each of them, you fought in a different way, almost as if you were trying different things." Ryun couldn't prevent a smile from coming to his face. He didn't think anyone would have noticed. In his first qualifier, he had tested and improved his sense and void shaping. In the free-for-all, he had tried to monitor the flow of battle and move so that he was never caught without an advantage. Against the shooter, he had tried to be as mobile as possible. With Iari, he had tried to keep one area under his control without moving much. Finally, in his match against Riki, he had tried to rely more on his body's regeneration. It was clear to Ryun that he lacked in his combat training. He was good, he knew that. His battle instincts were honed from daily struggle on Earth. He made good decisions in fights, and he adapted quickly. Still, if he wanted to match people that were older than him, he needed to find what his niche really was, what his greatest strength was. From his matches, he was leaning toward something like what he had done against Iari, to take and hold a certain position, to rain void on his opponents from a distance, and control and devastate when, or rather if, they managed to get closer. "Do you think I could have won?" Ryun asked, instead of answering the question. Celia studied him more intensely, if that was possible. If you had your ideal— No. Do you think that I could have won without it? There was a moment near the end of your fight when I thought that you were sure you would win. Not many would have seen it. Maybe no one who doesn't know you at least a little would have, she said. It was funny. She didn't know him as well as Onrush or even Naira, yet in a way she did. She understood power and what it meant to wield it. She had been strong for a long time, and Ryun knew that feeling too. He had been the most powerful being on Earth for a long time. That gave him a different perspective on things. The infinite realm had thrown his balance for a while, but in the end, even now, with so many powerful people all around him, some even more powerful than him, Ryun didn't feel like he was less than them. He felt it inside, the knowledge that if he used his power well enough, he could triumph over anything. Winning the tournament was never my goal. Fighting powerful people, seeing what they could do, was what I was after, and that was what I got. You do not care for the prestige that winning the tournament brings? Why should I? It is power, Celia said simply. Respect, wonder, fear. Ryun shook his head. He had spoken with her often on their ideas about how to advance, how to sharpen one's search for inspiration, but they had never really talked about what they viewed as power. It was obvious that they had very different upbringings. They'd grown up in totally different realities, after all. Ryun had felt kinship with her, however, in the way that she too sought to gain more power, to always improve herself. Ryun wondered for a moment if he should even try to say his piece. He did not care to speak at length, not with people who didn't matter. He needed to decide if she mattered enough for him to make the effort. He enjoyed their talks, and he knew that she would keep her word to him. Of course, she could have done it for her own gain, as she obviously wanted something more from him, but Ryun had always judged people on what they did, not what they planned and whispered in the dark alleys or even their own heads. She had never been anything other than forthright with him, and he could only be the same with her. Prestige means nothing to me, Ryun said at last. It changes nothing about who I am. But learning from others, seeing the power that others hold, that is far more valuable than winning the adoration of others. I do not need them to recognize my power. I know how powerful I am. I know what I am. I did not come to the tournament for that. I came to see what this world is, what the people were, and to see if I was lacking. I know now that I am not, that even here, with those who have had all the advantages and the time, I still sit near the top. You have not seen a high ranker fight yet, Celia said slowly. I have taken the time to learn what that title means. All talk about it as if it is something great. My own people, too. But it is only perceived power. I know that some of that is real, but then again, these people who stand at the top, they are not that different than Riki, than Iari, or I. They are on the same tiers of power as we, perhaps a bit higher, but nowhere near enough. They are stagnating, basking in this adoration, in this power that you speak of. You should not underestimate us. You are strong, but you are nowhere near the strongest people in the infinite realm. Ryun chuckled at that. Many have stood in my way, many even who were more powerful than me, and in the end I am here, and they are less than dust. I do not bend for anything or anyone. I know that this sounds arrogant, but that is who I am. I know that I can reach them, that even now I can strike with blows powerful enough to make even them fear me. It is what this tournament has shown me, what you have shown me. Me? Celia asked. Yes. Ryun nodded. I can see how powerful you are, and I do not need a power to scan your screens to know it. I can see it in the way that you move, how the air parts before you when you make a step, how tight the control of your own chi is, how your muscles move beneath your skin. I can see it even in the way that your head turns to scan your surroundings when you remember to pretend that you even need to do that. I learned more at times when you walk without looking because I know that you can see regardless.
So you've watched me. And how do you think you stack up compared to me?
Celia asked. He didn't detect any sign of a threat in her tone, but he had never been so good at that. The half-smile on her face was what told him that she wasn't offended. No one is invincible. The strong can fall to the weak. I might not be at the point where you are all the time, but I have forged my path and power into something that allows me to reach far higher. She nodded at that, apparently not wanting to press him for a more precise answer.
So you think that you don't need to show others how powerful you are. I know that you have strengths, but you've gained it fast, perhaps too fast. You are part of the sects, and this is how they function. The more visible your power, the less likely it is for someone to try and interfere with your business.
I do not need them to look on me and think that I am powerful. I have not come here for that. Even these rewards that I have gained, they are good, and I will not refuse them. But you must understand, Celia, I have lived a life that to you might appear short, but to me, even now it seems like an eternity. I was trapped inside my own mind, where time moved at a glacial pace. Even still I have walked forward, striking down all in my way until I alone stood at the peak of an entire world. I know that you understand power as it is in this world, but you cannot understand what it means for you to stand on top of all, to know that you are the most powerful being that has ever set foot on an entire world. I had that. I knew that I was undisputed, that nothing could touch me. I nearly died because I didn't even bother to block attacks. Ryun chuckled as he remembered Zack's last attack. Even now he fell back into that habit at times. Breaking old patterns wasn't as easy as people thought it was, but he was getting better at it. He shook his head and continued. But I learn from my mistakes, and I grow stronger. I will never stop pushing forward. Your ideas about how long it should take someone to become powerful, those mean nothing to me. Who are you to decide the rate at which I should grow? I will not look to others as examples of how I should gain power. They have knowledge, and I respect that, but I've reached this point through my own power. It was not gifted to me. I have listened to advice and I have gathered information, but in the end, my path is my own. Celia narrowed her eyes, almost looking taken aback by his words. Then she nodded at him.
You are a strange man. You know that, right?
I am who I am, Ryun said with a shrug. He had always understood and accepted who he was. There was no point not to. What did it mean for him to be strange? He did not live his life for others' sakes. He did not live in their world, he lived in this one. Being true to yourself is the first step to living a free life. Celia blinked at that, her entire expression changing. He couldn't quite tell what her expression meant, but she didn't respond for a few seconds.
You really think that?
She asked. Of course. Why should I change to fit what other people want or need, what they think I should be or not? They do not matter to me at all. I am. Just as I accept others and their choices, so too do I require the same in return. They have no right to question the way I live my life, and if they do, well, if someone disagrees, that is fine. It will not change anything. If they stand in my way, then they should already know that I will step through them. I do not apologize for what I have done or what I will do. I own all that I am without repentance. Celia turned her head away, looking beyond Ryun, thinking. Something about his words had struck her. Then she took a deep breath. "You might be right about that. I think that I knew that once," she whispered. "I advanced fast, too, and then I let outside influences force me to slow down. That is when I lost my inspiration, when I got stuck." She shook her head, looked at him, and opened her mouth, then closed it immediately after. "We should continue. We don't have all day for you to choose." A moment later she continued walking, and Ryun followed right behind her. The room was filled with awakened objects, but nowhere near what he had expected from seeing the other rooms. He knew that the 4 winners of the top 8 fights had already made their choices, and Ryun was the first of those who had lost. There were weapons on one side, sets of armor in the middle, and miscellaneous trinkets on the other, rings, amulets, and other such items. He approached the closest object, a breastplate hanging on a rack. It was golden in color, and had a small piece of blank paper attached next to it. He leaned down, but realized that the paper probably had something written on it. He turned and glanced at Celia, who just studied him quietly. "You have any advice?" Ryun asked. Celia blinked, then gave herself a small shake. "I've spent years searching for the right awakened object for myself, and I've still not found the right match. It should be something that is useful to you, but most importantly, something that has a personality you can accept, something that you can get along with. Otherwise, you will not be able to progress your bond, and that is where the true power of an awakened object lies. These are all objects that no longer have wearers, and whose bond no one in their faction could progress, or else the faction just felt like they could give them away." Ryun nodded. He had thought the same. It was why he had given Kagehime away. They no longer fit together. "So how do I tell what the awakened object does?" Celia blinked, then pointed at the note. "All that is known about an object is written there," she said. I was afraid of that." Ryun sighed. "Why?" She tilted her head. "I can't read that," Ryun said at last. "But the framework—" She paused, then nodded in understanding. "Your eyes. I had a feeling that they changed the way you saw things." "Yes," Ryun said simply. He liked her well enough, but perhaps not enough to tell her exactly what his eyes did. Not yet, at least. "I'm going to need you to read them out to me." Celia took a step closer, then leaned down next to him. "This is fire-wrought," she said. Each awakened object had something like a title, what they actually were, like how Kagehime was Shadow Princess. They could get names beyond that. "It gives a bond perk on bonding that increases your heat resistance by 40%. Its first ability is recorded as an aura of fire and heat that can be turned on or off. Second is a blast of fire. Third, an upgrade to the perk that raises the heat resistance to 80%. No further bond tiers were ever unlocked. The object's personality is recorded as difficult. It enjoys seeing things on fire." "Huh. Well, that is not for me," Ryun said. Then they started to move from object to object, and she read their notes out loud for him. "Splendor. Perk increases vitality by 10% when used. Ability that allows the user to appear more impressive. No further bond tiers unlocked. Personality is arrogant, vain, and narcissistic." Ryun shook his head. They had spent about an hour in the room, going from item to item. Many were something that he wouldn't even consider, like the painting brush or this circlet that she was showing him at the moment. He sighed. "No." "I didn't think that it would be the one, no," Celia said. They had seen some good ones, although only a few had records of anything beyond the second bond tier. There was a reason why these awakened weapons were being given away, after all. Only a few had caught his eye, and some of them could end up being useful. There were weapons that gave boosts to stats, but their personalities were not compatible with his own. There were 3 awakened objects, however, that he had narrowed his choice down to. One of them was Darkwood Cabin. Its form was just a wooden key, and as its name suggested, it was also a cabin. A small one, barely 2 rooms. It gave no bonuses or anything else other than, well, being able to summon a cabin. It was assumed that with more bond tiers, the cabin would grow, as it was not the first awakened object of that type that people here had found, but no one knew for sure. The awakened object's personality was described as kind and warm, but no one had managed to deepen the bond. The second object was basically a wizard's staff. Called Highest, it was long and made out of something that looked like black bone. On top there was a fist-sized orb with no markings, completely smooth. Its perk was simple. It increased any ability or technique effectiveness by 10% if they were channeled through it, though he didn't know how that would work for everything. That was already useful. The second thing was its first ability, one that could store one use of an ability or technique inside of it, similar to Onrush's anchors. The power of the ability depended on the bond level, which, at the start, meant that any ability stored would be about the same power level as if the ability was from a second evolution class at most. For techniques, the orb could store only so much chi, which meant that it couldn't store the more chi-hungry techniques. Ryun might be able to store a void beam that would be weaker than what he himself could use. Still, it was useful. With the bond level, the restrictions should decrease, meaning that more and more powerful things could be stored, or at least that was the assumption. No one had ever increased the bond level of that awakened object. Its personality was said to be haughty, with nothing else written down. The third was one that he was leaning the most toward, an item that, even if he wasn't able to progress the bond, would be of use to him. As an item, it looked like a small blacksmithing hammer, and it was called the Star Forge. It gave a bond perk, which increased the durability of all the items he wore by 10%. That was not a small increase at all. He remembered the rings that he had lost in the fight, the fact that they had been broken by his opponent. Adding durability to armor would increase its defense as well, and he did go through robes quickly. But it was actually its 2 unique abilities that interested him the most. The first one allowed him to store common or uncommon items inside of it, and the forge would then replicate them, creating up to 6 additional copies. That alone might be enough for him to consider it, since it could store any type of items, including robes. He didn't rely on items that much, but if he stored even one robe, it would help him a lot. He often destroyed his clothes in battles, and it was annoying having to buy new ones so often. Also, any item stored inside would gain equip and repair, which is what would really help him. He could even store javelins and not need to worry about running out of them, although the rate at which the forge replicated items wasn't quick, at least not at the base bond tier. The second ability gave the items extra stats based on rarity and increased the durability of any item placed inside the forge after a certain amount of time had passed. And from the note, he knew that with increased bond tiers, the amount of items that could be stored and their max rarities would increase, as would the bonuses that the forge provided. The most that someone had been able to increase the bond to was only a few tiers, but it was enough that they had an idea on what to expect. The personality, though, was annoying. It was written as greedy and interested in new things. It would require Ryun to bring it interesting items, and in order for the forge to work, he would need to provide it fuel in the form of items on occasion. At the base bond tiers, however, that cost wasn't anything that would be an issue for Ryun.
"What do you think?"
Celia asked after a while of Ryun just staring at the three objects in front of him. He sighed. In the end, what he lacked in his kit was long-range capability. His javelins were one answer to that issue, and he didn't really see any need to change that so far. He would need to train a bit more with his aiming skill, but with his strength he could deal a lot of damage with thrown weapons. And he had to admit that he liked the idea of having an infinite amount of clothes. He reached down and picked up the blacksmithing hammer. A while later, Ryun was sitting on a void platform high in the air, just outside of the void plane. He held the hammer in his lap, preparing to make the bond. The hammer was small, its handle and head as dark as night, but from time to time he could see something flicker inside of it, flashes of light like stars. He cut his finger and let a drop of his blood touch the hammer, and before it turned to mist, he focused and reached out. "You are about to make a permanent bond with the awakened forge, Star Forge. Are you sure you want to proceed? Y/N. You can only have one bond with an awakened object." He accepted, and then a voice spoke inside his mind. "Oh, a new bond." The voice had a strange echo to it. "Greetings, Starforge. I am Ryun Noct. Do you have a name?" he asked. "Ah, greetings to you, Ryun Noct. I was called different names by different owners, but since you asked, the one I preferred the most was Brightstar." "It is nice to meet you, Brightstar," Ryun said. "I hope that we can work well together." "We shall see," Brightstar said. "As long as you provide me with interesting new things to play with, we shall get along just fine. So, do you have a gift for me, perhaps?" Ryun knew that the personality was described as greedy, so he had prepared some items to give it as fuel. He pulled them out of his storage. "Here, let me show you how to use me," the forge said. Then Ryun felt something change, and the hammer blazed with stars and nebulas inside. A moment later it was as if he was pulled inside his own mind, and suddenly he was standing on a large platform in the middle of space, with stars and nebulae surrounding him. A large sun loomed nearby, filling one side of the platform. In the center of the platform in front of him was a simple anvil with a forge made out of starfire. That was the only way that he could describe it, as it blazed with light and colors. Around the forge were racks, each having one place pulled in front and 6 others behind it. "Welcome, welcome," Brightstar said. Ryun knew that it wasn't real, in part because he could see as if he didn't have his astral eyes. It was all in his mind, or wherever it was that the awakened items went when they weren't summoned. But the major part that told him that it wasn't real was the fact that he could still feel his body in the real world, could feel the wind on his face. "It is impressive," Ryun said. "Thank you, I am," the forge said. Ryun shook his head and walked forward, looking around and getting to know his new bonded forge. A while later, once he had given the forge enough items for it to study and eventually destroy, and once he had placed 4 of his javelins and 2 robes inside, he found himself sitting and looking through his screens. Forged in Stars, Bond Perk. Any item worn by the user gains plus 10% to their durability. Bright Star. Armory of the Stars. Grants the user the ability to store up to 6 items into the Star Forge up to uncommon rarity. Each item placed inside the forge will be replicated and stored alongside the original to a maximum of 6 copies. The rate or replication is Common rarity, 1 per hour. Uncommon rarity, 1 per 4 hours. Any item stored in the forge is granted equip and repair while used by the user. The item copies will last for 5 minutes outside of the forge if they are not used by the user. Star improvement. Any item placed in the forge for longer than 10 days will gain bonuses based on rarity. Common rarity, +5 to all stats and +10% to its durability. Uncommon rarity, +10 to all stats and 12% to its durability. He felt satisfied with his choice. It wouldn't give him any real increase to power, but he had never been after that. He didn't want to rely on an item for power, but he did want it to be something that would be of use, and the forge was definitely of use. He closed his screens and finally walked up into the void, preparing to cycle and improve his core. Interlude. The calm before. Celia walked into her living quarters. They were not nearly as comfortable as her home back in the mountains, but they were passable. She made her way to the bathing room, already knowing that her partner was in there. Erdania was laying in the large bath, her body completely submerged save for her head. She walked over, then climbed the 2 steps up in silence. She sat down at the edge of the bath that was embedded into the raised floor and sighed. Her side turned toward Erdania. Her partner opened her eyes and glanced at her. "You done with the reward?" "Yes," Celia said. In truth, she was conflicted. What Ryun had told her it had struck a nerve with her. It had been a long time since she had really thought about her life, what she even wanted to do. Somewhere along the way she had just become so accustomed to what it had become. When she had been young, advancement had been all that she thought about, and of course she thought about it now, too, but she knew that she had time. In fact, it paid off to wait, to grow stronger without advancement. Yet Ryun didn't think that way. He didn't care for anyone else's pace or path. He was building his own. Celia had once dreamed of doing that, of following her own path. Along the way, though, she had started to follow others' advice, to copy what they did on their own paths. That was not her path. She looked at Erdania and realized just how much their relationship had suffered. They loved each other, that was not in question, but it had been a long time since they had been steady. A relationship was not something static. It was not all sunshine and calm seas. They had to work at it. But she remembered when it had been the best, when they'd had a third. When Turland had been alive, they had been more balanced. The things that she and Erdania had gone through had forged their bond, but Turland had brought them even closer together. Their relationship had always worked better when part of a triad. She had forgotten that, or perhaps she had chosen not to think about that. Turland's death had hurt her, had hurt both of them. She blamed herself for his foolishly trying to grow strong on his own. If they had just spoken about it more, It didn't matter now. They couldn't change anything now. It had taken them a long time to heal, and they had barely survived as partners without him. Celia had always known that there were things that she couldn't give Erdania, and that was fine. They didn't need to be able to give each other everything in order for them to be together. There were things that Erdania couldn't give her, too. When they had tried to bring others into their relationship, to try and regain what they had lost, it had always turned wrong. Few people understood that Celia did not enjoy sexual intercourse, that she did not want that kind of intimacy. They tried, but in the end they always resented her. It wasn't like Celia didn't crave being touched, being close with someone, but every time she had tried to get such intimacy from the people they brought into their relationship, inevitably they took it as an invitation to go a step further, to try and get something that she didn't want to give. They always thought that they could change her. And when they truly understood that they couldn't, they tried to take Urdania away from her. She pitied them, in a way, as that was the fastest way for them to get on Urdania's bad side. The two of them could open their hearts and lives for one another, but it took time for a bond as strong as the one they had between the two of them to form. They never got that far. She sighed, remembering all these last years, decades, really. They had been shambling, and it had taken its toll. She saw it, like how Urdania had closed off now. She had always done that after a period of excitement or a near-death experience. But before, when they'd had Turland, he would go into her dark space with her and help her come back out. Celia had just given her space. She shouldn't have done that. It had taken too long, and they had been doing that for so long. "What is it?" Urdania asked. Celia met her eyes. "I was just thinking. I don't think that this is working." Her expression immediately changed. She saw fear in her eyes and knew that she hadn't expressed herself well. No, Celia said quickly. "I wasn't talking about us." She reached down and grabbed Urdania's hand, pulling it up and kissing the back of it. "Well, maybe a bit. We haven't been good for a long time. But it isn't just about us. It is about our entire life. We used to do so much, and now decades can pass with us barely leaving our mountains. It's been so long since we last advanced, and I can't quite remember the moment when we stopped." Urdania blinked, then pulled herself up to sit at the edge of the bath with her, turning her hand in Celia's so that they held them together. "What brought this on?" Urdania asked. Celia took a deep breath. "I've been talking with the 7th iteration ranker. His views on things are very unique." Urdania blinked. "Really?" "Yes," Celia said. "He reached far in the tournament, and I think that he could have gone farther, but it isn't important to him. He is unapologetic about who he is and how he wants to live his life. We used to be like that, and then somewhere along the way we became more like everyone else. We were young for when we became high rankers, and now I want to do things again, to advance. I feel like my inspiration is just at the tip of my tongue, and all it took was talking with someone who doesn't know how things in the infinite realm work. Or at least how everyone thinks that things work." "You think that he is that insightful?" Urdania asked. "Oh, yes. You need to meet him. I'll invite him to the big party once the tournament final is done. I think you will like him." Urdania didn't look quite convinced, but she nodded. "And," Celia started, then paused. She didn't quite know how to bring this up. She had refused for so long, and now she felt bad about it. Finally, she took a deep breath and decided to just say it. "I think that we should look for the 3rd again." Urdania leaned back and just stared at Celia for a moment. "You really want that?" she asked. "Yes. I think I am ready now." Then Urdania's eyes narrowed. "This ranker, do you—" Celia blinked as she got her meaning. "What? No." She shook her head. That hadn't even occurred to her. Ryun was young, although perhaps only in age. In some ways he was more mature than many she interacted with in the infinite realm, even though they were decades older. "He is interesting, but I am also on a mission to get him recruited." It didn't make sense for her to mix those two things, and regardless, they needed someone that Urdania could come to care about as well. Urdania chuckled. "Well, we've waited this long. I'm sure we have the time to find someone." Celia agreed. They needed someone who could anchor them, who could accept the both of them. A part of her was worried. They hadn't had much luck with past partners, but Celia knew that her heart hadn't been quite in it when they'd tried it before. Celia and Urdania sat in the main Zhenxuan plot as Riki's match drew to a close. His opponent was a warrior from the Dragonheart sect, the second favorite of the tournament. It hadn't been that much of a surprise, nor had the match been as interesting as Riki versus Ryun. It was to be expected, as both Riki and his opponent had a lot of information about each other. The match result had come down to simple skill. Riki charged his injured opponent, kinetic force blazing around him, and then he sent it flying forward at his opponent. The Dragonheart warrior tried to evade, but he was too injured to do it fast enough. The match was over.
"Ah, a good victory,"
Celia's grandfather said from his seat next to her.
"It is," Urdania said. "Riki is a credit to his family."
The voice of the arbiter filled the arena, but Celia, Urdania, and their grandfather didn't pay it any attention. They didn't need to hear the announcement.
"The Zhenxuan name is still strong," Celia added.
"It could be stronger,"
their grandfather, Veritan Hajan, said.
"If you would change your minds."
Celia grimaced.
"You know why I don't want to do it. And I have nothing to prove to them,"
Urdania said. The Zhenxuan sect head sighed.
"I know, but fighting other high rankers would show just how good we are. It could change your rankings."
Celia sighed. Neither Celia nor Urdania had agreed to fight in the high rankers portion of the tournament. It was too dangerous. The healer could heal a lot, and the talismans made by the great crafters did provide some protection, but death was a real possibility. Even if it was just a trigger of their immortality, the time they spent away could be used against the sect. Both Celia and Urdania agreed that they should just let other high rankers indulge in their fighting. They all knew that this was only a way for them to settle their grudges.
"It isn't important, grandfather,"
Celia said, Ryun's words weighing heavy on her mind. He was right. She didn't need to prove anything to anyone. As long as she put down anyone who tried to come after her sect, word would spread.
"Whatever you think best. This is enough."
He gestured at the screen that showed Riki and one of the arbiters on it. With that win, their reputation was secure. There was no need for them to risk anything else. The party was in full swing, and Celia hated it, but she suffered through it. At least Urdania had finally come along. Since their talks a few weeks ago, things had improved. Celia felt that Urdania was more relaxed. Just her knowing that Celia was willing to try again seemed to have put her in a much better mood. She was standing next to Celia, talking with a few of the people from the sect, wearing a blood-red dress that was significantly more modest than her usual garb. She wore long-sleeved fingerless gloves on both hands, and straps were being used to hold the dress itself. The dress trailed down to her ankles and hugged her torso, stomach, and hips tightly, while it flared slightly below the waist. Her black hair was loose instead of braided, and it framed her face. The white tattoos on her black skin almost shone in the light of the party. Celia, on the other hand, wore a silver and blue dress that showed a lot more of her cleavage than Urdania's did, and hers had cuts in the sides that showed off her legs. But it was all a dance, an act, and she knew how to play her role, how to look good for her sect, even if she tried to foster the air of being unapproachable. At least Urdania was here now to play buffer for her. Her sense caught the person she had been waiting for before she saw him. He made his way through the throng of people coming straight for her. He shouldn't be able to see her, but he knew where she was anyway. It told her that his sensory power could identify people as well as see in a large range. She didn't yet know how to broach the subject of him joining the League. She would first need to explain what it was, but she no longer had doubts as to his worth. He wasn't as strong as some of the members in the League, but he was a sect head on the frontier, and one of the top fighters of the tournament. He was positioned on the edge of the settled territories, and that position itself could be very useful for them. They always needed places where they could lie low. She found herself smiling as he walked up. She really did enjoy talking with him, and she was sure that Erdania would like him too. She reached over and tapped Erdania on the shoulder as Ryun approached. She saw him turn his eyes on Erdania's back and frown. "I'm glad that you decided to come," Celia started as Erdania turned around. "This is my partner, Erdania." Their eyes met, and Celia saw Erdania's eyes widen. "This is—" she started, but before she could introduce him, Erdania spoke. "Ryun?" she asked, surprise tinting her tone. Ryun tilted his head, then looked from Erdania to Celia and back. "You are the 7th iteration ranker?" she asked, shocked. "I am," Ryun responded. "And you are Celia's partner." His eyes narrowed, almost dangerously. "I thought you didn't do that." Erdania leaned back as if slapped. No, I don't." Celia frowned at the two of them. Erdania hadn't watched Ryun's matches, but she could have heard his name, except that she had been almost completely isolated by herself. And every time she went out after that, she had done so with Celia, and she had never mentioned Ryun's name. They hadn't talked about him much, a few times only, and she had always referred to him as a ranker. But they talked as if they had met before, and she knew that they couldn't have before now. Unless— "You know each other," Celia said, not asked. Erdania glanced at Celia, and she saw it in her eyes. There was only one reason for why Erdania would give her that look. "When?" Celia just asked, her emotions in flux. Erdania looked uncertain, but then she spoke. "A few months ago, in Dal Devor." 100 years since they had this agreement, and in all that time Erdania had made sure that Celia never met the people that she slept with, as that was what they had agreed to. And here they were. She didn't know how she felt about it. Hurt? A bit, but it didn't hurt as much as she had imagined it would, and she wasn't quite sure why. "Celia," Ryun started, but she cut him off. "This isn't the place for this talk," she said, as people around them were listening. Some knew about Erdania and Celia's agreement, but not all, and in a place where every piece of information could be used as a leverage, Celia did not want to give anyone anything that they could use against her family. Celia started, but then realized that she needed time to process. "We can talk later. Enjoy the party." Without another word, she grabbed Erdania by the elbow and walked away. She felt her partner's fear and trepidation, the way that her whole body was tense. Celia didn't know what she was going to do, not yet, but one thing was certain. She knew now that not even this was enough to shake her relationship with Erdania. It was freeing, in a way, to know that no matter what, the two of them would survive. That didn't mean that she wouldn't let Erdania stew for a while, though. She could barely believe the coincidence, the fact that Erdania had met Ryun before Celia. But life was strange, and she knew how to roll with it. Kale walked into the small room and found Birion sitting on a box. He approached him and saw that his leg was twitching up and down like a nervous tick. "How are you doing, Bear?" Kale asked. I don't know if I can do this, Kale," Birion whispered. Kale sighed and walked up to him, then knelt in front of him. He placed one hand on his twitching knee, and it calmed down. "You've got this, Bear. There is no one who can match you in this. I have faith in you." "It is so far," he whispered as he raised his head and looked at the ceiling, his eyes becoming unfocused. "For everyone else, perhaps, but not for you. And you have this," he said, and pulled out a vial filled with bright yellow fluid. Even with that, Birion started, but Cale raised his other hand. Bear, trust me when I tell you, you don't know how to fail. Without you, I would have nothing. You are the most important of us. You are the one who has allowed us to reach this far. Without you, we would have died long ago. You came through for us every other time, and you will do the same now. Birion took a deep breath and then nodded. Yes, I will. Thank you, Cale. You slept with Erdania Shi-Jan? Onrush asked her sect head. It was a day after he had returned from the party at the Zhenxuan compound, and the only reason she knew about what happened was that Lesemetrius felt that he needed to inform her of the incident. They were sitting in a small room back in their compound. The only people present were her, Naira, and Lesemetrius. She still had trouble forming her words. Ryun had surprised her often, but this was... Yes, Ryun said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. And you are friendly with Celia Hajan, Onrush said evenly. Yes, he said again. Should we run? Onrush asked, before she even realized that she had spoken. She did not want to get caught in a lover's feud between two high rankers and her sect head. Ryun's head tilted as if he was listening to something. I don't think that you need to worry, Onrush. Don't worry? She realized that her voice had gotten louder, but he wanted her not to worry? She had no idea how he got into these things. A warrior walked into their room, looking a bit uncomfortable. Sect head, he said. Sect leaders from the Zhenxuan sect are at the gate. They are asking for you. She glanced at Ryun and saw that he had already stood up. I guess the three of you should come with me. They've brought an escort, too. Onrush blinked, and then realized that he had to have known that they were there before the warrior informed them of their arrival. She swallowed hard and exchanged a look with Naira, then finally sighed. At least she couldn't complain that her life was boring. Celia walked the walls that surrounded the arena in the middle of the night. With there being a short break between tournaments, there were no guards on the walls. It was dark, the only light being that of the moon above them. Erdania walked on her left and Ryun on her right. Their people trailed behind them, sufficiently away that they couldn't listen in, although the formation that Celia kept active on her person prevented anyone from listening in even if they wanted to. A large gathering was taking place at the moment, and both of them were supposed to be there. But Celia felt that this was more important, and she couldn't keep pushing it off any more. They could be late to the gathering. It might be important for the sect, but it was not more important to her than her relationship. She had a long talk with Erdania after the party. It hadn't turned out nearly as bad as either of them had imagined that moment to be, and perhaps that was because of who it was. Erdania had told her everything, of course. They did not have secrets between them. She had met Ryun in Dal Devor, and she slept with him. She didn't know anything about him, as she never tried to get to know her sexual partners, although she did say that the two of them talked a bit. Celia had noticed that there was something more there, but she didn't press. The largest fear that Celia had was that seeing Erdania's lover would make her feel inferior, that she would find herself wanting, that she would lose her to someone else. Yet Ryun wasn't... It wasn't that she felt like he was better than her, but she felt like she had gotten to know him enough that she understood him, in a way. He did not seem like a person who would try to stand in between Celia and Erdania. He followed a way of life that she admired. They walked in silence, none of them really knowing how to start a conversation that they all knew they had to have. Celia wasn't one for letting things fester, at least not anymore. She wanted to live her life with direction and purpose, and Ryun had been the one to help her realize that. And there was a small part of her that whispered things and possibilities that she didn't want to entertain at the moment. In the end, it was actually Ryun who spoke first. "Celia, I wanted to apologize. I did not know." "You don't have anything to apologize for," Celia said slowly. "Erdania and I have been together for a long time, and we are secure in our relationship. What you two did was not behind my back. We have an agreement, and you did nothing wrong. I was just surprised, that's all." "I told you that I don't do that," Erdania added. Ryun looked at both of them and then nodded. It was so easy when one talked with him. He could accept things without the desire to ask more questions, to intrude and seek to understand. Ryun started. He looked at Erdania and then inclined his head. "I wanted to thank you again for what you did. You've helped me immensely. I was grieving and carrying a hurt that I had buried deep. That night was, in a way, the piece that I was missing. It is what helped me understand what I wanted to do and be. It was the key in me achieving my ideal." Celia blinked at that. Erdania had told her that they talked after, but hadn't gone in depth with it. She started to feel strange, and doubt began seeping in. It looked like they had shared more than she had assumed. Ryun then turned to Celia. "And I need to thank you, too," he said. "I've been enjoying our talks. You've helped me see more of how this world works, and have given me ideas that I have not thought about before. I know that you have your reasons for wanting to get closer to me, but those do not matter to me. I've gotten to know you enough to know that I wish to be your friend, and I would not want anything to prevent that." Celia was surprised. It was almost laughable. She had never before been told that someone wished to be her friend, or at least not how he had just now done. Of course, everyone wanted to get close to her, wanted to be her friend, but they all had larger reasons for it. She knew Ryun enough to understand that he was direct and didn't care enough to pretend. He just wanted to continue talking with her, the same way they had done so far. She opened her mouth to respond, and then the night turned into day. Kale came out of the spatial technique along with exiled Shell, Talisa, Maya, and Feetham. A moment later, Birion followed. The 6 of them stood in the middle of the arena, a flat space surrounded by destroyed stone pillars and mountains. The organizers hadn't yet repaired the arena, as they were a few weeks out from when the high rankers were supposed to fight. It didn't matter at all.
"Are you sure that it will happen soon?"
Feetham asked, his voice reverberating in that way that Cthulhu voices always did. "I am. Eric kept a lot of information close to his chest, but this is the best opportunity for him," Kale answered. He turned his head to look in the distance, seeing a large building bathed in light standing atop the cliffs surrounding the city. The Warden's Guild headquarters hosted the great gathering. Heads of all the major factions would attend, and, perhaps more importantly, all the high rankers present in the city had been invited as well. It was a grand affair, a place where they would speak and decide the fate of those weaker than them. Kale had once dreamed of striking at their hearts. Today, he didn't have to. Kale glanced to the side where his people stood. "Be ready. We won't have much time once." Night turned into day. A pillar of light, filled with all the colors imaginable, rose where the Warden's Guild fortress used to be. The earth shook, the air trembled, and their ears were filled with thunder. Kale saw the blast spread and devastate the district beneath the cliffs, but it was nothing compared to what had happened to the cliff, he knew. The blast was focused. What hit the city was only the aftershock. "Place the pillars," Kale said, and 4 of his people moved, each to a different corner of the clearing. He turned to look at Birion, who was looking at the light in the distance with his eyes open wide. "Bear, it is time." Tonight was the time for death, for suffering. Time for the fire to consume the forest, and perhaps for something new to grow in its place. Interlude. The Long Night. Bera standing at her side, Uriel looked around at the gathering. The leaders of all the great factions were present, aside from a few exceptions, but even those who didn't come themselves had sent representatives. Vera Smokewing stood in a corner, here instead of a Weirin Goldenfeather, talking with a few representatives of other sects. It was probably a good thing that the Golden Phoenix hadn't come in person. She tended to bring trouble with her wherever she went. Kithel of the Stars stood next to the big crafting factions. One of the strongest Cthul in the Infinite Realm, he was obsessed with recreating the technology that his people used to have. Vengi's Darkhoof loomed nearby, talking with Uriel's sister Urala. The 2 of them worked together often, as many people who focused on conquering dungeons usually started as adventurers. The room was filled with high rankers, although not all had come to the tournament. Some had other obligations, others didn't really care. Uriel herself understood the value of these gatherings, which was why she did them. It fostered peace among the ruling powers. Even the criminal elements were present. The Queen of Shadows sat on a couch, surrounded with men waiting on her every thought, their focus obviously related to sex. She could feel their draw from across the room. There were few people who were weak in this room, the staff that catered the event, as well as a few attendants. Everyone else was a high ranker. Uriel kept her eyes on the crowd, searching. Zenker and Sigmund were late, as the 2 of them usually were. She resisted the urge to sigh. She should have forced Zenker to stay with her instead of with Sig. Still, she knew that while Sig often indulged Zenker in his fits of random ideas, he would get him here eventually. At least Raella was present. Uriel had seen her somewhere. Drakale had left with Erasmus and the Grey Horde to bring her fleet closer to the frontier. They didn't have any information about the 3rd coming by sea, but they wanted to be ready regardless. Someone approached her from her side, and she glanced up to see Gemheart standing there. She smiled and inclined her head. "Gemheart, I'm glad you came," Uriel said.
"Uriel, Ms. Bera," he said, greeting both of them.
"You looking forward to the crafting tournament?" she asked. Gemheart supplied most of the materials and rewards for the crafting tournaments, and his faction did compete as well.
"Of course. Mine are not the best crafters in the Corps, but I am thinking about pushing them to improve more."
"I am sure they will," Uriel said.
"How has your warden Zachariah been doing?" Gemheart asked. "His matches were interesting."
Uriel knew that the ranker had received the large Cretan's gratitude and trust by saving his daughter. It was one more reason why she wanted him to remain close to her. She needed people who would do the right thing even when they didn't need to. The ranker was not quite where she wanted him to be, but she had time to mold him into something great. He had proven himself during the tournament, and that was enough for now. "He is well. He is on patrol in the city," Uriel said. Few of her wardens were present here. Only the most powerful ones were, and not even all of them. She needed powerful people out in the city, keeping the peace. This gathering was unlikely to spark into trouble, and if it did, well, a few guards weren't going to stop anyone. She saw his mouth open to speak, and then her perfect danger sense, premonition of disaster, sparked. Her mind went into overdrive. She saw people all over the room move, but this was the most intense feeling of impending doom that she had ever felt. She didn't pull anything. "Abyss Aegis," A glowing deep blue shield manifested in front of her, raising her defenses as she grabbed Bera on her right and pulled her close as armor manifested around her and a shield grew on her left hand. Inspire, area of abyssal defense. Inspire, shield of the depths. Inspire, power of the shield. True link, armor of the depths. True link, overclock. Battle roar, inspiring presence. Hastening presence, strengthened defense. She boosted herself and those in her immediate surroundings. I hold the abyss. The world twisted around her as her will billowed out, the defenses of everyone around her increasing further. I make the law. Reality bowed to her will. Everyone around her obeyed her will and burned their most powerful defensive abilities, both those who had noticed something and those who hadn't. She only hoped that it would be enough. Then the world turned white. Zenker looked at himself in the mirror, adjusting his suit and placing the special monocle over his eye. His fascination with old human fashion was still alive after all these years. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around to see Sigmund standing there signing with his hands. I know, he said, and picked up a top hat from a chair nearby. There, I'm ready. Sigmund rolled his eyes and walked away. Zenker followed after him. They walked out of his house at his faction compound, and Zenker turned his eyes toward the cliffs where the Warden's Guild compound rested on top of it. And then the entire cliff became engulfed in white light. Zack patrolled the streets with Neha, who was now wearing her human elf body and going by Lyra Windfall. The two of them had been partnered together, and slowly they were leaving clues about their relationship. Zack had spent most of his time since on patrols and training his skills. He knew that in order to finish his class quest, he would need every advantage that he could get. They were walking down the street between the north and east districts as part of their route. He didn't know if it was on purpose or not, but all of his routes had kept him away from the southern district. A part of him was offended. It was as if the Warden Commander didn't trust him to even get close to the sects. In the end, though, it didn't matter. He had seen Ryun's fights. He knew. A group of people across the street of them caught Zack's eyes. A group of 3 Demaci and a human were surrounding a Demaci woman. She was clearly in distress. Zack gestured to Neha, and they headed that way. Then the night turned into day. The ground shook, and the air filled with noise, making his ears hurt. He glanced to the side and saw the cliff where the Warden's Guild compound had rested gone. Dirt and debris flew through the air and was falling on the district below it. He saw a big chunk of rock in his direction, and he moved. He blinked to the other side of the street. The 4 men were running away, but the girl was on the ground as she lost her balance from the ground shake. He grabbed her just as a large rock hit the building above them, and he pulled her with him, using old heritage to jump to the side. He rolled as the rock crashed through and tumbled over the street, crushing the running men. Neha stepped out of the shadows, and both of them looked in the direction of the cliff as the air started filling up with cries. The attack on the high rankers went without issue. Eric watched the destruction from the opposite side of the city. 2 people flanked him, his squad. He didn't need a lot of people for this, and they didn't want to risk capture. But now that his part was done, they needed to return home. First, though, he needed to find his sister. He had been completely taken aback and surprised when he had seen her in the tournament. That hadn't been a part of any plan that he knew about. Naira wasn't supposed to be anywhere near here, and he was really interested to hear how she'd arrived. She had always had a rebellious streak. It was possible that she was here without anyone knowing. Regardless, he would find out soon enough. Just as he was about to move, a voice echoed inside his head. Ryun turned his ears in the direction of the destruction in the distance. His eyes couldn't see anything but a rippling fog, and his sense didn't extend that far. "Go to the sect now," Call all our warriors." Erdania was giving orders to her and Celia's escort. "Grandfather was there," Celia whispered. Erdania turned to her. "He is strong. You know what that was. The reaction engine. Anyone caught in that would be dead for good, their souls scourged," Celia answered, her voice saddened. Ryun glanced at his people behind him, but they were looking in the distance, where their eyes could see what was happening. Naira's eyes were open wide, and Ryun figured that this had to have something to do with her people. He was about to speak when he caught something at the edge of his sense. He turned his head and saw something in the center of the arena, a box made out of bright essence. "What is that?" Ryun pointed. Celia and Erdania turned and looked at it. Onrush stepped next to him and spoke. "There is a protective barrier in the middle of the arena," she told him. "A see-through box." Before anyone could say anything else, a voice spoke inside his head. "People of the infinite realm." Everyone around him froze, and Ryun looked at Celia and Erdania. "Do you hear it too?" Ryun asked. Celia nodded, while Erdania had a strange look on her face. "Long have you kept your eyes closed, blind to the sins of those you follow. I speak to you now only to make you understand. You should have never allowed them to do this to you, to chain you and turn you into this weak thing you have become." "Kalis," Ryun heard Erdania whisper. Celia turned her head to look at her partner. "I am not here for you today. You are already lost. I am here for those who are yet to come. I do this to teach you all a lesson. You are too weak." Ryun saw the surge of essence and felt space itself tremble with his sense. It was so powerful that his sense nearly made his head hurt from the intensity. "Heavens," Onrush whispered next to him. "What is it? What do you see?" he asked. "There is a line in space inside the barrier," Onrush answered. The sound of an alarm blasted her awake. Rayla quickly got out of bed and dressed in her armor. They'd had drills about this, but this was the first time that an actual alarm had been sounded. She walked out of her room and out of the house, heading up the stairs and to the command room on top of it. Once inside, she saw her older sister Vanessa and her brother Emrys standing with their mother and father Olam. All of them were looking at a table that had a map of their surroundings generated on it. The army and the sky palaces had pulled back behind the great swarm, since they were getting close to the frontier of the settled territories. They were about a week out at their current pace, and they didn't want them to immediately know about the army. The more time it took them to gather a response, the better their attack would be. They would underestimate the swarm. No matter how many people told them that it was a great threat, the high rankers would inevitably assume that the people on the frontier were just weak. Rayla walked up to Emrys and whispered, "What is happening?" Emrys glanced at her, his expression unsure.
"Don't know yet. We have received reports that the swarm is fighting something at the front."
"Another swarm?"
Rayla asked. "Unknown," Emrys answered.
Her mother was holding a Farlink orb in her hands and speaking with someone. Then she turned suddenly, and her eyes landed on the three of them. "You three, come with me." She walked off, and they hurried after her. She led them to a side room where the teleportation platform was placed into the floor. She stepped on, and the three of them followed. A moment later they were teleported somewhere else. This was a large room, one with stone walls, and their mother stepped off while people in armor stepped aside. Immediately Rayla recognized their blue full-plate armor as that of the Royal Guards. They walked through a long corridor until they reached a large command room. The Emperor stood in the center, looking over a large desk that showed the map of their surroundings, with colored grains of sand creating the terrain. Both the army and the swarm were depicted, too, with green and blue sand. On the front of the great swarm's lines she saw a lot of red. One of the people next to the Emperor leaned over and spoke. "We just received word from the front. One of our sky ships managed to get close. The swarm is fighting the undead." Rayla saw her mother walk over and speak. "Are you certain?" The Emperor raised his head and looked at her.
"We heard no word of him moving."
Rayla sat in the background with her siblings, just watching as people yelled and tried to figure out what was happening.
"Move us forward," the Emperor ordered. "Order all aerial assets over the swarm."
Rayla looked at the table and saw hundreds of dots on the map moving toward the backside of the swarm. The army on the ground wouldn't be able to keep up. The generals and family heads around the Emperor spoke in hushed tones, several Farlink orbs being used to communicate with the forward elements.
"We can't lose the swarm," the Emperor turned to Rayla's mother.
Karya Orn nodded, but before she could speak, an ear-piercing shriek reached them from outside. Everyone raised their heads, and exclamations came from the outside of the room. Quickly, everyone shuffled out, almost running to the large balcony of the flying palace. Rayla caught up to her mother, who was standing at the edge, where large concave windows stood, magnifying the view. They were all looking out into the distance. She followed her mother's gaze, and then, just as she was about to ask what was happening, the clouds above where the windows were looking were broken by a massive shape. Vargar, the massive dragon that ruled the swarm, tumbled down, blood spilling from his body. Behind him, another form split the clouds, larger and far more terrifying. A skeletal undead dragon followed after Vargar, its sockets blazing with orange fire, its bones carved with glowing orange formations. The skeletal wings were filled with fire, and with every beat it sent blasts all around it, burning the smaller flyers that Vargar had called to defend him. More shapes broke through the clouds. Skeletal drakes and birds, decaying flying zombies, even some Korora wearing armor. They fell on the flying monsters from the swarm. The palaces and skyships were too far away to do anything, but she saw some try to fire at the undead in the distance. The undead dragon caught up to Vargar, its claws sinking into the black scales. Then a green fog suddenly surrounded them, and she thought that she saw Vargar's scales sizzling. Everyone on the balcony watched in silence as the undead dragon ripped into the great beast's flesh, bit into its neck. Silver fire was blazing from Vargar's neck, but it wasn't enough. The undead dragon's bones weren't getting damaged, no matter how much it tried. With one last scream, the great dragon floundered, and the undead beast ripped Vargar's throat out with its jaw, while its claws ripped apart his wings. The great beast fell through the air toward the ground and the middle of the swarm. No one said anything as it hit the ground. Then it was almost as if a ripple went through the swarm, and it went wild. Their roars and howls filled the air, and she looked down to see total chaos. Some monsters were fighting one another. The swarm was ripping itself apart. "We need to destroy the undead," Rayla heard her mother say to the Emperor. "There are still enough monsters that smaller swarms will form, and they will continue forward no matter what." The Emperor opened his mouth to respond, but then the two mountains in the distance that surrounded the swarm exploded outward. The debris reached far up into the air that it would have hit the palaces and skyships, but instead it landed on the core of the swarm. Rayla leaned forward as the magnifying windows were turned to show the mountains. There were giant holes in them, and then she saw shapes moving through them. A legion of undead monsters spilled out of the holes and fell upon the swarm. "No," Rayla heard the Emperor whisper in the silence on the balcony. No one had any words to express what they were seeing. They were still too far away, and even if they weren't, the army was behind them. They could only sit there and watch as the swarm was taken apart. Eratimus, the Lord of Death, as he was called by some, pulled himself from the vessel of the undead dragon. He let it continue on his basic orders, killing any monster in its way. He grimaced at the discomfort of being compressed from such a large form to a vessel so much smaller.
"It is done?"
the grey horde asked from his side. Erasmus nodded, the Damacy vessel still feeling stiff.
"All that is left is for us to take care of the rest of the swarm."
The two of them stood on top of a mountain that was straight in the path of the swarm. His undead were streaming through the cave openings at the base of the mountain, coming out of the tunnels that led to the under, swarming the valley where the front lines of the swarm were passing through. He felt the threads that he had attached to his control plates, but he didn't need to control the undead much. Simple commands of "kill everything in your way" sufficed, but the amount of undead that could come out were insufficient for the swarm. Thankfully, he had brought all of his armies.
"I'm blowing the mountains,"
he said. The grey horde didn't answer. Instead, she just watched, surrounded by two of her champions. In contrast, Erasmus had a squad of his death knights, his greatest creations, containing the anchored souls of people in his service. Erasmus pulled out a formation trigger and activated it. Two mountains far in the distance exploded, the debris showering the monster swarm. When the dust settled, Erasmus reached through his control plate and sent a single command: "Go." Undead surged from the underground caverns. First came monsters, followed by his undead armies. Undead monsters were a great resource, and he had been using them as shock troops. What he sent to attack now looked more like a much more terrifying monster swarm. The result was never in doubt. The swarm assembled here was great, but his undead horde was greater. He was losing undead at a rapid pace, however. His armies would be wrecked for a long time until he had the time to replace them, but it was worth it.
"They are coming,"
the grey horde said. Erasmus noticed what she meant a moment later. Far in the distance he saw the flying palaces and skyships of the third iteration. Their armies would be even further behind, but that was an opportunity in itself.
"Let's go,"
Erasmus said, and turned, walking over to one of his revenant dragons that waited there. The blue scales of the dragon had become paler, but other than that its body had been preserved perfectly by his art. He climbed up to the saddle and then commanded the beast to air. It beat its massive wings and took to the sky. The grey horde followed quickly behind, catching up to fly alongside him with her own wings. Her champions flew slightly behind them, trailing after them. They flew over the back line of the swarm where the undead hadn't yet reached, but he could see below that his armies were devastating the monsters. It was no contest, really. His undead knew no fear, they knew no pain. Each had been reinforced by his art, and all of them were organized, working for the same goal. The monsters were fighting both against the undead and themselves. They were still outside the range of the third iteration, and Erasmus glanced at the grey horde. He saw her looking at him, and nodded. Immediately she dove, heading straight for the ground, her form blurring and the air shaking by her passage. He watched as she neared the ground, and the space around her twisted as she slammed her fist into the ground. Everything rippled. The ground cracked and parted as a blast of force expanded, throwing monsters and debris alike in all directions. The back line of the monster swarm was decimated, and his undead moved in, finishing up the rest. Monsters would escape, as was inevitable, but their monster swarm was no more. The grey horde flew back up and rejoined him in the air. Then, with their power demonstrated, the two of them moved forward slowly. There was no fire coming in their direction from the third. Everything was silent. Erasmus wondered if they would attack, or if they would suffer them long enough to listen. They flew to hover in front of the largest flying palace. "Erakael," Erasmus started, using a formation to amplify his voice. "Your swarm is done. Return to your empire, and we can have peace. Forget old grudges. Nothing good can come of this." The emperor of a wronged people narrowed his eyes and then spoke. Rayla saw the emperor's eyes narrow in anger. Her mother put a hand on his shoulder and spoke.
Ericale, without the swarm, we can't win against all of the settled territories.
We still have the army, and our people in the core will sow chaos. We can win. He broke his army against the swarm.
Ericale,
her mother started, but the Emperor shook his head.
How dare you!
He yelled at the two beings hovering in front of them.
You massacred us, and now you want us to retreat with our tails between our legs?
The Pale Demacy, sitting on top of an undead dragon, the Lord of Death, shook his head.
You cannot win, Ericale. Every dead monster from your swarm will join my army. But even had I no undead left, you could not win. I am not here alone.
At that, Rayla saw the Emperor glance at the other person in the air, a white screen, her wings stretched wide. She looked slightly different than the ordinary screen, as her wings were thicker and wider, and she had a tuft of white fur around her neck. She was a command queen, not a breeder. Rayla knew who she was, of course. The stories about the only screen command queen who had ever gained control of a hive was often talked about in the Empire. Screen followed their breeder queens, and command queens only controlled Screen on behalf of them. But not this one. The Grey Horde was unique among her kind. She hadn't been a part of the war that happened long ago, only because she had fought the Cretan who hadn't joined with the rest of the Third.
"Why are you here, Grey Horde?" the Emperor asked. "You care nothing for them or for us."
"I've learned my lessons well. I will not have war weaken us all. Go back to your lands. This world is infinite. Grow strong and prosper. We need not ever meet one another again."
"So you side with them?"
"I side with my hive."
"You are powerful, but you cannot stand against my army alone," Ericale said.
"Ericale,"
Rayla's mother whispered.
"What are you doing? You want to fight her?"
"We can take her. If we bait her into using her ideal, she can fall just like anybody else can," the Emperor whispered back.
"You should know better than that, Ericale. Screen serve in your army. A screen queen goes nowhere without her army."
At that, the ground rumbled again, and Rayla looked down from the edge. More black shapes were coming out of the two holes made in the mountains, and then some even took to the sky. It took her a moment to recognize them as Screen.
"We can't fight the undead and her army, too,"
Rayla's mother whispered to the Emperor. She saw Ericale Darkwing, the Emperor of Sands, look down at the undead that were cleaning up the stragglers of the once great swarm and the Screen army moving behind them. His expression was conflicted. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The Emperor started, but then a loud chime sounded in Rayla's head. A notification unlike anything that she had ever seen blazed in front of her eyes, a red screen. She read through it, but didn't understand anything that was written on it.
"This is impossible,"
Rayla heard her mother say, her voice shaking. The Emperor and some of the generals around them had terrified looks on their faces.
"What did you do?"
the Emperor yelled at the two, but Rayla saw that they too were shocked.
"This was not our doing,"
the Lord of Death said, even his undead voice shaken. The Emperor closed his eyes.
"You've killed us all."
Kalis Cloudwrought stood in the middle of the arena, his people standing at the edges of the glowing barrier that now surrounded them. The 4 pillars of light were high-quality barrier arrays, powerful enough to buy them time should anyone decide to interfere. With his speech to the people of the city done, there was only one thing left to do.
"Birion,"
Kale said to the most important person on his team.
"Do it now."
The Minotaur nodded. His chi had already been moving through his body in a controlled fashion that would have put even Kale's teacher to shame. Then, The reality around Birion twisted as he pushed his skill and then released his technique. The space in front of Birion twisted and then ripped open. A gash split the air and parted, opening up a portal, anchoring two different locations together. Birion collapsed to his knees, and Kale dashed forward, catching him before he hit the ground. His nose and eyes were bleeding, but he was smiling.
"I did it, Kale,"
Birion rasped out.
"Yes,"
Kale said as he glanced at the permanent portal that his friend had created.
"Yes, you did. Go,"
Birion whispered.
"Do it for all of us."
Kale made sure that Birion was solid, and then he stood up. With resolute steps, he walked through the gash in space. One moment he was in the arena, and in the next he stepped on the scorching sand, a massive dome filling the vision in front of him. He heard thunder and looked to the side to see an army charging from a fort built on a rock nearby. They were there to protect the dome, but they were too far away. They would not reach him in time. He spread his wings and flew over to the dome. He saw the creatures that filled it, twisted monsters and horrors unlike anything he had ever seen or imagined. They clawed at the dome, trying to get out. The dome itself was massive, larger than entire territories, filling the sky and everything in between. There were so many monsters inside that he couldn't even begin to guess at a number, some flying, others crawling over each other on the ground. There were grotesque buildings that he could only glimpse at moments when the monsters moved in the right way. As he got closer, the monsters at the front stilled and then moved aside. A figure wearing a yellow robe with a hood that covered their whole body walked up to the edge of the dome. They had a wooden mask on their face, but as Kale met the eyes behind it, he felt his entire body shudder. He turned his head and took a big breath. For a moment he hesitated, but then he remembered. He steeled himself and placed his hand on the surface of the dome. 11th Dome of the Reckoning, Dome of Hastur, the King in Yellow. Time until release, unknown. Counter will start upon arrival of the 9th iteration rankers. Do you wish to release the dome early? Y/N. Kale took a deep breath and then made his choice. Birion had regained some of his strength by the time Kale stumbled through the portal. His expression was shaky, and he immediately yelled out to everyone.
"Quickly! It is time for us to go!"
The others gathered to him, and Birion started his technique.
"Did you do it?"
Feetham asked.
"I did, and we need to get away from here before those things get through,"
Kale said, glancing over his shoulder at the portal filled with light.
"I'm ready,"
Birion said, breathing heavily.
"Take us away from here,"
Kale said, and Birion released his technique. Interlude. Unprepared. Yrel Ansi, the bulwark of the deep, as some called her, warden commander to others, knew only pain. One moment the world was all white, and in the next it was agony. She opened her eyes, blinked a few times before she realized that she was buried beneath the rubble. Her right hand clutched a warm form to her chest, so she raised her left and found nothing. Distantly, through the fog that somehow surrounded her mind, she realized that her left hand was gone. She was in pain that ran deeper than her body. She groaned and tried to focus on her perk. It took her 3 times to activate it, but she managed to trigger her force blast. The debris blasted away from her, and she groaned as her head nearly split in half.
"Yrel,"
Bera started, and then coughed. Blood splattered on Yrel's sinew-like armor.
"What happened?"
Yrel couldn't even speak. She pushed the both of them out of the rubble, and after a step it was Bera who was holding her up. She grimaced as she leaned on the Minotaurus, every part of her body aching. She looked around, trying to figure out who else had survived. She didn't know what hit them, but if it had damaged her this much, even with all of her defensive perks active, then she didn't have much hope for others, even with her powers boosting them. A piece of rock tumbled next to her, revealing a crystalline shell, glowing brightly. It was cracked and battered, and then it crumbled, and Gemheart stumbled out of it, coughing up blood all over the ground. She turned and scanned with her eyes around the ruin of the cliff. Then she heard the cries, people who were injured and buried in the rubble near her. Some had managed to survive, but they wouldn't live for long. Beyond her circle there was no signs of survivors. Uriel looked in the direction where her sister had been, and found no sign of her. She closed her eyes tightly, then pushed the grief back. She didn't know if this was over, and she was in no state to fight. She saw a blast of light in the distance, clear a piece of debris, and a woman in white crawled out. The healer's veil was torn, her arm gone. Before Uriel's eyes, the skin on her face and her arm regrew. Uriel knew that she had to be healing her own soul to be able to heal that way. Half of the pain Uriel felt now was soul pain, as she could tell that her injuries were not healing despite her high vitality. She would need to heal her soul before she would be able to do that. But if the healer survived, then there was hope for the few others near Uriel. She was just about to call out to her when something interrupted her. A voice spoke in her mind. Uriel listened to what it said, anger rising up in her. Kalis, the speaker for the blind, and his Unchained had crossed every line imaginable. He had killed hundreds, had killed her sister. She shook her head, fighting through the fog in her mind, trying to get back on track. She realized what had hit them now. Owirin had been attacked by the Unchained. The stupid bitch had refused to speak on the reasons, saying only that they had tried and failed to assassinate her, like many other high-rankers they had killed in the past. This much damage could only have been done by the reaction engine, the vile weapon created by the Cthulhu in their mad hope to recreate what they had lost. The laws of the universe did not work as they did in the old worlds, and they'd had no idea what they had created. In an instant it had killed hundreds of the most powerful people in the world, the majority of the high rankers in the core. The reaction engine had destroyed their souls with no hope of resurrection. Her sister. She steeled herself and called out to the healer. "Polima," she rasped, barely able to speak above a whisper. The healer heard her despite that, and turned in her direction. Uriel coughed, blood leaking down her chin, but she pushed through, opening her mouth to speak when a notification blazed in front of her eyes, bright red. Warning: the 11th Dome of the Reckoning, Dome of Hastur the King in Yellow, has been opened. The armies of Hastur are on the move. Defeat Hastur and all of his generals in order to stop the spread of corruption. Fight, prevail, and prove that you are worthy. Defeating Hastur will bring new opportunities and rewards for those brave enough. Uriel froze, her mind barely able to comprehend. She had never imagined that anyone would be so stupid to try this, yet she and the others had made sure that each of the domes was watched. All but 2 were watched by their people, and this one was one of the 2 that was watched by the Empire of Exiles. They had people in the Empire's forts, spies, but she had believed that their measures had been enough. Now her sluggish mind tried to put the pieces together. The Empire would be foolish to release a dome, and she did not think that they were stupid enough for this. Before she could get much further in her thoughts, Bera spoke. "Uriel," she said hurriedly, "I'm getting reports from wardens in the city. There is a spatial rift in the center of the arena. The Unchained created it, and new report. Something is... They report monsters coming through." Uriel's eyes widened, and immediately she looked at Polima. "Quick, Polima," Uriel said. "Heal us. We need to close that portal." Polima's eyes turned, dazed, as if she was looking at something far away. Then her face contorted in a visage of terror. A small sphere appeared in her hands, and she immediately crushed it against her chest. Light flashed, forcing Uriel to turn her eyes away. She blinked and looked back, only to see that the place where the healer stood a moment before was now empty. "No," she whispered in disbelief, her life-sensing skill telling her that the people around her who had managed to survive were quickly dying. 2 had already vanished from her mind. "Coward," Jamhart rasped as he downed a potion that didn't do much to improve his state. Regardless, the war-form Cretan pushed himself to his feet. Uriel looked at the empty space where the healer had stood for a long moment, and then steeled herself. "Bera, mass communication, now." "On your word, Warden Commander," Bera answered. "Start now." "This is Warden Commander Uriel Ansi, speaking to all." Ryun blinked as he read through the notification. He didn't understand what it was, but it did resemble events that he had encountered in the past. "Erdania," he spoke, and the woman turned her eyes to look at him. "Do you know what this is?" She spoke slowly. "Maybe. I'm not sure." Celia was a few steps away. She had been in the middle of speaking with one of their escorts when the notification came through. Then Ryun's sense caught something at the edge where the barrier and the rip in space were. The people inside disappeared, space trembling as they somehow got away. And then something got through the rip in space. "Something is coming through the portal," Ryun said. Erdania turned her eyes in the distance as something turned into several somethings, then a dozen more. The rip in space shook and then twisted, expanded, breaking the barrier around it and becoming somehow thicker, larger. Then things were flooding out from every side of it in a nearly full circle. They were fast and of varied sizes. He couldn't quite get a good picture of them at that distance. "Celia!" Erdania yelled, and her partner ran over. "What are—" Another voice echoed inside his head. "This is Warden Commander Uriel Ansi speaking to all able fighters. The notification that you just received means that one of the domes housing unimaginable dangers has been released. The Unchained have created a portal in the center of the arena, linking the released dome to us. It is of utmost importance that the invading monsters be stopped and the portal closed. I do not rule most of you, but I beg of you, anyone who can fight, head to the arena walls immediately. Do not let the monsters get into the city. All non-combat personnel need to start evacuating right now. Anyone with powers who are able to close spatial rifts, find me on the walls." As soon as the voice stopped, Ryun looked back at Onrush and Naira. "Go to the compound. Evacuate our people." "What?" Onrush asked, confused. "She said that we need to fight." Ryun shook his head. "We won't hold them here." He focused his willpower on his sense. The image in his head sharpened, and he saw. Thousands were spilling into the arena every moment, running in all directions, and only a fraction of the wall was occupied. He sensed a massive shape pass through, and he heard the intake of breath and curses from people nearby. A shape as large as a house dragged itself across the ground, 6 spear-like limbs pulling a bulging abdomen that felt like a sack filled with eggs to his mind. As soon as it got through, it started to burrow into the ground. This wasn't just monsters, a swarm. This was more. He could sense small monsters, barely the size of dogs, and larger ones the size of lions, of elephants, even buildings. "They will spill into the city. Go, now. I'll stay and help hold them off as much as possible." Onrush and Naira hesitated, but then with one look at the arena, Onrush nodded before they both turned and ran to the city. Ryun saw Erdania and Celia stand at the edge of the wall, and he joined them. His sense told him that only a few people behind them were heading to the wall that surrounded the arena. The Warden Commander's request had been heard, but it looked like few were going to accept it. A piercing shriek drew Ryun's attention, and he turned to see a massive shape blaze across the sky, heading straight for the portal. Zenker landed on top of the wall of the arena. He lowered Sigmund down next to him and looked at the center. The monsters were spilling into the arena, running across the ground like an unending black tide. The white light of the portal illuminated everything, letting them see the horrors that were running toward them. He saw large shapes lumber forward, each different than the last. He couldn't see any identification above them. There was nothing to tell him how strong they were. "Fuck," Zenker said. Sigmund remained silent, watching. His senses informed him of an approach, but he didn't turn. Gemhart landed on the wide wall next to him, cracking the ground. Zenker glanced to the side to see Yrel and Bera sliding from his massive back.
"This shouldn't have happened,"
Yrel rasped. Zenker could see just how injured she was. "How many got out of it alive?" Zenker asked.
"3 of us,"
Gemhart rumbled.
"Healer ran away."
Zenker grimaced.
"We need to close the portal," he said.
Yrel nodded.
"Too many have gotten through already. Too many are coming through every moment."
Then, before Zenker could open his mouth to speak, the sky turned to day. A golden bird flew through the air, a phoenix. Zenker recognized a whirring golden feather immediately, and he leaned forward. They had left her alive, despite how crazy she was, because they knew where her power lied, because they knew how useful she could be. She screeched and dove before words echoed in Zenker's mind. "Golden dawn!" A sun blossomed above her, filled with golden fire. It grew in size until it was at least 1 kilometer in diameter. Its light turned the night into day. She beat her wings and the sun fell apart, the fire streaming down around her and toward the ground. Zenker watched as the golden fire flowed like a waterfall and hit the portal, then expanded outward, scorching everything in its way. An expanding ring of golden flames, burning with fire so hot that he could feel the heat on his scales from so far away. He very nearly cheered, but he held himself back as his senses warned him. The fire bathed the arena floor, burning stone to glass, boiling lakes, and turning monsters to ash. Then the fire was gone, and the portal remained. Thousands of monsters were gone, but the big ones remained, some injured, some still surviving. A massive monster the size of a tall building stood in front of the portal, one of its tentacled hands raised high. It looked like a hulking beast with 4 arms that, instead of hands, ended in tentacles. Its neck was short and head squat, with red eyes and a long trunk covering the lower half. A dome of light had protected the monsters around it. More monsters were spilling out of the portal, replacing the losses. Some of the surviving monsters on the other side of the arena started climbing the stands, heading into the city. The golden phoenix screeched again, fire blazing around her, and then monsters flew out of the portal, hundreds of them, all flying straight for her. He turned his eyes from the fire-filled battle in the sky.
"Yrel, what do we do?"
he asked. The Warden Commander closed her eyes for a moment.
"Do you have anything that can close the portal?"
Zenker grimaced.
"Yes, but I would need to be on the other side of the portal to use it. It will detonate the portal, the explosion focused on the side where I use it. If I use it here, it will level the city," he told her. "We need to slow their advance," Gemhart said.
"If a Weirin couldn't burn all of them, these monsters are strong,"
Yrel added.
"Fuck," Zenker cursed. "I need you to buy me time, half an hour at most, and then I'll go to the other side."
Sigmund tapped his shoulder and then signed when Zenker looked at him.
"Yes," Zenker answered his question. "I have no choice."
Sigmund nodded, his expression turning determined. He grabbed Zenker's shoulders and looked in his eyes. Then he whispered,
"Your will is paramount."
Zenker sighed as he felt reality bend around himself. His will surged, threatening to burst out of him. He stepped back, nodded at Sigmund in gratitude, and then sat on the ground. He hadn't planned on doing it this way, but he had no choice. He focused on his remaining 3 Tier 8 skills. The Golden Phoenix's attack had killed thousands, but more were coming still. Erdania watched as they filled the arena, running in all directions, a mass of black and twisting limbs. Something about them terrified her, but she pushed that fear aside. Celia stood next to her, with Ryun beyond her. All of them were looking at the arena, at the tide coming for them. It seemed impossible to imagine them fighting that. It seemed impossible that so many could spill through that portal every moment. Yet there they were. "What are we doing, Celia?" Erdania asked. "We hold the wall for as long as we can. I've sent for our warriors, and once they arrive we can—" She trailed off as attacks in the distance lit up the side of the arena. Someone was on the walls, and all around them people were beginning to fire at the oncoming tide. It was too little, too weak, she could see it, but some had to have answered the warden's call. They were there and fighting. In the sky, fire blazed in all directions as hundreds, or perhaps thousands, of flying monsters fought the Golden Phoenix, more spilling from the portal every moment. Ryun climbed on top of the wall's embrasures and looked toward the center. She felt him use chi, and then he pointed both hands at the monsters running toward them. From both of his arms, one beam of void chi exploded forward, hitting the front line of the monsters far in the distance. He moved his arms slowly, and she saw the monsters he hit falling, injured, and some even dead. Celia glanced at Erdania and then stepped up next to him. She shaped her sanguine silver spear, and then Erdania saw her use her abilities and perks. The spear multiplied into several dozen, and, with a flick of a hand, she sent them all flying forward at the monsters. Erdania took a deep breath and climbed next to her. She didn't have such long-range attacks, but she could already see that the monsters would reach them soon enough. Zack and Neha rushed toward the wall that surrounded the arena. He saw other wardens running just like them. People were running all around them, heading in the opposite direction. It was making it hard to run on the streets, so Zack and Neha jumped to the rooftops. They didn't know what would await them there, but they had heard the words of the warden commander. Whatever that notification had meant, it was clear that this was an incredible threat. It took them minutes to reach the wall, and by that time others were already on the walls. He saw powers being thrown at the mass of monsters running toward the stands. Zack looked around, and in the distance he recognized the towering shape of Gemheart. Since both he and Neha were melee fighters, he nudged her and they headed that way. Once they got near, he saw the warden commander, wearing a strange armor that looked like it was made out of dark blue muscle fibers. She was missing an arm, and looked terrible, with Bera keeping her upright. "Where are my fucking geomancers?" the warden commander asked. "We need to drop the stands. Create taller walls, now." No one answered them, and before they could ask anyone for orders, Bera noticed them. She whispered to Yrel, and the warden commander turned to look at him. She gestured with a hand, and Zack approached, other wardens parting to allow them through. "Zachariah, good. You have a perk that can close rifts, yes?" she asked. Zack nodded. "Yes, warden commander," he answered. "Good. You are staying next to me, then. You are our Plan B." Zack swallowed hard as he looked out in the distance, at the entire arena covered in moving black shapes. Ryun and Celia were killing monsters by the dozens, hundreds even, from a distance. It wasn't nearly enough. His scent told him that along the wall next to him monsters had already climbed up and were heading into the city, slaughtering everyone in their way. The monsters in front of them weren't slowing at all, and Ryun knew that it was only a matter of time before they reached them, and then the line of monsters reached the first step of the stands, and they started climbing, jumping. Some of the monsters were too fast, and Ryun couldn't hit them with his beams. He dropped one of his void beam techniques and then cast his void armor, followed by Avatar of the Reaper. He pulled in javelin copies from his forge and passed 3 to his avatar. He dropped the other beam as one monster managed to evade Celia's spears. It leapt impossibly fast toward them, and Ryun and his avatar both launched javelins at it. They both hit, sending the monster back, but more were coming behind it. Thankfully, their reinforcements arrived just in time. One of the reasons Ryun had turned and ran was that he had sensed them coming. Riki and more Zhenquan warriors landed on the walls and started firing at the coming monsters. Despite their help, Ryun could tell that it wasn't going to be enough. The arena was filled with hundreds of thousands, and more were coming by the moment. Not all of the wall was being defended either. People in the city were not evacuating fast enough. It was going to be a slaughter. Interlude. Near the end. The monsters surged out of the portal, all countless different types. The smallest of them, the foot soldiers, were formless spawn, shifted into the shapes of the various creatures of this realm. Shape-shifting monsters made out of black ichor. Even as they charged across the ground, they shifted, adding tentacled limbs to their already twisted forms. Larger shapes charged among them, smaller in number, hulking horrors twice the size of any human. Of their number were the Nof Kahel, 6-legged beasts with curving claws, a single horn atop their heads, and tarnished black fur. Second were the Nyogtha El, an amorphous mass of black substance with tentacles reaching out, letting it move slowly over the ground. Third were the Vormis El, big, bear-like monsters resembling yetis and carrying clubs in their 3-fingered hands. Many more horrors were among them, including some that didn't even have names. In far lesser number, though, were the great titanic forms, towering over the others, each the size of a building, shambling slowly over the ground. 4-legged beasts with legs like tree trunks, they had tentacled limbs growing from their torso, each covered with 100 eyes. From each of the monstrosities on the field, an aura of faint horror spread. It did not instill an instant, terrible terror. It did not strike at the mind with a hammer. Rather, it whispered, a slow-building madness to all who gazed upon them. Great worm-like, insect-like shapes crawled through the portal, dragging the sacks filled with eggs attached to their abdomen. The spawning queens, a dozen of them, were sent to burrow and prepare to birth more monsters. Those who opposed them didn't know, but the threat they faced was far greater than they realized. The last horror on the field was a general. A 2-legged, towering figure the size of several floored buildings, it had 4 arms that ended in tendrils. It stood near the portal and watched as the army under its command continued forward. They spilled over the stepped cliffs, climbing over the walls and into the city. He felt them killing and rending all in their way. That was not the case everywhere, though. The general saw the few holdouts along the wall. There were several areas where his army was being killed before they could climb. It didn't matter at all. More were coming through with every moment. The battle had lasted for less than half of an hour, and Celia could see that they weren't going to be able to stop the monsters. Already some had managed to climb over the walls in the undefended sections, and even with her sect's warriors around her, they couldn't hope to keep up with the number of monsters heading their way. A few other sects had arrived, fortifying their position. They were holding a piece of the wall that was at least 3 kilometers in length, and they covered slightly more. She was shaping spears and sending them flying through the air. Ryun stood next to her with his avatar, firing beams of the void into the monsters, killing them by the scores just as she did. It wasn't going to be enough. The bodies were piling up at the bottom step, hundreds, maybe thousands. So many powers were flying from the wall that she couldn't even keep track. Her sect had a few hundred warriors on the wall, slightly more than half of the amount they'd had in the city. The rest either hadn't yet arrived or were helping with the evacuation of the city. Other sects were next to them, too. The Onyx Fang sect was here, including Imar and his nephew Iari. They had several thousands of warriors from many sects standing on the walls, some even protecting their backs from the stragglers that had breached into the city and other places. Regardless, Celia knew that they couldn't stay here for long. In the distance, she saw a few other areas of the wall being detected, but they had already failed to contain the monsters. No one had expected an attack from the center of the city, and they hadn't had warriors nearby. With the destruction of the Warden's Guild compound, they had lost leaders of every major faction. It was clear to her that there was barely any leadership remaining. She also knew and agreed with the Warden Commander. They couldn't retreat, as the invading monsters came through the portal seemingly without an end. If they left such an army behind them, it was doubtful that they even could get away. They needed to hold them off as much as possible and close the portal. She hoped that someone in the city was capable of that, or otherwise they were all doomed. The battle in the sky drew her attention. The flyers were fighting the flying monsters. A Weirin Goldenfeather, in her evolved form, was turning the night sky into a painting of golden fire. Still, there were so many dark shapes flying around her, threatening to overwhelm her. Celia turned her eyes back to the ground, then turned to Erdania. "Gather the warriors and head down to the lower steps," she told her. Erdania nodded and moved to gather warriors. She had seen the same thing that Celia had, and soon the monsters in front of them would start climbing in force. Erdania led a force of more than 1,000 warriors down to the lowest step of the stands. Powers flew over their heads, striking at the monsters charging at them, climbing over the corpses of the dead. The warriors didn't even have the time to settle into formation before the first monsters began spilling over the edge, climbing onto the stands. She saw Imar's spear flash, and he bisected the black-skinned monster. The monsters all looked similar, being four-legged with elongated snouts and powerful jaws. Still, there were some differences, and she recognized some types of monsters, only they were twisted. All of them had one thing in common, though. They had 2 sets of eyes on their heads and tentacles growing from their bodies. As a group of 3 monsters climbed onto the wall in front of Erdania, she focused. As they leapt at her, she prepared 2 techniques at the same time. She stepped forward into the attack of the closest one, pulling a large 2-handed staff from her storage, the metal weight beneath her fingers familiar and welcome. She stabbed the first monster in the head, releasing her pulsing, shifting strike. A pulse of gravity chi hit the monster, and the vector it affected the monster on shifted, no longer pushing it down from above, but instead pushing it from front to back. The monster flew backward, sailing through the air. She spun and smashed her staff into the second one before it landed, releasing a reverberating blow. The monster's entire body rippled from the impact and exploded to the side. The last monster landed and lashed out with its claws and tentacles. She took a step back, exerting influence on the gravity around her with her Master of Gravity perk, making it harder for the monster to move. Its speed slowed, and she activated her Gravity Orb perk. A black orb made out of compressed gravity chi manifested into existence next to her, orbiting her. She moved it closer to the monster, and it was pulled from the ground by the orb's gravitational pull. Floating in the air, it was shambling, trying to grab a purchase on air. She whirled her staff and hit it over the head, pulverizing it. She looked around, seeing warriors fighting monsters. A warrior of some sect that Erdania couldn't identify immediately fought near her. Then he stumbled, his spear missing its target, and monster claws raked him over the chest. A pair of tentacles grabbed him and pulled him close. The monster's jaws closed over the warrior's head. A moment later, as the body fell to the ground, The monster lashed out at empty air, and Dardania watched as the space rippled, its claws grabbed Purchase, and pulled a glowing form in the shape of the warrior. It opened its jaws and ate the man's soul. Uriel watched as the monsters advanced. Too many of them had already gotten into the city, and too many people were dying as they tried to stem the tide. She stood on top of the wall, as ranged fighters around her rained hell on the monsters below, while her melee fighters stood at the bottom of the stands with the few geomancers that had showed up. They were creating fissures that slowed the tide, but it wasn't enough. There were just too many of them. She kept Warden Zachariah and his partner next to her. She couldn't risk him dying. She could see that he wanted to fight, but he didn't complain. Gemheart stood nearby, holding cannons in his arms and firing down at the arena floor along with his people who had shown up. Sigmund stood on the wall, balls of blue energy orbiting his head and then shooting off to strike monsters in the distance. On the steps below them, the melee fighters were finally engaged in combat themselves. She was surrounded by the wardens, fighters from many other factions. The Adventurers Guild was here, their ranged fighters firing alongside her wardens. The fighters from several kingdoms and empires were present as well. There were thousands of warriors on her side of the wall, all fighting the monsters, but her call had not been heard by all. Many parts of the wall were bare, with no one defending them. The monsters were inside the city, and it was only going to get worse. She glanced at Zenker and could feel reality rippling around him. From time to time she could see something around him, but she couldn't identify what it was. She wanted to rush him, but she knew that she couldn't, so she focused on what she could do. She used her perks and her abilities, strengthening their defenses. A gasp from her side made her turn her attention back to the fight, and she saw what had made Bera exclaim. Several monsters had ganged up on a knight wearing white armor, someone whom she recognized as a competitor in the High Division. They ripped the knight apart, and then she saw one of the monsters attack the empty air above the corpse. "Heavens," Uriel whispered, as she saw the knight's soul get pulled into the real realm and then devoured by the monster. The knight was immortal, she was certain of it, yet it hadn't helped him. "Bera," Uriel said. "Mass communication. Start now. Attention, everyone. The monsters are capable of pulling souls to the real world. They are capable of causing true death." She knew that that information might discourage people from fighting, from coming to the wall, but she also knew that they needed to know. She raised her eyes and saw 6 major areas of the wall being defended. There were holes all over the wall, but they were slowing the attack down, and with every monster they killed here, they saved a life in the city. Despite the portal constantly letting in new monsters, they had to stand. She took a deep breath and focused. Her head was killing her, but she couldn't allow her injuries to slow her down. It took her a good several seconds before she managed to activate her perk, and when she did, it nearly left her breathless. True might of Warden's call spread from her to everyone under her command in the city. Every warden in the city felt the increase to their stats, the boost to their defense, as did everyone else who had listened to her command and came to the wall. A white citadel blazed in the air above the arena, announcing her perk for all to see. The bare minimum requirements for her perk was for her to consider them under her command. She had wanted to wait for more people to get to the wall, but she couldn't afford to wait now. It was one of her greatest perks, and perhaps it would give them a slight edge. The white citadel glowed for a few moments in the air above them, but Iari was too busy fighting to focus on it as he felt himself become stronger. A faint white glow surrounded him, and he realized that he was faster, stronger. He didn't dare check his notifications, but he knew that he and everyone else around them had been boosted. All of them were glowing. He stabbed his awakened spear into a monster, then ripped it out to the side, and with a spatial evade, he got out of the way of an attack from the monster near him before releasing his army of spears at it. The monster exploded into pieces from his attacks. He glanced around, seeing the warriors of his sect fighting, some dying, their souls ripped from the ethereal realm to be killed fully. He fought as hard as he could, trying to help those warriors around him. His uncle fought next to him, his black spear and armor almost causing him to meld with the darkness. They followed the same paths, but he could see just how great mastery his uncle had over his paths. He was a one-man whirling storm of death. What his spear touched died. Iari turned his focus back as more monsters climbed on top of the first step of the stands. Onrush released her absolute cold aura, and the ground around her started to freeze. The monsters jumped at her, two at a time. She triggered her defensive stance and saw their attacks. Her shield rose and she blocked the attack from the first monster, which allowed her to attack. Kagahime soared through the air, and she cut the side of one monster as she stepped back, taking the claws of the second monster on her shoulder, letting the glacial armor protect her. Her avatar of frost attacked the monster from the side, stabbing its sword into its side. A spear wreathed in fire hit the monster in the neck, punching through and exiting through the shoulder. It disappeared as the monster fell to the ground, returning to Naira just in time for her to stab another monster on the other side of the street. They were fighting in front of their compound, protecting the caravans that were leaving the area and fleeing the city. A monster leapt at Naira and was caught midair, a net of spectral threads catching it. Onrush glanced at Daria standing behind them. Her powers were not useful against these monsters, not when they could attack things in the ethereal realm. Naira's sister didn't want to risk using any of her soul-related powers, not after they saw a warrior get its soul ripped apart. They had encountered only a few dozen or so monsters, and they were barely able to hold them off. She couldn't imagine what was happening around the city. Two monsters jumped at her, and Onrush spent one of her anchors. Her Arctic sword storm was unleashed around her, ice swords coming into being, and then attacked in a flurry, cutting up the monsters. She finished them up quickly and waited for more to come. Yrel glanced back as she felt something stir. Zenker opened his eyes and stood up. Behind him and around him the air wavered. Like a heat daze it danced, a mirage with shapes in it. It was murky for a few moments, and then it solidified into a clear image. It was a landscape, and it changed from one to another, a forest to a desert, then to a mountain and a cave. Different places, different landscapes. But one thing was always the same. A winding path cut through the middle, making it seem as if Zenker was treading upon it. His eyes met hers, and he spoke. "I'm ready." Zenker Brokentail felt the pieces of his skill come together. Pushing a skill to Tier 9 was both more complicated and simpler than anything that came before. It required a firm idea of what one needed and wanted, and enough willpower to hold it, of course, to force it into shape. He focused on the idea, on the moment in his memory when he understood the concept of what was at the very center of his skill. The idea, the image, took shape, then took hold. His will was throbbing, in pain, exhaustion, it didn't matter. He had done it. The last of his skills came together, and he felt everything change. A notification flashed in his vision. "Congratulations. You've achieved the pinnacle of your focus, and you have gained great power. Image formation unlocked. Skill synchronization, 89%. Image formation, nascent. Image, the Wanderer. Your skills and path are those of one who wanders the world. The image of the Wanderer surrounds you, and, based on your will, can influence the reality around you. Current image formation grade, nascent." Zenker opened his eyes and stood up. He felt his image start to form around him, his willpower pushing it upon reality. Even after all this time of carefully selecting skills, he hadn't gotten more than 89% of skill synchronization. It didn't matter. He didn't have the time to worry about it now. He met Urel's eyes and spoke. "I'm ready," he said, and started pulling items from his storage ring. First, he pulled 3 glowing elixirs, each a different color. He downed them in an instant. His scales hardened, his stats soared, and his willpower was replenished. Next, he put on his armor. A glowing blue and white piece of interlocking plates surrounded him, covering every part of his body. The helmet didn't even have a visor, but from the inside Zenker could see everything as if it were see-through. The armor of the last star boosted his stats, and its set effect hit him like a boulder, but he gritted his teeth and focused. Next he pulled out a weapon. The staff of 10,000 storms settled into his right hand, followed by the wand of the mountain's force. He walked over to Urel and her assistant. Few of the warriors on the walls paid him any heed, too focused on the fight against the monsters. "You are sure that you can close it?" Urel asked. "I can. The only thing that worries me is what I'll find on the other side," Zenker said. Urel gave him a long look, then placed her remaining hand on him. "Inspire, shield of the depths. Inspire, power of the shield. Battle roar. Greater strength, greater power regeneration." Her power seeped into him, and he inclined his head, thanking her. Then, with a glance at the others fighting the horrors below, he stepped onto the wall and looked at the portal in the center before triggering his True Step perk, crossing the distance. Interlude. The ground shook. Erdania smashed another monster with her staff and kicked another in the head. Her skill-enhanced sphere of awareness let her know that a monster was attacking from her posterior. She stabbed her staff into the ground and leapt over it, avoiding another attack. As the monster passed below her, she smashed her palm into its back, releasing a reverberating blow. The monster's body buckled and exploded, spreading black ichor all over the floor. These monsters didn't have organs or blood inside of them, but instead seemed to be made out of the same substance, or at least most of them did. She had encountered a few that were different, although she hadn't stayed long enough to examine their corpses. She had tried to use her inflict agony on the monsters, but her touch didn't seem to be doing anything, nor did her draining step. It was as if these monsters didn't feel pain or have any stamina to be drained. There was no real intelligence behind them, only hunger. And then there was the faint buzzing inside her head. She had been noticing it more and more, her crystal mind seeming to protect her, but she had seen a couple of warriors around her fight with strained expressions on their faces. The monsters were exuding something, but she couldn't examine what it was without lowering her own defenses, and there was no way she would do that. The gravity orb pulled monsters around her off their feet, but there were too many around her, and even with that she was often surrounded. She whirled her staff, killing monsters with single strikes. Her stats were rising with every kill, her vampire perk adding their stats to hers. Her stamina was still full, as her stamina regenerator perk kept her topped off. A group of monsters leapt at her, surprising her. A couple of them were of the standard type, but one of them was larger, looking like a monstrous bear with 6 arms and a horn on top of its head, towering over her. She pushed her cosmic body, allowing the mass of her body to exert its full effects on her surroundings. She swiped with her staff, triggering its power. In an instant, it weighed 10 times the amount, and she smashed through the monsters as they came at her. Then the bear-like monster reached her. She pushed the effect of gravity on her body to its maximum, the ground beneath her cracking under her weight. She whirled her staff back and blocked the monster's attack, but 2 of its limbs got through to strike against her skin. Its claws didn't even scratch her skin, and its momentum barely moved her. She pulled her staff to her chest, pulling the monster closer in the process. She dropped her staff and then smashed her palms against the sides of the monster's head, exploding it between them. Black gore showered over her face and body, but she didn't even slow. She kicked her staff at a monster coming at her, then jumped forward as she lessened the impact of her mass and the pull of gravity on her. She caught her staff as it bounced off the monster's head and then brought it down on top of it. The majority of the monsters were about as strong as an average monarch cultivator, the larger ones maybe a few tiers above that. But she could see other monsters in the distance, including the towering behemoths that were slowly getting closer. She continued to fight, seeing Imar and his nephew nearby, their spears flashing in unison and killing dozens of monsters. The warriors of her sect were fighting bravely, but she saw that many were dying, both from other sects and her own. She needed to do more to help them, but she couldn't do that while she was near them. Then, before she could react, a large shape smashed into her. It was an amorphous mass of blackness with what seemed like 100 tentacles that all wrapped around her, tightening, the hooks on the tentacles attempting to breach her skin. It was powerful, and she could feel the hooks pricking her skin, but her mass was greater than even the monster that was 3 times her size. She focused her will and let her mass fully affect the real world, then increased the pull of gravity on herself. Her gravity orb was orbiting quickly, smashing into the monster in attempts to have it release her. Her mass pulled her and the monster to the ground, and she felt the tentacles tightening, but it was getting squished against the ground. She pushed more, increasing the gravity around her with her Master of Gravity perk. The monster was trying to move, but it couldn't. It was getting crushed between her and the ground. She wiggled, getting more room as the monster lost its strength from the crushing weight. Then, once she had enough room, she turned and used her wrathful assault. Her limbs struck out chaotically and blindly, smashing everything in her way. The tentacles and the core of the monsters splashed against the ground from her impacts, gore flying everywhere. It took her a few moments to climb out of what was left of the monster. Once she did, more monsters were already on her. Her orb pulled them off the ground and then smashed into them while she grabbed her staff from the mass of tentacles. She jumped off the monster corpse and returned gravity around her to its normal intensity. Then a huge monster limb grabbed the edge of the cliff, and something pulled itself up. It was large as a small building, with a flat face and no mouth. Its eyes were large and glowing with red light. It was elongated, gangly, and thin, but its claws were large and were digging into the ground as it fully raised itself. It stood on all 4 thin limbs, and then something filled the air around it. Immediately she was hit with a mental attack. It made her pause for only a moment, but she saw the warriors around her pause for longer. Dozens died in an instant as they paused in their attacks or they missed a block. 6 of the larger-sized monsters jumped at her, taking advantage, but silver spears and a beam of void cut them down before they could reach her. She silently thanked Celia and Ryun, and then focused. She opened her mouth and sang, letting her clearing song come out. The tones were simple, without any words, just humming, but it filled the cliff, and she saw people recover. Imar and Iari jumped at the big monster, their spears glowing with green chi. Her song ended, and the warriors restarted their defense. She was about to jump in to help them when she saw another large monster climb on top a few 100 meters away. This one was just as large, but built like a building. 6 limbs crashed on top of the step, one of them crushing a warrior beneath it. The tree-trunk-sized limbs were thick and muscled, and the monster had large tusks that it stabbed into the ground, ripping chunks of it out and sending a shower of debris at the warriors. She saw a beam of void chi scour its thick hide, but not penetrating deeply inside. Celia's spears were embedded in its skin, and then they exploded, rocking the monster, but not downing it. Erdania looked around the line and knew that they would need to retreat to the second step soon. The monsters would begin overwhelming them shortly. She put her staff back in her storage, then jumped forward at a monster that was just about to climb over the cliff before activating her evolved form, Gravity Titan. Her body grew in size, and she felt the gravity around her intensify slowly. She crashed into the monster and carried it down to the arena floor. She crushed it beneath her weight, and then she stood. Monsters were swarming around her feet, and she stomped on them, the gravity intensifying around her with every moment that passed, and quickly the monsters were starting to slow down. The ranged fire from behind her was raining all around her, and she continued to wreak havoc. She moved her chi and triggered her inverted gravity sphere. Monsters all around her were thrown into the air, hundreds of them, and she released it and used her whirling kick to smash through as many of them as she could. Then she jumped forward at a towering monster. The gravity around her was at the point where it was difficult for all monsters to move, the large one included. She smashed her fists into the monster with wrathful pounding, punching it into the ground and breaking its bones. Once it was dead, she stood. Monsters were trying to claw at her legs, but even if she wasn't the size of a building, they would have barely been able to scratch her skin, as her body was too tough to be damaged by their weak attacks. Another of the towering monsters charged at her, even through the gravity field around her. It was screaming, sending a mental attack against her, but she shrugged it off. The monster opened its mouth wide, and black fire spewed out of it, splashing against her. She grimaced as it sizzled on her skin, burning her slightly. She charged through the fire and smashed a fist into the large monster's jaw, breaking it and making it turn its head toward the ground and scorch the monsters around them. She raised her fist to kill it when everything shook. She staggered and turned her head, looking toward the portal. In the distance, she saw a massive blast sending thousands of monsters through the air. The large monster that seemed to be in charge near the portal was pushed back as well, and then it tumbled to the ground. Through the chaos, she saw someone step through the portal from this side. Zenker arrived amongst monsters near the portal. He was immediately attacked, of course, but his blue and white armor protected him. He saw the large monster that had blocked Awirin's ideal. Clearly a general of some kind, it raised its tentacled hands toward him, but Zenker pointed his wand at it and released its full charge. The wand of the mountain's force unleashed the force that he had been storing in it. The blast turned the earth. A kinetic force vaporized the monsters near him and sent everyone else flying. A cone of force extended from him, and the large monster staggered back, then fell. Zenker turned away, activating his "None may stand in my way," then jumped forward. The monsters coming out of the portal collided with him and exploded as they were hit by his potential energy. For a moment all was bright, and then he stepped onto the sand, the exploded bodies of monsters surrounding him. The scorching sun blazed from above, and everything was covered in charging black forms. He realized now just how screwed they were. Only a bare fraction of the monsters were entering the portal, while the rest were fighting with an army in the ruins of a fortress. Black ichor was covering the walls, growths were pulsing along it, and a dozen monsters the size of buildings were smashing the inside of the fortress. More of the same type of general monsters stood in the distance, while the sky was filled with black shapes, a cloud that spun in the circle all around the battle, leaving only the sun in the center above them. The monsters surged at him as soon as he arrived. Zenker raised his staff of 10,000 storms and slammed it against the ground. The sky turned gray, and then lightning smashed down. Most hit the flying monsters, but then after a delay, after the monsters in the sky were cooked alive, the bolts hit the ground all around Zenker. Every monster in a large range around him died in a flash of light. He didn't hesitate. He put the staff in his storage, since he had spent all of its charges, then turned and pulled out his wand of rift exploding. He regretted not having more ways to deal with spatial rifts, but in his defense, it was such a rare occurrence that he had to deal with, and it had never seemed necessary. Spatial items and powers were already rare, and with his wand he had always been able to deal with them, violently at least. The wand would explode the rift. The detonation would depend on the power and size of the portal. He already knew that this portal was probably the most powerful one ever created. It had bridged the entire known world. It would destroy everything. He could feel his image wrapping around himself, and he wasn't sure just how it worked. So far it seemed to be instinct and willpower. The ground around him trembled, and he released the charge inside his wand. The blast flew toward the portal, and then the world twisted.
Where am I?
Zenker saw a battlefield, but a moment before he had been in a meadow. He had found an entrance to the dungeon. His mind wrenched itself back, then reality twisted itself, and he felt his "I remembered all sights" protect his mind. In front of him stood a being. It wore a yellow robe with a wooden mask, behind which eyes shone. It made him shiver. Its hand was raised as it stopped his wand's bolt. The flying monsters from above started to fall, and he moved. With "I walk and thorns spread" he stepped, thorns exploding out of the ground with each of his footfalls, lashing out at the dead monsters around him. He fired another bolt from his wand, and again something tried to mess with his mind. He grimaced. With his skill and his mind protection ring, he seemed to be able to shrug the effects off, but for a moment there he had frozen. The yellow-robed being was again in front of him, blocking his attack. He activated his piercing gaze. Name: Hastur, the King in Yellow. That was all that he saw, but he remembered the notification from before. "Fuck," he whispered. He was facing the monster after which the dome was named, the leader of them all. The monsters charged over the corpses of their comrades, heading for him. He charged at Hastur, released his monstrous aura, and used "I arrive and lash out." He blurred across the ground, and his claws lashed out. Hastur didn't move, but tentacles slipped out beneath its robes, and one of them slapped Zenker away. He flew across the ground, smashed through the sand and corpses of monsters, then rolled for a long time before he managed to stop, and he halted only because he hit one of the building-sized monsters and became stuck in its body. The monster fell, blood and gore flowing around and over Zenker as he groaned and then pushed himself out of the fallen monster's body. Immediately he was swarmed. Monsters swiped at his armor, not even scratching it, but a crack spread over his chest from the yellow-robed being's slap. He had lost his wand in the roll, and he roared a challenge. His armored gauntlets had clawed tips, and he ripped into the monsters around him, sinking claws into their bodies and pulling them apart. He ran back toward the portal. As he charged, something around him was trembling. He saw reality flickering, and he pushed his willpower out. He felt it fill his image, infusing it, and then the ground around him changed. He stepped on brown rock instead of sand, blazing lava flowing around him. The monsters nearby recoiled as they were burned by it. Zenker remembered this place. It was a place that he had walked, ground upon which he had trodden before. His image flickered a bit. It didn't cover a lot of ground, only his immediate surroundings, but it was enough to give him some breathing room as the monsters slowed their attacks. He pulled his hand back and took out a large spear from his storage. Then, with all his might, and "I throw with the weight of a mountain," he hurled the spear that pierces the sky. It blazed through the monster horde, and any monster that was near its path simply melted into a puddle of black ichor that was then thrown aside. The sand along the path was blown away, creating two walls of dust and sand that expanded away from the spear's path. The ground shook and the air trembled. The spear flew faster than a blink, a fraction of an instant, and smashed into Hastur, the king in yellow. It pierced his yellow robe in the center of his chest. Hastur staggered a step, the space behind him exploding. Monsters near the portal were thrown away in a blast of sand and air, a big chunk carrying through the portal. The world was filled with noise and shaking. Then, after it ended, Hastur reached up to the spear with one hand. Zenker saw the gnarled and gray-skinned hand grip the spear and pull it slowly out. Then a voice filled Zenker's mind. It was smooth, the sound of a river passing through a forest, almost gentle. It spoke of things that Zenker wanted more than anything else. "You are strong," Hastur whispered across the battlefield, yet Zenker heard him clearly. Zenker kept his eyes on the leader of the armies from the dome. He couldn't see his wand among the dead monsters and all the chaos that his attacks had caused, but his I-remembered-all sights told him exactly where it was. A moment later, he moved. Celia saw a massive blast of something explode out of the portal. For a moment she thought that perhaps it had closed, but then her hope died. The portal still shone, but at least the number of monsters getting through had been reduced significantly. Her eyes had been able to see clearly who had gotten through, and she wished the wandering drake all the luck in the world. They couldn't hold out for much longer, and she knew that people all around them were dying. Monsters were in the city, and the only reason the city hadn't been overrun was that some of them held large pieces of the wall, slowing down the tide. Yet she could see even that slowing down, some were retreating, pulling back into the city. They wouldn't last for long. The battle in the sky had moved away from the city, which meant that most of the newly arrived flying monsters were heading toward them, attacking the wall and others in the city behind them. Celia had tasked Riki and his warriors with covering the skies and protecting them from the flyers. Celia threw her spears at the monsters, trying to keep her strength since she didn't know when she might need it. Erdania had used her evolved form, which was helping them immensely. She had slowed down the monsters significantly and had already killed thousands. The problem was that it seemed like there was no end to their number. The warriors had managed to retreat to the second step and had started to prepare to meet the monsters there. Then Celia noticed Ryun walk over to her. "Celia, we have a problem," he said. She didn't glance at him, choosing to keep her eyes on the monsters below. He had helped a lot with his technique, and his avatar was still firing, thinning the monster waves. "What is it?" "Monsters are about to hit us from behind," he said. Celia blinked, stretching her senses, but not noticing anything other than people running around in panic. She knew that he had a long range on his sensory skill, though, so she didn't argue with him. "What is happening?" she asked as she sent another dozen chi spears flying down. "A couple of thousands of them are charging through the city, killing anyone in their way. The people fighting in the city are not slowing them down. They will hit us in a few minutes." Celia grimaced. "We can pull back some of the warriors to defend against them." "We need to decide if we are staying here, Celia, or if we are going to retreat into the city," Ryun said. "Soon we will be surrounded." "We need to slow them down to give the people a chance to escape. And we need to close that portal or those monsters will flood the core. We don't know how many of them there are." Ryun turned his eyes to look at the portal. "Whoever went through hasn't closed it, not yet," he said. "But if we need to hold a bit longer, we need more power." She knew that he was right. She could see the way things were going. There were too many monsters, and the larger ones had started to reach them. Soon they would start to lose more and more people, and they would be overwhelmed. Her ideal was not meant for combat like this. She still had her evolved form and a few other perks, but she was just one person. Even if she killed 10,000 in an instant, even if she killed 5 times that number, it was just a fraction of what was in front of them. He closed his eyes and tilted his head. "We won't survive for long as we are now," he said, his words mirroring her feelings. "The Warden Commander is right. We need to close the portal. I'd hoped that she had some ideas, but—" Ryun nodded. I have something that can give us power, but it comes with a price." Celia knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't be wasting time at a time like this. "What is it?" she asked, hoping that whatever he had been holding back could make the difference. Because by the way her threat assessment was screaming in her mind, they needed all the help they could get. Chapter 61. Present. Ryun and Zack. Trust is the color of death. Ryun. Ryun kept firing his void beams at the mass of monsters. He didn't even have to aim that hard. There were so many of them that even if he was shooting blindly, he would kill something. The smaller monsters died under his beams, but the larger ones were tougher. He classified them into 3 types inside his head: the small, medium, and large monsters. The smallest were the weakest and the most numerous. The medium were tougher, but there weren't as many of them. And the last were the large-type monsters, which were all the size of buildings. Naturally, they were also the toughest. Ryun had fired his beams at them from time to time, and saw that the void was doing damage, but not enough to do anything more than annoy them. Perhaps, if he focused for a while, he could bring one down from this distance, but it was all that he and Celia could do to stem the tide heading toward them. The 2 of them were doing the most damage, although there were many warriors around them adding their power to the fight. Many were focused on the skies, though, protecting them from the flying monsters. Ryun remembered fighting against the swarm, and, despite its size, he had always felt like they could win. He didn't see any way to win this. They just kept coming out of that portal. He had stayed to fight because he wanted to help slow them down, because he knew that he could be of use, because he had given his word to his sect, his people, and his word was his bond. He knew that the only way to keep his word was to make sure that his people managed to get away. But now, it was all he could do to keep his calm. He had felt it with his sense when the first warrior on the steps beneath him died, when the monster reached for his soul and killed him. It was as if he could hear the anguished scream of the soul's death inside his head. He had nearly let the presence of the eternal hunter out. It had nearly activated on its own, slipping out of his control. And with every death since, it had only gotten worse. They were dying a true death, and he could sense the wrongness of it. It made him remember all the people that he had killed on Earth before his perk had been put behind the wall. He killed them with the perk active, had given them a true death before it was their time. He hadn't felt like this then or now when he had used his perk. It seemed as if his perk almost made him be someone who could decide without consequences, but when others caused true death, it made him angry, or at least the parts of the aspect of true death that lived inside of him. People were dying all around him, both the warriors beneath him and those trying to escape the city. He could feel the few small bands of monsters behind them in the city, hunting those who were too slow. He tried to push all that death out of his mind, to convince himself that he didn't care. He didn't, in a way. He cared more that some monstrous force was in his way than he did about their deaths. But he had still given his word to his people, and he knew that his contribution to the wall was significant. And the time of him retreating alone had passed. Monsters filled the sky, which meant that he couldn't run away through the air, and there were bands of monsters behind them. The only hope they had now was to close the portal and then retreat together. There were already too many monsters in the arena for them to fight. They would get overwhelmed no matter what. They couldn't fight what was in front of them. They were barely holding back the tide as it was, and they were being pushed back further with every passing moment. He had already downed 3 regeneration potions, and he had felt the third one having lowered effectiveness. Just like any other potion, consumables, too, could get saturated, and it would take hours before he could drink another of the same type at its full effectiveness. He could see the way that the fight was going. They couldn't survive for long. Then a voice spoke inside Ryun's head.
"We have a problem."
Airclaw's voice came through their send thought perk, a message thrown to Ryun's mind. "What is it?" Ryun asked. Airclaw had been in their compound when the attack started. After that, he had entered the city, scouting and helping protect the retreating people.
"A large mass of monsters has gathered. Those who spilled into the city around you, they met in the middle of the district and are now moving toward the walls. They will surround you."
Ryun grimaced. He couldn't sense anything but the few wandering groups of monsters, which meant that they were still outside his range. He didn't doubt Airclaw, though. "Did the sect get out?" Ryun asked.
"Not yet. Onrush is holding the monsters back while they move. Only a few had made their way to the outskirts of the city."
Thinking about Onrush fighting these monsters made Ryun grimace. "Go back to Onrush and get our people out," Ryun said. Airclaw sent a thought of acknowledgement. It didn't take long for him to sense the monsters coming at them from the city. He could see the deaths of anyone in between them who hadn't yet escaped. It was inevitable, just as they now had no way to escape. The only thing they could do was try and punch through the army at their back. Ryun looked around at the warriors around him. All of them had stayed in order to protect people in the city, to give them time to escape, and many lives had been saved because they all stayed here. Ryun had seen a lot of cruelty and indifference in this world, but here, in this moment, people stood and fought. Not all, though. He had sensed warriors running, and there were only a handful of sects on the wall with them compared to the thousands that had sent representatives to the tournament. But they stood. Ryun saw Erdania towering over the monsters down below, fighting the large types, smashing the tide, and giving them even more time. There were more pockets around the walls, fighting as well, and some people had decided to stand. It was worthy of respect. Yet Ryun could see that they were all about to die, both the defenders on the walls and those behind them who had run away. If they didn't close the portal, if they didn't start retreating now, they were all going to die a true death, and the window for his own escape had already passed. Every moment that passed sent a shiver through his body and mind as he felt another soul die. He had one more thing that he could use to help, and he knew that it wasn't going to be enough, not on its own. Ryun turned and walked over to Celia while his avatar continued firing. "We can pull back some of the warriors to defend against them," Celia said after he informed her of what was coming behind them. He looked her in the eyes, not seeing anything other than the flat surfaces of her eyeballs. "We need to decide if we are staying here, Celia, or if we are going to retreat into the city," Ryun said. "Soon we will be surrounded." They would die then, he knew. The portal was still open, and they couldn't overpower what was coming. "We need to slow them down, give the people a chance to escape, and we need to close that portal, or those monsters will flood the core. We don't know how many of them there are." He could detect fear in her words, but he could tell that despite that, she didn't intend to move from the walls. She wanted to help as many people as possible to escape, but she was looking beyond that. Ryun didn't understand, not as she did. He didn't know what that notification meant, or if there was even an end to the monsters. If they didn't close the portal, then they could have a never-ending army marching through the entire world. Ryun doubted that his sect could just hide and remain unscathed from that, no matter how far they ran. Ryun turned his eyes to look at the portal. Whoever went through hasn't closed it, not yet. But if we need to hold a bit longer, we need more power. We won't survive for long as we are now. The portal and the army spilling out of it was death. He knew it. He looked inside his storage ring at an object stored in its corner. The Warden Commander is right. We need to close the portal. I'd hoped that she had some ideas, but Celia trailed off. He could see that she was struggling with what to do. Ryun glanced at Erdania on the arena floor, becoming overwhelmed with the sheer amount of monsters. Her form had increased several-fold, but they were attacking her legs, trying to climb over them. He hadn't expected to ever meet her again, let alone find her here, to learn that she and Celia were together. Erdania had helped Ryun more than she could ever know, had let him grieve Melody properly, had helped him move on. He had never planned on using her orb. He had always felt like it would be improper. But now his perk was struggling inside of him, like a living thing. So much true death all around him was doing something to it, death that was not at its proper time, that was not chosen by the aspect of true death. The perk was never meant to be alone. It was one half of a single whole. He closed his eyes. The bond that he shared with Melody had been special, made more so by the perk. He had loved her, and she had loved him back. Their bond, through the perks, had let him know that. But the perk itself had never held romantic entanglements. The Scythe and the Reaper weren't lovers, they weren't friends, they were literally two halves of the same being. Such things didn't matter to them. His dreams of the Reaper had shown him that. He had been hurt by the perk when Melody had died, but only because he had been too weak to contain what was left of the Reaper. Now the Reaper was gone, and he was much stronger. If he gave the other part away now, they might be able to hold the walls for longer, or perhaps even figure out a way to attack the portal and close it. He just didn't know if he could do it. Yet, without it, death seemed certain to him. It was, in the end, just power. He knew what the other perk did, and he knew that it would work best for someone who could utilize the speed component of the perk. It would slow those affected down both physically and increase their cooldowns, and it would give the drained speed to both the Reaper and the Scythe. Cooldowns for all powers, abilities, and perks included. One part to him, and the other to Scythe. Alone, each would be powerful, but together. He looked at Celia and wondered what he should do. He liked her, respected her, even more so after seeing her fight and knowing that she fought to protect her and other people. It mattered to him. Perhaps he would consider them friends. She wouldn't be his first choice if he had to give the sphere away, but life wasn't perfect, and death was coming for them all. Out of them on the wall, she was the only one who was powerful enough, and who could use the perk to its fullest. He had seen her activating abilities often. She was mainly a cultivator, but her build relied on both her cultivation path and class. He trusted her, even while he understood that she had loyalties that had nothing to do with him. Trust was a hard thing to gain for Ryun, and he knew how it could take death. Emberhorn had taught him that. He looked at her and wondered. Finally he made a decision and nodded. I have something that can give us power, but it comes with a price. What is it? She asked. Ryun pulled out the sphere out of his inventory and offered it to her. She blinked as she touched it. A pathstone? "Where did you get this?" she whispered as people all around them fought. "I and my partner found the twin aspects of true death on Earth. We were granted their powers and became two halves of a single whole, bound together. She died, but the power of true death cannot die as long as one of its halves remains. I hold the other half, and if you take this, it will bind us together. We will always know the direction the other is in. You will feel what I feel, and I will feel what you feel. We will be able to speak with our minds. It will bind us until one of us dies. It is a great price, but it will give you great power." He found his screens and then made his part of the perk visible to her. She read through it, and he could see her eyes widen. "The monsters surround us. There are already more of them than there were people in the city before today. We cannot hold like this, and we cannot win no matter what we do. So make a choice." He watched her thinking it over, his eyes blind to her expression and the emotions in her eyes. She looked down at the arena where her partner was fighting, getting pushed back by two monsters taller even than she was. The monsters behind them had nearly reached the other side of the wall, and everything was falling apart quickly. Celia turned and met his eyes, then picked the sphere up. Zack. Zack wished that he could get into the fight, but he understood why he was being held back. It didn't change the fact that it frustrated him. He was seeing people dying on the steps of the arena, wardens, adventurers, soldiers. Neha stood near him, her hand gripping his elbow tightly. He could tell that she was frightened, and who wouldn't be? A never-ending army of monsters was spilling through a portal made out of light. He knew that there was some kind of mental effect that was impacting everyone around him, as he had heard them talking about it. He didn't feel anything, but he had his enlightened perk, which probably shielded him from the effects. Neha only had her clear mind skill. This was a battle on a scale that he hadn't seen before. The sky was set ablaze, golden fire painting everything and making it seem almost as if it was day. An unending horde of monsters was charging, and powers were flying from the walls. In the distance he saw more people fighting, just as he saw monsters climbing the stands in the areas where there were no defenders. The arena was massive, and too few people had come to defend the walls. He saw an attack that he recognized, beams of void hitting the monsters and killing them far in the distance. Knowing that Ryun was there, fighting, he didn't know how to feel about that. He had tried so hard to push him out of his thoughts. "He should have done it by now," Zack heard the warden commander's assistant, Bera, say. He turned his eyes in her direction, seeing her mangled body. He wondered how she was even standing. Her left arm was gone, her armor twisted and melted into the stub that was just a few hand spans beyond her shoulder. She was battered and clearly in pain. "Zenker will do it," the warden commander responded. "Uriel," Bera whispered, "if we don't close the portal soon." The warden commander closed her eyes tightly, as if she was in great pain. Then she opened them and turned around, looking straight at Zack. She motioned for him to approach, and Zack walked over. "It looks like we might be forced to use you," she said. Zack glanced over the wall at the arena, the endless, moving mass of monsters. The fighters on the walls and the steps were throwing everything at them. It was as if a wall of all kinds of powers was falling down on them, killing them, and still some managed to get through to fight the people in the stands. "I am willing," Zack said. This was what he had always wanted to do, to fight in order to protect other people. This was his calling. "But I can't get through that." The warden commander nodded. "We would need to escort you," she said. "Maybe not," Bera added. Everyone turned to look at her. She met the Warden Commander's eyes and continued. "The teleportation platforms beneath the arena, they weren't charged, since there weren't supposed to be any matches this week, but—" She pulled a small plate out of her storage and looked at it. Zack recognized it. He had seen the Arbiters holding something similar in the teleportation rooms. "There is enough charge to send maybe a dozen people through." The Warden Commander's eyes widened, and then she nodded. "And Erasmus's talismans, we can use them to escape. They are keyed to send people to the healing building." She turned her eyes to east and grimaced. "Which is in an area of the city that is overrun." "Still better than being in the middle of all that," Bera said. "We can send a group there to secure it, and we can retreat from there after it is finished." The Warden Commander looked around and then called out. "Sigmund!" she yelled, and the human man, standing on top of the wall and firing orbs of blue light at the horde, turned. He walked over and moved his hands in elaborate ways. It took Zack a moment to realize that it was some kind of sign language. "I need you to take a small group and secure the healing building in the Eastern District. I'll go and try to close the portal," the Warden Commander said. "Uriel," Bera said quickly, "you are in no—" "There isn't anyone else who can keep Zachariah safe for long enough," the Warden Commander said. Zack looked at her and saw her resolve. Then, before anyone could say anything else, stars appeared in the distance. Zack looked in the direction of another group that was fighting on the walls, and he saw a large cloud of red and blue aura mixing together, what seemed like 1,000 stars shining above them with silver light. It took him a moment to realize that they weren't stars at all, but something that at a distance resembled slim spikes. Then all of them blasted through the air toward the monsters, and 2 wide beams of void exploded out behind them. Everything they hit, they erased. A couple of the towering monsters were hit by it, and after a moment or two of resisting, the beams burned through them, slicing them in half. Then something flew through the air and landed in the middle of the horde. A moment later, the monsters died as a massive sphere of black mist enveloped everything in 3 waves. For a moment, everyone was silent. "I think," Uriel started, "that we should try and get the aid of a few other defenders." Interlude. Plans. Celia. In all of her life, Celia had never seen a perk stone. She had never heard about one either. Everyone agreed that such things didn't exist. Yet here it was in Ryun's hands. His words spoke of a price, of being bonded to him for life. It was a price that was too high for her to pay, or it would be in any other situation. He was right. They were losing, and soon they might not even be able to retreat. She glanced at Erdania, her great love, and she could see her death. No matter the support from the walls, from the warriors around her, or from her towering, evolved form, she couldn't hold the line for much longer. The horde of the monsters was overwhelming her, and the other monsters that matched her size were pushing her back. They were all in danger. She turned her head back and met Ryun's eyes. She didn't really have a choice. She couldn't turn away anything that might help them turn the tide. If this was going to grant her a perk similar to what he possessed, it was no choice at all. She picked the sphere up and accepted the perk. The white sphere in her hand broke apart, and a cloud of energy surged inside her. In one instant, everything went dark. A massive pressure started to build up inside of her, a presence that was unlike anything that she had ever felt, and it overwhelmed her. Images flashed inside her mind, 1,000, 1,000,000, countless different sights, small orbs hanging in the dark, with tiny points of light surrounding them, a large monster of black fur and red eyes looking at her, and a sense of knowing and belonging filled her. It threatened to shatter her, but then it all settled, and she was changed forever. I'd forgotten what this felt like. Celia blinked as she heard Ryun's voice inside her head, as she realized that she could feel him there, standing next to her. She could sense his emotions, the determination, the sadness, acceptance, and a lot more that she couldn't quite identify at the moment. She didn't have the time to adapt to the strangeness, to think on what she had just done, what they had just done. Instead, she pulled the new notification to her eyes. Eternal Hunters, twin aspects of true death, essence integrated. Unique perk gained. Eternal Huntress, Scythe. Perk evolution possible. Additional essence utilized. Eternal Huntress, Scythe, unique perk. You hold the essence of twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance. You may sense your other half regardless of distance. You gain the ability to sense death. You gain the presence of the Eternal Huntress aura. When active, you gain Death Mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. Nearby beings, based on your intentions, have plus 25% to all power requirements, and they suffer minus 25% to their speed. Half of the drained speed is granted to you, and the other half to the Reaper. She looked at her new perk and knew that she had gained something unique in all of the infinite realm. Her eyes found Ryun's, and she knew that only the two of them had something like this. Ryun started. We don't have the time for me to explain things. I hope that you can trust me, for a while, at least. She had just let him inside her mind. She could feel him, and she knew that he could feel her just as much. There didn't seem to be any point in her not trusting him at this point. She nodded, and he explained what he wanted. Celia did as he asked and sent out orders, gathering some of her warriors around them on the wall. She watched as he made constructs of his void around his body, fashioning what looked to be an elaborate brace for his entire body. She focused and activated her evolved form, Arkzash. Her skin turned silver, and her horns grew larger, as did her tail. Her claws extended and darkened, but the biggest changes took place inside of her. Her conduits and core changed, and 1,000 different lines spread through her body as she felt her power increase. You ready? Ryun asked. Celia braced herself and had a few of her guards stand behind her in case it was necessary. Then she nodded. He grinned at her. Now. Ryun. When Celia used the sphere, Ryun was reminded of so many things. Having another person in your head was an experience that he doubted many could understand. He realized just how much he missed the sensation, but it was completely different to how it was with Melody. Celia felt nothing like her. Her emotions felt a lot more controlled, but he could tell that she was concerned for the people around them and for Erdania. He felt the love that she had for her partner, and it made him feel strangely. He had never felt something like that. He didn't have the time to ponder and get used to things, so he pulled his notification up. Quickly, he read it and saw that something had changed with the perk. He had felt the similar surge of power when she had used it to what he had felt when he first got the power from the Reaper. The perk now affected people based on Ryun's intentions instead of everyone around him. It was a small change, but important one for them, especially now. It seemed that the perk could improve, as he had always suspected. The Reaper and the Scythe had been eternal ranked beings, but his perk had only been mythic. It seemed that the more powerful both he and the other holder of the perk were, the more power they could access. He pushed his mind from those thoughts and spoke to Celia, telling her his plan. She thankfully accepted, and quickly they were surrounded by her sect warriors, a few hundred all around them as they stood on the raised rampart. They were still throwing fire down into the arena, but Ryun didn't pay them much attention. He used his void shape and fashioned walls around himself, keeping his legs and body fixed. He pointed his arms at the oncoming horde, and in particular at one of the large monsters heading toward Urdania, and fixed them in place. He had spent a long time training to handle his stats when they reached great heights. His enduring trained body, his greater coordination, and his unyielding all helped, as did his Mu body. He hadn't yet tested it since he gained his new inner refinement perk, but with it he should feel 50% less effects from stat impairment. It could only help, since he had gotten very good at handling it already. He didn't know how it was going to react with the other part of the perk added into the mix, though. Once they were ready, Ryun dismissed his avatar, and then took a deep breath. "Now," he said, and activated his perk. Presence of the Eternal Hunter billowed out of him, just as the presence of the Eternal Huntress billowed out of Celia. He heard her gasp, just as he fought his own reaction. He was used to this, but it was the first time for her. With the 100 warriors around them, his stats increased by an average of 10,000 each, putting all of his stats at around the 13,000 mark. It was an insane amount that was just over what he could handle without issues for a shorter time, but it wasn't yet so much that it would crush him like it did before. He activated his mantle and pushed all of his bonuses into his wisdom and intelligence. With this many stats, he couldn't risk not being able to control his power. Both stats increased by over 6,000, bringing his total in wisdom and intelligence to 22,433 and 16,955 respectively. He heard the people around him exclaim in various ways, from surprise to horror, but no one moved out of their auras. He sensed Celia gather herself, and then she moved her hand. Her chi flowed out of her in a storm, and she created spears all around her. A moment later they multiplied into hundreds, no, thousands of spears, all coming into being all above them. Each was the exact same copy of the spears she formed with her chi. They were almost pieces of art. His sense could feel their detail, their durability and sharpness. They were impressive. Celia did something more then, and the spears vibrated in Ryun's sense. Ryun moved his chi and prepared his own technique. Then Celia launched her spears. Thousands of them flew through the air and at the monsters. Ryun, after only a moment of hesitation to admire the display, followed. Celia's spears hit the monsters, one spear each, killing them in an instant. He unleashed his void beam, one from each hand. They lashed out and struck one of the monsters, disintegrating holes through them after only a few seconds, where before he could only scratch them in the same time. The monster died, and he focused again, shaping his avatar with his increased wisdom. The avatar formed next to him, and Ryun focused on his void shaping. He created the base of a pillar beneath the avatar as it prepared a technique. Then he had the platform grow at high speed, in essence, launching the avatar through the air. It crashed into the arena, far away from the stands and Urdania. Its landing sent a loud crash through the arena that nearly overcame the sounds of battle, but it was only a few moments later when the avatar released the fully charged staggered end that everything seemed to stop. There was no sound of an explosion, only a large sphere expanding and consuming everything. 3 waves of void chi swallowed the arena and the monsters. A fully charged staggered end ripped through everything, and all types of monsters were disintegrated the instant the wave hit them. He continued to fire, while his avatar shaped a step beneath itself and fired beams as well. His stats soared higher with the thousands that he had killed, his vampire perk taking their stats for his own. His chi was getting close to depletion, but Ryun still had essence filling his core. Celia repeated her previous display, summoning thousands of spears in just a few seconds. Within a short period of time, the two of them had killed enough for the warriors fighting below to get some breathing room. Still, it wasn't enough. Hundreds of thousands, millions maybe even, filled the arena. Then, with his sense, he noticed the arrival of 4 new people in the middle of their formation. Zack. The fight to the teleporters had been surprisingly easy. Some of the monsters had made their way into the tunnels beneath the arena, but not many. Zack and Neha had been the ones to fight, along with 3 other wardens that had come with them, since the warden commander obviously wasn't in any state to do it. Her perks, however, protected both of them. Just being in her presence boosted their stats.
"Here,"
Bera said as she walked over to the control panel.
"We have charge for 12 teleportations."
The warden commander grimaced and looked around.
"Zack, you and your partner are coming with us, then. The 4 of us going leaves us 8 more. The rest of you, get out, help with the evacuation of the city."
They had already abandoned the wall above them. The warden commander had ordered everyone to fight their way to the healing building so that they had a safe place to escape from the arena.
"Do it quickly. We don't have much time,"
Yrel said as she stepped on the platform. Bera manipulated the controls, then hurried to step on the platform as it lit up. A moment later they were somewhere else. They arrived on top of the wall, surrounded by warriors from the sects. Immediately Zack felt weaker, and a new notification appeared in his vision. "You are in the presence of the Eternal Hunter and the presence of the Eternal Huntress. Minus 25% to all regenerative effects, minus 25% to all stats, plus 25% to all resource requirements, minus 25% to speed. Death mark." Zack didn't even have the time to wonder at what it was. Weapons and powers turned on them immediately. Some even attacked. Yrel waved a hand, and a spherical shield blocked the dozen or so attacks. Zack then saw that the source of these 2 auras were the 2 people standing on the ramparts. A yell stopped everyone, and then a woman on top of the rampart turned and looked at them. She was a Demaci, with silver skin and blood-red eyes, her horns long and metallic-looking. Next to her stood a human who had his back turned to them, his hands pointed at the arena and 2 beams of black and violet firing down. He didn't turn. The woman saw Yrel, and her expression immediately changed.
"Yrel, do you have a plan?"
she asked, the blue aura around her disappearing.
"I do, Celia. We have a plan to close the portal, but I am going to need you."
Yrel then glanced at the back of the human. Zack already knew who he was.
"Both of you, and anyone else strong you have."
Ryun stopped his attacks, and then the red aura vanished. He turned around, the strange black constructs around him shattering. His eyes met Zack's, and for a moment there was no one else around them. In Zack's mind he was back on Earth, staring at him among the bodies of his friends. He could never forget. Moving past it was so hard. He felt Neha's hand on his, and he turned his eyes away from him.
"Tell me your plan,"
the Demaci woman, Celia, said, and the warden commander spoke. Zenker. His armor was cracked, light leaking out of it from all the damage. He rolled to the side as the massive monster swiped its claws at him. It was a monster made out of shadow, the 3rd that Hastur had formed. Its form was detailed, even though it seemed to be all painted in a single color. Zenker couldn't see any identifying signs above it, but he knew it. It was the Elder Crocodile King, the monster that he had killed only a few years back. The 2 monsters before this one had been monsters that he had killed before, too. He hadn't been sure before, but he was certain now. Hastur was somehow pulling from Zenker's memories and giving form to monsters that he had fought in the past. They had all the powers that they had in the past, but Zenker was much stronger now. His image trembled around him as he jumped over the shadow monster's attack, and then he unleashed his I Rend a Path. The image sharpened his attack, changing to the jagged peaks of a mountain range he had once traversed. His claws pierced through the scales that he had once been unable to scratch, and the monster split in half. He landed on the ground and dashed forward, aiming straight for Hastur. As he came closer, his vision danced, and voices whispered in his head, and he knew that he was under a mental assault. It didn't last for long before he managed to shrug it off, but in that time, Hastur had created 2 more shadow monsters, both previous opponents. Zenker grimaced and jumped back, getting some distance from the large worm's acid spit. He didn't know for how long he had fought. It seemed like it had been days almost. The landscape had changed completely as he had cracked the earth and destroyed sand dunes. They were fighting in a crater created by one of his clashes with Hastur. He couldn't close the portal, not anymore. He had lost track of his wand amongst the horde of monsters, and perhaps it had even been destroyed in the fighting. The horde had conquered the fort and had quickly started to take it over. A strange type of monster was covering the walls with black ichor-like substance, and large monsters that clearly carried eggs were hiding behind the walls. Monsters were still passing through the portal, now running around the battle between Zenker and Hastur after they, or whoever commanded them, figured out that they couldn't do anything. Zenker killed them just as a side effect of his battle. There were too many of them, millions or more, he couldn't count them. It was all so much worse than they had ever imagined. This wasn't a single wave that they could conquer. It was an invasion force, with generals, with a leader, with the ability to grow its armies and use tactics. And there were more of these domes scattered everywhere. He knew that their only chance was to kill Hastur, and he had to try. Yet he couldn't get close, and every time he did, the monster pushed him back. Hastur's attacks hit hard, but Zenker had a suspicion that physical prowess wasn't his main strength. The mental attacks were constant and building, and Zenker knew that he was in a battle against time. He had been pulling different weapons from his armory, trying to find something that would work. Before he could do it again, the two shadow monsters attacked and forced him to retreat. But his mind never stopped thinking, trying to find a way to kill the greatest threat to the infinite realm in all of its history. He only hoped that Yrel found a way to close the portal, because if she didn't, the core would be hit with an invasion that they were not prepared to face. Interlude. The Great Fall. Erasmus. Erasmus sat on top of his undead dragon, gazing out at the retreating army. The gray horde floated next to him, her wings stretched wide and beating rhythmically to keep her in the air. This was not the outcome that any of them had anticipated. A part of Erasmus wished that they had fought. At least that would have meant that things hadn't gone so wrong. It was doubtful that they could return to their lands in time, not if what they all thought and feared about the domes was true. The dome that was released was on the other side of their territory, too far from here for them to do anything. He wondered who would be stupid enough to do something like this, to unleash something that they knew very little about. "Who do you think did it?" the gray horde asked. "I have no idea. Some faction from their empire, perhaps," Erasmus replied. The gray horde turned her head to look at Erasmus's hand. "Anything?" Erasmus glanced down at the far-link orb in the palm of his hand. "Nothing. I can't reach anyone in the tournament city," he answered. That worried him. None of the links worked. He didn't have any undead in the city, as he had taken everything with him, but he had sent instructions to his agents across the core to investigate and get back to him. He didn't expect a quick answer, as everyone in the world would have seen the notification about the dome. He figured that the entire world was in turmoil. "I don't like this," the gray horde said. "We need to get back, and quickly." "I used the last of my scrolls to get your army here. We need to get back the old-fashioned way." The gray horde's mandibles clacked against each other in annoyance. "We'd better get on it. I doubt that the Empire will be an issue for a long while." Erasmus cast one last glance at the armies retreating at full speed, then both of them turned and flew down toward their own armies. Zack. The sky above them was still painted in golden fire, almost making it seem like it was daytime. He could see flying monsters fighting in the distance, though they were too far away for him to really tell what was happening. The only reason he knew they were was because he had watched the battle from the beginning, and he knew that the small specks in the air were coming from the portal. The air was filled with noise, the sounds of fighting, screams of anger and anguish, and death cries. It was almost too hard for him to push it out of his mind. It was so much death, and it reminded him of Earth, of how he had tried to protect people and failed. There were 4 people standing across from Zack, Yrel, Neha, and Bera, making for a total of 8. The plan was, in one word, insane. Everyone knew it, but they just didn't see another way. The Warden Commander hadn't presented a complicated plan. It was a very simple one, actually. It just required them to teleport into the middle of the horde in the arena.
"That attack that you did before,"
Yrel said, turning to Ryun.
"The big void explosion. Can you do it again?"
Ryun met the Warden Commander's eyes. His 2 pools of darkness regarded her calmly, as if they weren't all fighting for their lives and the lives of everyone trying to escape this horror. "I can, yes," Ryun answered.
"Good. We'll send you through first to clear our landing space,"
Yrel said.
"The goal is to get Warden Zachariah to the portal and have him close it. Everyone needs to focus on protecting him while he does it."
Ryun turned his eyes on Zack.
"This,"
Yrel spoke again,
"is bigger than your past. The fate of everyone in the infinite realm rests on this working."
Zack narrowed his eyes, trying to keep his emotions in check. The last world that he should have protected ended up bare of all life. He slaughtered nearly every living thing on Earth, and you want to put the fate of this world in his hands? Zack saw the eyes of everyone around turn to look at Ryun. Their expressions encompassed a wide variety that Zack didn't even want to try and identify.
"We talked about this before,"
Yrel said, her voice hardening.
"I know,"
Zack answered. His mind was filled with so many thoughts. He had worked so hard to put Ryun out of his mind, to forget, if not forgive, but fate seemed to want to toy with him. It was unfair, and it was too much to ask of anyone. How could he entrust a person who had done the things Ryun had with the fate of the world? "Zack," Ryun said slowly, "I will not ask you to forget. I cannot ask you not to hate me. I deserve it. But we do not have the time to deal with our past. People are dying. And I'm supposed to just believe you care about these people? You who slaughtered my family, who murdered the entire fucking world? And for what? Power and revenge? There comes a point, Ryun, when no matter the crime, no matter the wrong, retaliation crosses all lines. You've crossed the line so far that I don't think you even remember crossing it. I am supposed to trust that you won't simply stab me in the back the moment I turn around?" Ryun sighed, then seemed to steel himself. "You have my word that I will help you fulfill this task." Zack paused at that. Even back on Earth, when he was more deranged than he looked now, he had never broken his word once he'd given it. It made Zack angry, the fact that he trusted the word of a murderer. He turned around and looked at Neha. Her madness had twisted her, had made her into a monster just like Ryun. On Earth, they hadn't known about system-inflicted madness. What had happened to Ryun had been too fast for that, from what he knew of his power back then. Even if he had gone mad because of his power, it probably wouldn't change a thing. The cause ceased to matter past some point, and Ryun had passed any reasonable point where his actions could be looked through such a lens. Even if he had been insane, his crimes outweighed everything. And, at some point, the answer just stopped mattering. Zack didn't have it in him to care about what had happened, as nothing about that knowledge would change the past. There was nothing that it could bring. Neha put her hand on his and squeezed gently. He looked her in the eyes, seeing through the eyes of her human form. The two of them had their own path to walk, and he wasn't going to look back and jeopardize their goals. The sounds of battle were all around them. They didn't have the time for Zack to properly think, to try and wrestle with his emotions. He hated it all, but he remembered Neha's words.
"Move forward, but be better than we were yesterday."
There were innocents in the city, and his duty was to protect them always. He had built up his power for this moment, so that he would be strong enough to protect them. There was no choice for him to make. If it meant innocent lives would be saved, Zack would make a deal with the devil. "Fine," Zack said with a nod. Ryun stepped onto the platform. Celia, Imar, Iari were standing to one side just below it. Zack was with another woman Ryun didn't recognize, but who was awfully close to him, and nearby was the injured woman who was apparently his commander. They were standing on the other side next to the control panel, where a Minotaurus worked on the panel. A few warriors stood behind them, making sure that no monsters interrupted.
"Everyone, remember the tokens,"
the Warden Commander said. Ryun glanced at the small, coin-sized item in his hand. It was a token tied to the talisman stashed behind his waist. Crushing it should trigger the talisman's teleportation formations without the need for them to suffer critical damage. It was their ticket out of the arena. He put it into his void storage for safekeeping.
"We have enough charge for the 8 of us,"
the Minotaurus said. The other defenders on the walls had pulled back into the city, retreating. Celia had ordered her warriors and Dardania to pull into the city as well and make their way to the healing building to meet up with other forces that would secure it for them. From there they would all make a retreat out of the city, if they survived long enough. Dardania couldn't fit in the tunnels with her current size, and they needed her power on the outside. Imar and Iari had volunteered to come in her stead.
"Bera,"
the Warden Commander said,
"you are going to stay back."
The Minotaurus shook her head.
"Uriel, I'm not letting you go out there alone, not with you being so injured. You are strong, Bera, but not in ways that will matter there, and it would waste my power if I needed to protect you, too. I have precious little of it to spare."
The Minotaurus's face scrunched up in a strange expression, but then she nodded and sagged in defeat. The Warden Commander turned to Ryun.
"You ready?"
One moment. Ryun took a deep breath, downed 2 potions that increased his wisdom and chi regeneration, and then moved his chi through his body. He pushed his null mantle fully to his wisdom, then crafted his void armor. Crystallized void surrounded him, and he began working his fruit technique. Chi coursed through his conduits, but he didn't release it. Instead, he pushed more chi, charging the technique. He readied his mind, and then nodded as a way of signaling his readiness. A moment later, he was engulfed in a storm of essence. He was teleported a bit above the ground, above the horde of monsters. The essence of the portal filled his vision. White and gray, the essence was constantly twisting around itself, interrupted only by the monsters constantly coming through it. He activated Presence of the Eternal Hunter, and it engulfed the monsters all around him, his stats soaring above anything that he had ever experienced. A moment later, he unleashed his staggered end. Flying monsters were diving after him, and those on the ground were jumping toward him. One of the towering monsters was nearby, its giant clawed limbs swiping in a downward arc. Void spilled out of his body. The first wave annihilated the flying monsters and those that were leaping at him, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. The claw of the large monster was hit, and its black skin peeled off, the claw and bone beneath slowly being eaten away as if by acid. The first wave expanded and consumed everything, the ground included, and the edge of it hit the portal. The second wave exploded, to lesser effect. It didn't have anything to consume except for the large monster. What remained of its body disintegrated under the second wave. The third and final wave mopped up anything else that was left, and again a big chunk of the wave disappeared through the portal. For a moment, Ryun wondered if void essence was going to be enough to destabilize the portal, but sadly his sense told him that monsters were still coming out on its other side. But he had achieved his task. The landing spot was clear. He shaped a step beneath himself and looked around. The monsters around him quickly recovered and leapt toward him. It was too bad that he was in the air. The ground was much further beneath him than it used to be, and the crater that he had left was still filled with void chi. With each step they took, the monsters only harmed themselves, the damage over time effect of his technique taking out their legs and making them easy targets. Ryun noticed the largest of the monsters, the one that they believed to be a general, turn in his direction and then start to move. Essence flared all around him, announcing the arrival of the others. Ryun pulled chi from his core, getting ready for a fight. Airclaw. Airclaw was moving through the city, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. His senses weren't as sensitive as Ryun's, but he could see far as well. He had managed to stay a step away from the monsters, fighting only a handful of times, and each time doing so from a place of ambush. He was a hunter. He did not fight head-on. Now he raced back to their compound, to find Onrush and help her get out as Ryun wished. He was fast, faster than he had ever been. His stats were increased by a portion of Ryun's, and his had soared. At the edge of his senses, as he approached the compound, he heard trouble. He activated his Void Hunter perk, and his presence disappeared. Onrush. Kagehime came down on top of a monster's neck, with Crescent cutting its head clean off and splattering black ichor all over the floor. She looked around to see that there were no more monsters in her immediate surroundings. Their tide had slowed, despite there being more monsters in the city. They seemed to be focused on the other pockets of resistance, deeper in the city, where there were more people fleeing. The Twilight Melody sect had a compound near the edge of the city. Their retreat was swift. They had sent their carriages and servants ahead with a few warriors, while a couple of others stayed to fight and help other sects escape. They had fought for a long while, and finally Onrush had decided that it was time for them to move too. They couldn't help anyone if they were dead, and she didn't want to allow them to be overwhelmed. A part of her was angry that they couldn't help anyone else, but her people came first. She had sent Naira and Riordan back to the compound with the warriors, to prepare the last few transports and mounts that they had to evacuate themselves, while she stayed to keep the line. Now, finally, she saw an opportunity to retreat while the monsters were no longer coming at them with limitless numbers. She turned and ran back, seeing the warriors of other sects who had fought alongside her doing the same. She rounded a corner and reached the street where the Twilight Melody compound stood. She didn't see any of the transports outside of the entrance and cursed. She had expected them to be ready to move. Onrush entered, and even through the loud clashes of battle in the distance, she heard the loud arguing. "No, I don't know what you are doing here, but I am not leaving. This is my home, my family." Onrush's heart skipped as she recognized Naira's voice. She entered the compound and saw the transports standing in the middle of the courtyard, her warriors on the ground, turned into black and smoldering corpses. Riordan was the only one that she could recognize, as half of his face was still visible. In the center stood 3 people. Daria was a bit to the side, with a conflicted look on her face, and then there were the 2 who were having a standoff. Naira had her spear out and pointed at the tall and seemingly unconcerned man's face. In the light of the burning sky, she could see that his hair was the same shade as Naira's. Before she took more than a step, the man glanced at her and then raised his hand. "No!" Naira screamed, lunging forward at him. Onrush didn't even have the time to process anything. She spent her anchor, and a wall of ice formed in front of her as her already prepared glacial shaping technique activated. The fire consumed the wall, but with her enhanced dodge she had already moved out of the way. Blue fire blasted the place where she used to be. She saw Naira's spear catch the man off guard and open a gash on his cheek. For a moment he looked at her in shock, and Onrush decided to take advantage of his slip. She used her last anchor, and her avatar of frost appeared next to her. Both she and her copy jumped forward as the man's back was turned away. Raising her sword, she used Arctic Sword Storm in concert with her avatar. A dozen ice swords formed around them, and all struck at the same time. But a cloak of blue fire came into being around the man, and the sword evaporated in an instant. Onrush grimaced as the heat hit her and forced her a step back. She raised her shield to protect herself, but it wasn't enough. She heard Naira scream, and she looked over only to see her fly through the air and hit a wall. Her avatar continued to advance under her guidance, and the man flicked his hand, consuming it in fire. He turned his eyes on her then, and glared. "Eric!" Daria's voice interrupted. "Stop! You don't know—" The man glanced at her, and she shut up, her mouth closing almost forcibly. Onrush saw his attention turn back at her and focused, activating several of her perks and getting ready. Her threat sense was going off like crazy. It had been since she entered the courtyard, but she couldn't run. She didn't know what was happening or who this man was, but it was clear that he was related to Naira and her past. She couldn't just leave her. She noticed the moment when the man decided to move, and she sprang into action. With enhanced dodge, she moved out of the way, and then she used dash to close the distance. Unleashing her absolute cold aura, she then attacked with Arctic Onslaught and Crescent. Kagehime sang through the air, heading straight for the man. She saw his expression twitch as the cold hit him, but as her sword reached him it just passed through, his body turning to blue fire and flashing to the side. He returned to normal and raised his hand toward her undefended flank. Then a flash of red came from behind him, and something ripped through his side. Onrush blinked and saw Airclaw appear as if out of nothingness. The man blurred across the courtyard, a hand on his side where Airclaw had opened his flesh up. He glanced down, and then Onrush saw him look up at them. Anger filled his eyes. "Run!" Airclaw growled, but her own threat sense was already telling her the same thing. Before she could react, fire consumed her, her glacial armor melted, and the water boiled, scorching her skin. She couldn't even scream as the fire reached her and consumed everything. Naira. She watched in horror as her brother burned Onrush and Airclaw before her eyes. She had barely been able to wrap her mind around what had happened. Eric had arrived in the middle of their preparations to retreat, killing the warriors around them before she could even react. Then he had announced that he was taking them back to the Empire. He had been surprised by Daria's presence, she had seen that, but that hadn't changed what he wanted. Naira tried to reason with him, to tell him that she was no longer a part of the Empire, but her oldest brother didn't care. When Onrush had arrived, Naira had seen what he was going to do immediately, and so attacked him, but she hadn't even seen the attack that sent her into the wall. Her power didn't matter. He was stronger than her, even with all the death around her that boosted her stats. She tried not to look as she recovered and got to her feet, trying not to think on what could have already happened. Onrush was strong, and she was immortal. Her perks activated, and she closed the distance with Dawn Dash and Mist Burst. As her brother turned his head back toward her, she stabbed forward. Eric's eyes widened as he saw the attack. His head moved out of the way, and Erishi Resav followed. Her spear twisted in the air and stabbed him in his upper arm. His eyes darkened, but she didn't stop moving. She reached Onrush and knelt down, trying to put out the fire. She was burned horribly. Her regular armor melted into her flesh, an entire side of her face a mangled mess. "Onrush, can you hear me?" She spoke as she pulled out a healing potion, trying to pour it down her throat, but her lips had melted shut. She didn't know what to do, but she heard the sound of faint breathing through Onrush's nose. "You ungrateful brat," she heard her brother say. She turned just in time to see something flash and then smash into the side of her head, turning everything black. Zack. They arrived in the air, a crater beneath them. A moment after they arrived, everything exploded with light. Silver spears were flying at the monsters rushing at them, while Ryun fired beams of black and violet as he stood on a step in the air. Yrel and the two spear-wielders dropped to the ground and immediately rushed toward the portal. Zack dropped just behind them, with Neha next to him, and then followed. He could have blinked to the portal, but the monsters were continuing to come out of it. The silver-skinned Demacy was in the air, standing on a black step, just like Ryun was. The pair were unleashing an incredible amount of firepower all around them. Then Ryun created something, a copy of himself made out of chi, which he took and threw at the portal. It reached the edge and unleashed a massive AoE attack, clearing the monsters around the portal and sending most of the monsters through the portal. He had bought them some time. The two spear users reached the portal and started fighting the monsters that came around, while Ryun's avatar stood in front of it and fired a beam of void straight into the portal. They didn't know what was on the other side, only that the person that went through in hopes of closing it hadn't come out. Yrel had said that they couldn't risk sending anyone through to look for them. For all they knew, he was dead the moment he passed through. Closing the portal was their only hope, and Zack was the only one who could do it. His perks were already active, and there were many. True Link, Nehemasa Plane Runner, Phantom Avatar, Last Heir of Terra. Chi was coursing through his body, and he held his charged focus technique. He saw the two spear users holding off the horde and creating room through the middle, with Yrel standing behind them. A blast left her body, and Zack felt himself move faster. He reached the portal with Neha, in her Rabzer form, holding a dagger in one hand and a short sword in the other, right behind him. Zack's right hand was already in his Time Blade form, and in his left he held an ethereal sword in the shape of a rapier. He focused on his rift seal as monsters died around him. He reached with his hand toward the portal, and then the ground shook, and he stumbled back. It roiled underneath his feet, and he struggled to stay upright. Then he saw the source of the attack. Yrel. She saw the general coming around the portal, its steps shaking the ground as it charged. She had thought that they would have more time. They had purposefully teleported to the other side of the portal from the creature so that they would have the time to close the portal without needing to fight it. Clearly it was faster than they had assumed. "Go, close it," she yelled at Zack as she ran toward the general. The two sect warriors had recovered enough that they had started to fight monsters again, but the few moments of being staggered had cost them. There were more monsters around them, and they would soon be overwhelmed. Nehemasa stood next to Zack, killing a monster that had gotten near to them. The other ranker's avatar stood in front of them, firing its beam into the portal and preventing more from coming through that way. Zachariah reached out, but Yrel couldn't afford to keep her attention on him any more. She stopped in front of the charging general, other monsters swiping at her and killing themselves as she activated her Shield of Retribution perk. She was too injured and too weak to do much. It was taking all that she had to keep her few defensive perks active to help the others. But she knew that that general could probably kill Zachariah if it managed to reach him, and they needed him. The general slowed as he saw her. His four limbs rose above his head, and red energy crackled around them. She pushed her mind through the pain that she felt deep in her soul, and she raised her remaining hand. Pure Depth Shield was followed by I Hold the Abyss to strengthen her ability. A pale blue shield made out of light appeared in front of her, and then reality itself bent to make it more solid. The monster threw its attack, a sphere made out of crackling red energy, glowing like the sun. It smashed into her shield and exploded, turning everything red. The monsters all around them were killed. The ground cracked, and a violent sound filled her ears, but her shield held. She collapsed down on one knee, breathing heavily. She had known that she was too weak, that her soul was savaged, and it was a miracle that she was even able to move. The general monster was forming another attack, its black eyes looking at something behind her. She knew what it was looking at. It knew what they were trying to do. Her senses told her that the monsters were pushing the two spear masters, that Nehemasa was trying to protect Zack, that the two behind them were doing all they could to hold back the greater horde. She pushed herself up and took a deep breath. She had many regrets, but she had done all that she could to keep people safe. It had required many sacrifices, but because of the things that she and the others had done, the world hadn't collapsed into an all-ending war between all the various factions. She had upheld her oath. Now she reached for it, knowing full well that it would be the last thing that she ever did. She reached for the last power that she had gained, her reward for reaching the last tier of her main focus. Deep inside her, she found that connection to her oath, and she grabbed hold of it and used its active part. Oath of the First Shield, call the gate of grand order. And then light fell from the sky. Iari. His spear flashed through the head of a monster, killing it. It collapsed into formless ichor, leaking over the ground. Iari was moving constantly, fighting next to his grand-uncle, killing monsters and protecting the warden who was supposed to close the portal. Above them he could see Ryun and Celia standing on steps made out of void, power flashing all around them constantly. Silver spears were being created and fired at an alarming rate. The blue and red aura surrounded them, but it didn't affect them, only the monsters. It was why they could handle so many of them. Iari didn't stop moving. He couldn't, as to stop would mean death. Even with the two of them raining death from above, Iari and his uncle couldn't stop all the monsters that managed to get through. The other warden was the last line of defense, and the shapeshifter was standing next to the human who could close the portal, killing anything that came close. Then, as he stabbed Grudge into another monster, his venom killing it quickly, a wall of light smashed into the ground from above. Iari glanced at it for just a moment, seeing what looked to be a door made out of white light with a crest in the center, a shield with the recognizable symbol of the wardens in the center. The general monster's attack hit it and was stopped. The gate was massive, but it was just a single wall. The monsters could come around it, but it had bought them time. Celia used her spears to attack all the monsters behind the gate on their side, giving them some room from there at least. It let Iari focus on the monsters coming from the portal and the other side. He was having trouble using his powers. Something was exerting pressure on his mind, making everything just a tiny bit more difficult. He turned around just as a monster 3 times his size jumped at him. He stepped out of the way, his spear cutting into its side as it passed, but the monster caught his spear unexpectedly. It pulled him forward, and then one of its limbs struck him, sending him flying back. His armor protected him, but he landed in a group of 12 monsters, all of which jumped on him immediately, their claws tearing at his armor. He tried to push them back with overstrike, kicking up with his spear and sending one flying away, but there were too many of them. Just as he felt a claw pierce his armor and get through his skin, words echoed inside his mind. Onyx form. A large black spear, covered in jagged lines over its entire length, shredded through the monsters above him, and Iari found himself looking up at his uncle. He was covered in black, glossy, and jagged armor, holding a spear that was twice his size that looked more like some kind of a strange lance. Up, nephew. Don't hold back. Iari pushed himself up as his uncle fought monsters around them. He saw the dozens charging at them and focused. Last spear. The pain he hadn't even known he was feeling disappeared. The fog in his mind lifted, and everything seemed far clearer. None of his wounds bothered him anymore, and he felt like he could continue fighting forever. He hefted Grudge and jumped back into the fight. Neha. Nehemasa stabbed one more monster with her perfect lacerate. She was constantly in motion, moving from shadow to shadow, killing anything that got past the two spear users, killing anything that came close to Zack. A part of her wished that Zack had refused this mission, that he could have even considered refusing, but she knew that it would go against everything that he was. That was why she loved him. He would risk his own life to protect others, to try and save them. It was why she was going to stand by his side no matter what, even though she could feel the growing terror inside her mind. Her mental defenses were not yet quite as powerful as she had led Zack to believe, but she had spent the majority of her life with the horrors inside of her mind, seeking to cause fear. This much was not yet enough to overwhelm her, not nearly enough. Another of the larger monsters came, and she stepped through the shadow, her sword and dagger stabbing behind its head. As her blades pierced the sticky skin, she realized her mistake. Tentacles from the monster's side reached up and enveloped her, pressing her on top of its back, keeping her restrained. She saw other monsters move around them, heading for Zack, who was unable to protect himself. A beam of void killed one, and spears killed another 2, but 5 jumped on Zack's back. She focused her mind as she pushed with her legs, then finally managed to find purchase with her right leg and used spatial step to get out. Neha moved through the shadow, but she was too late. Zack. As everyone around him fought to protect him, Zack reached for the portal again. He activated his perk, and immediately something started to burn inside of him. He felt the portal resisting his perk, and he pushed back. It was threatening to tear him apart, and soon all other sensations disappeared, leaving him only with the burning agony inside of him. He didn't know how much time passed, or if the people around him were still alive. He focused only on his perk, on closing the portal. He felt the vast power behind it, the distance that it bridged in an instant. It was amazing, even glorious, something that he hadn't ever imagined possible. He felt the thing that kept the portal open, the desire put inside it, the basic component upon which all of that power was built. The desire to be free, to go wherever one wanted, whenever one wanted. It was familiar, as it was something that Zack himself wanted. It helped, somehow, to understand at least a piece of how the portal was built. He felt his perk pushing the power of the portal back. Iari. Iari had a claw stuck inside his stomach, with a bit of the monster's paw hanging off of it. He had cut it off, but he had been too slow. His ideal had made him ignore it, had allowed him to move as if there was no pain or injury at all. The ideal perk that he had gained with his unyielding spear made him, well, unyielding. He killed another 2 monsters with his army of spears technique, and then noticed that a group of monsters was headed for the human warden. He pushed his chi, but he was too far away, and he knew that he couldn't reach him in time, not with monsters in his way. Then he saw a black shape charge through the monsters, his great spear cutting them down as he charged. He killed the monster closest to the warden just in time, then turned and swiped his spear in a crescent that killed the others. The line had broken. More were coming at them, and Iari tried to push through, but he could see that it wasn't going to happen. Monsters were everywhere, carving his armor apart, pushing him in directions that he didn't want to go. He saw his uncle, a bastion of black stone, fighting next to the warden. A Ravzer stepped out of the shadow near him, covering his side, but Iari saw it coming. One of the larger types of monsters, a mass of hundreds of tentacles, dropped on top of them. It lashed out and threw the Ravzer aside, then gathered its tentacles around his uncle. "Uncle!" Iari screamed as he unleashed a barrage of attacks all around him, killing monsters and managing to take 3 steps in his uncle's direction before more monsters filled the gap. Distantly, he saw his uncle's spear shred through the mass of tentacles, but more were there to wrap around it and wrench it out of his grip. He heard the groaning of stone, and saw the tentacles bending his uncle in the ways that a Demacy body was not supposed to bend. Another monster jumped and sunk claws into him from behind, ripping the stone armor off, and then he saw his uncle's body ripped in half, and then a glowing claw swiped the air, pulling on a soul of the ethereal realm before closing its jaws around it. Ryun saw Imar G. Van die, unable to do anything to stop it. One of his hands was pointed at the ground, killing a monster that had gotten close to Zack, while spears of silver killed another 2. But the rest of his attention was on the sky. It was filled with flying monsters, all diving in a suicidal attempt to reach Zack. There were so many, and it took all of his powers to stop them. He had already used his field of 1,000 cuts, and he was depleting his core fast with his beams and the spikes, plus the walls he was shaping in the air to kill or just slow them down enough for Celia's spears to kill them. If it wasn't for the Eternal Hunter and Huntress perks, both he and Celia would have faltered by now. A big flying monster with tentacles instead of a head dove, and Celia put a dozen spears into it, which then detonated, blowing it apart and making it rain black ichor. Down on the ground, he saw the monsters closing in on Zack. He called his avatar back and had it abandon firing through the portal. It was a bad move, he knew, and as soon as the avatar stopped firing, monsters came through, but he didn't have a choice. The avatar fired a beam next to Zack's head, killing a monster that was about to kill him. The Ravzer, the shapeshifter that was his partner, managed to recover and get near him, slicing through another 2 monsters attempting to reach Zack. Monsters were all around them, in the sky and on the ground. His avatar was tackled and savaged on the ground, broken apart in seconds. Then a large crack sounded through the air as the gate that the Warden Commander had summoned broke apart. The general walked through, and she stood on unsteady legs in front of it, a one-handed hammer in her remaining hand that she had been using to beat the monsters coming around her gate away. Then his sense caught the portal trembling. Zack. He felt the portal give, and his perk pushed through. Rift Seal activated fully, and he felt the portal wink out. He collapsed on his knees, breathing heavily, feeling something warm leaking down his face. "Teleport out!" a voice he recognized as that of the Warden Commander yelled, so loud that for a moment his vision went black. His head was killing him, but he could still think at least. He raised one leg and looked around, seeing only monsters around him. Spears flashed down and killed those around him, and he turned his head. He searched, looking for her, and then Neha was there. She pulled him up, and Zack opened his mouth to thank her as he reached down to his token. A clawed paw ripped her away, sending him to the ground. He saw her roll over the ground and another monster jump on top of her. A monster stabbed a claw through his stomach, and he activated Rewind. The second time, he rolled beneath the attack and cut up with his blade, opening the monster's side. He crawled forward, then stumbled to his feet, heading for Neha, seeing her fighting and struggling as the monsters attacked her. He was too drained, but he didn't hesitate. He blinked across the distance, his blade sinking into a monster that was on top of her. He activated Old Heritage and kicked it off her. As he reached for her, another monster hit him in the chest, tackling him back and to the ground. There were so many of them all around them that he didn't have the room or the time to use any of his powers. He saw Neha stumble up, only for a monster to open its dark jaws wide above her, then lean down to bite her head off. Ryun. As the portal collapsed, Ryun heard the Warden Commander give the order for them to leave. Iari flashed with essence and was gone in an instant. Celia sent spears at the monsters around Zack, then she too used her token. Ryun reached for his, but he saw that Zack and his partner hadn't gotten out yet. The Warden Commander was in a confrontation with the general monster, but he didn't have the time or the need to wait anymore. His core was nearly fully depleted, and he had already used his essence to restore it. His mind was drained, and he felt like he was barely standing. His sense was barely functioning from how many monsters were around them. He had done his part, fulfilled his promise. He saw Zack searching for his partner, and then, as they found each other, the monsters overwhelmed them. They fought, but it was clear that they weren't going to get away. Neither would leave the other. Ryun didn't think. He moved. Inevitable step moved him through the air, just as a flying monster dove from above, no longer held in check by Celia. He arrived near Zack's partner and shaped a wall, separating her from the monster about to eat her head. He shaped spikes all around them, impaling the other monsters and creating obstacles for the rest, buying them time. Zack reached his partner, both taking their tokens out and preparing to break them. Zack raised his head and met Ryun's eyes. For a moment they were all alone, standing in silence. So much had gone wrong between them. Ryun had done irreparable harm to Zack. It was his fault, for being arrogant, for being the way he was, for not talking more, for not being willing to listen to others, to find common ground, for always thinking that his way was the right one. So much could have gone better on Earth if only the two of them had talked more. Now it was too late. Zack's partner cracked the token and disappeared. Zack was about to break his as Ryun was pulling his own. Then his eyes widened. In the chaos around him, his sense had missed it. A monster had managed to reach him unannounced. He turned and saw one of the larger types, six-limbed and a monstrous head with a horn on top. It swiped at him from above. A winged shape smashed into it, a blade piercing the monster's head through its open mouth. Ryun recognized Zack a moment later, a testament to how tired and drained he was. Zack pulled his bladed arm out of the monster and dropped to the ground. He pointed his arm, and something exploded, blowing the other monsters around the two of them away. Ryun saw essence enter the real realm in a great wave. "Break it!" Zack yelled, and Ryun snapped out of it. He reached for his token, and together they broke them. A moment later, they were teleported somewhere else, to safety. Hastur. The portal winked out somewhere far behind him, but the being that was Hastur, the king in yellow, barely paid any attention to it. Half of his body was turned into paste, and the other was covered in lacerations. His robe was in tatters, and his mask shattered. His wounds were slow to heal, as if reality itself opposed him changing state, healing his wounds. It was annoying. He looked at his foe, lying in a crater. The area around them was destroyed beyond any recognition. They had blown the sand away and reached the bedrock before cracking it to pieces. They had created a canyon that stretched far in all directions. Their fight had killed many of his soldiers, had damaged the fort that he planned to use as his base of operations. They had even killed one of the limited number of breeders that Hastur had under his command. It was a fight that he would remember for all time. Even now, he couldn't help but laugh. "You almost killed me, you bastard," Hastur whispered to his foe as the drake's eyes closed for the final time. By now, Hastur knew exactly what was wrong with his opponent, so he didn't bother to stay any longer. He turned and started walking back to his army. He had a lot of work to do. Ethereal Realm, Unknown Regions. Deep inside the ethereal realm, there was a place where no soul or shade had ever set foot. Here, the rules changed at the whims of spirits that inhabited it. The terrain reflected sights never before seen, in colors so rare that no living soul had ever experienced them. Secrets and knowledge yet to be known hid and waited for those brave and lucky enough to find them. Here, There was a mountain that was as tall as the largest of the old world, piercing the sky that was endless, and in a cave deep inside its heart, shrouded in the dark, hidden from sight, something stirred. As the wandering Drake closed his eyes for the last time, the explorer's soul's slitted eyes slid open. Interlude. Past is prologue. Celia. The moon slowly turned into the sun. Light shone from above through the smoke that filled the sky. Rays of light pierced it as if the smoke were clouds. Visible to the naked eye, they illuminated the city below. It squirmed with dark shapes, far more than any of them had believed there to be. They had seen them coming out of the portal in the dark, charging across the arena, and they hadn't realized just how many had traversed the portal. Towering shapes moved among the buildings. Black growths were crawling against the walls of the arena, covering them slowly. Smoke was rising from the city, too. From the distance, no one would mistake the tournament city for anything other than a battlefield. With her eye skill, she could see into the streets, could see the dead being dragged away by the monsters back to the arena. For what purpose, she didn't know, but it filled her with dread. She had seen the large monsters dragging sacks, and she feared that this was not just an army, but an invasion force that could grow. They needed to stop it before it became too late. She just didn't know how to do that. Celia looked around her. She and her people had been the last to evacuate the city, but ahead of them tens of thousands were running. She didn't know what had happened in the other districts, but too many had died in the city. People were fractured, running without a goal or care, trying to save their own lives. The leaders of every major faction had died in the attack, and too many of the powerful had died on the walls or in the city. Everything had been thrown into chaos, and it was all that they could do to keep people moving. She was at the far back of the retreating force in case they were pursued, but the monsters hadn't gone in their direction. There was an army, a sea of black, charging over the ground, but not toward them. It was going north, its purpose unknown to her. The warriors around her were all tired, many of them injured. They even had caravans moving those who were too wounded to walk on their own. They had already spent all of their healing supplies, which made things worse. If that army had been heading in their direction, she doubted they could survive it. The sects were so far willing to follow her direction, but she knew how sects worked. As soon as the immediate danger passed, they would all fracture. Everything was more complicated by the fact that they had people from all over the city mixed in. The retreat hadn't been orderly. People had been shuffled around in the confusion and panic, desperate to escape. "What are we going to do now?" Erdania asked from her side, her voice weary. Celia glanced at her, seeing the state of her partner's body. She was covered in small cuts. Her body was so dense that only the strongest attacks could penetrate deep, but she was also covered in bruises that looked like they were beyond painful. She was hard to damage, but she was not invulnerable. "We go home, gather our warriors, call our allies. She trailed off. She had been about to say that they needed to speak with their sect head, but she remembered that her grandfather was dead. She didn't know what to do. They couldn't allow this army to remain here, not when it was so large, not when she suspected that it could grow. There were millions of monsters here, perhaps more. It was impossible to tell. She had a suspicion, based on the way that they were entrenching themselves, that they couldn't afford to let them stay here for long. She just didn't know how to even begin to remedy that. She needed to get into contact with the rest of the League, though. Sigmund would probably take care of that once he recovered. He was the main reason why they had managed to escape, as the rest of them had been too drained to fight much longer. And the Cabal. She didn't know what was going to happen now.
"Everything just went to shit," Celia whispered. "Everyone just lost their leaders and their highest-ranking members in most cases. This will turn the core upside down."
She knew how precarious the peace in the settled territories was. This was going to throw everything out of the balance. Everyone was going to seek to get an upper hand, to gain power for themselves, and carve out a piece of the world as their kingdom.
"Yeah," Erdania said. "You are right, though. We go home and regroup."
Celia opened her mouth and then paused as she felt emotions that weren't her own. She steeled her expression and glanced to the side where she could feel a presence in her mind. Ryun Nacht was sitting on a small rock, warriors of his sect surrounding him, while a Ravzer with a sad expression on his face was talking to him. Ryun didn't seem to be paying attention to him, though, and through his emotions she knew that for certain. She could feel great sadness coming from him, alongside worry and a bunch of other things that she couldn't quite identify. He was holding a burnt corpse in his lap, twisted beyond any hope of recognition. During their retreat, he had stopped at his compound and had taken the corpse. He didn't speak much, but Celia could tell that it was someone important to him. The only thing that he had said while they moved out of the city was to ask where the closest extremely cold place was. She didn't know why he needed it, but there was only one territory nearby that fit his parameters. She didn't even know where to start with him. They were connected now, far more than she had ever imagined possible. She didn't regret her choice. They had needed power, and he had given her a gift that was priceless. She wanted to talk with him, to ask where the perk that he had given her came from, to ask what it was and how he found it. But there just didn't seem to be any time for that, and she didn't even know how to tell Erdania about it. She only knew that she needed to do it sooner rather than later. For now, though, they needed to get as far away from the city as possible. They weren't equipped to fight the horde of monsters, not now. Zack. Zack stood in a circle with the rest of the wardens who were the last to leave the city. Civilians were walking next to them in a large procession of retreating people. It had been hours since they had closed the portal, and he was barely keeping his eyes open. Neha was leaning on his side, and he kept her propped up with his hand. "What do we do now?" a warden who Zack didn't recognize asked. Bera looked beyond them at the retreating people. "We protect the people, as we are supposed to. The warden commander, she didn't teleport out with us. That doesn't mean that she is dead. She is immortal." Bera glared at the man. No one said what they were all thinking, that those monsters ate souls. Urel was probably dead. Zack had seen how injured she was, how slow and weak. He doubted that she could have escaped, but then again, he didn't know much about immortals. Zack glanced at Neha, wondering what they should do. He had nearly lost her, and the only reason he hadn't was because Ryun had been there. He didn't know how to feel about that. A part of him wished that they could just leave, could go away alone, away from these horrors and responsibilities. But the line of people running from the monster horde in the city drew his eyes. Those people would need protection. Not everyone came here with their factions, and from what he could see, everyone was looking after their own. Some people had been left all alone, defenseless, and both he and Neha would be there to protect them. They moved out, with Zack and Neha staying near the end of the procession. They were heading west, to the nearest city that had a teleporter. Bera had sent people ahead to send messages to recall all available wardens to the Citadel. He didn't know what she intended, but he knew that they would need all that they could gather to deal with that army in the city. He didn't even want to think about what had remained beyond the portal. For now, the wardens all seemed willing to follow Bera. He had never really given much thought to her rank in the warden's organization, but she was apparently very high up. There were no monsters coming after them, but Zack could see an army of monsters heading northward in the distance. He tried not to think about whoever had escaped in that direction, or their fate. For now he was just thankful that he had survived, and tried to focus on what was going to come next. Rayla. She had never seen such frightened expressions on her parents' faces. It had been days since they'd encountered the Lord of Death and the Grey Horde, since they'd turned their army around. Rayla and her siblings had returned to their palace while their parents stayed with the Emperor until just an hour ago. As soon as they came back, her mother immediately called a family meeting. She sat with Vanessa and Emrys in a small room with all two of their parents, waiting for Father Olam. "I've sent word to Laeric," Father Ender said to their mother. "He will start buying everything that we need, will increase defenses on our southern territories, and will ready every guard we left in the Empire."
"We won't get back in time," her mother whispered. "Eric Hale is sending orders too, but there aren't enough people left in the Empire to protect it. We didn't anticipate this." "Mother, what happened? What was that notification?" Vanessa asked what all three of them had been wondering since it happened. Everyone had been talking about it, wondering about what it was. She had heard too many theories about what it could be, but whatever it was had caused the return to end. So many years of planning, of preparing for a war, and then they had just turned around. It wasn't a retreat, even though they had lost their swarm and had been faced with the army of the Grey Horde. No, they were running back home in a panic. "The worst thing that could have happened," Father Ender said, answering their questions. "There are things beyond our territory that we've been keeping a secret, out of the fear that something just like this would happen. Someone opened one of these territories. Inside of it is something like a monster swarm, only far worse. It is at the edge of our territory, which is now largely undefended. If we don't reach the Empire in time, they will roll over our home." Rayla felt her heart skip a beat. Not because she understood the threat, because she didn't, but because her parents' expressions told her that she should be afraid. Then the doors opened, and Father Olam entered. "I've gotten in touch with Eric," he said as he walked in. "He reached one of our bases in the frontier. I don't even know where to start." Rayla saw her mother take his hand and pull him to a chair next to her. "At the beginning," she said. Rayla's father took a deep breath and nodded. "He executed the plan. It was a success, and most of the high rankers and leaders of nearly all factions that had been in the city who were present died. But the speaker for the blind betrayed him, and us. He opened the dome." "What?" Father Ender asked incredulously. "He was in the core, half a world away. He couldn't have done it." Father Olam shook his head. "Eric said that he had a powerful spatial user. They opened a portal directly from the tournament city to the dome. He went through, opened it, and then left. The hordes from the dome spilled into the core." He whispered the last part, looking somehow unsure. "A portal that reaches that far? I didn't think that was possible," her mother said. "I don't know how. Eric didn't stay in the city for long, and he wasn't near the portal, but before he left, he said that millions had passed through the portal, that they were killing everything in the city. I don't know if all the monsters went to the core, if our territories are safe, but—" "We lost contact with the fort," her mother said. "So that is unlikely, but If the dome was split, then perhaps we have a chance.
On the bright side, the Corps probably thinks that the speaker is the one who triggered the reaction engine, Father Olam said.
It doesn't matter now. We can't continue with the return with the dome opened, Rayla's mother said. What does this mean? Vanessa asked, and Rayla understood exactly what Vanessa meant. She wanted to know what this meant for everything.
Erikael had wanted to avenge his brother's death for so long, Father Ender started, but this is about our survival. We cannot continue on our previous path. We might not even survive this. Everyone grew silent then. After a few moments more, Father Olam spoke again. There is more. Eric said that he has retrieved Daria and Naira from the city. He said that he rescued them from the sect. Rayla blinked at that, then immediately reached out to her sister, but got no answer. It meant that she was probably asleep. She knew that Naira was there of her free will, Daria less so, but if Eric thought that he was saving them, she didn't want to imagine what had happened. Her mother took a deep breath. We'll talk more once he arrives. Rayla had spent her entire life preparing for one moment, and now everything had been turned on its head. She had no idea what the future held. Ryun. The mountain was cold and covered in snow, though that didn't bother him. He was at the summit, on a small, clear space surrounded by nothing but the sky and peaks of mountains beneath him. He was sitting on a small rock, his eyes looking forward with all of his attention. He was surrounded by corpses. Monsters had found him, some from the mountain itself, and others from the horde that came from the portal. They were scouting surrounding territories, and he knew that he didn't have much time, but he knew that he couldn't move, no matter what. On the ground in front of him was a mangled and burned form. He had felt the dead in his compound during their retreat, and he recognized Onrush despite her state. He tried to speak to Airclaw but couldn't reach him. He didn't know if he had met the same fate, as there had been no sign of a body, just a pile of ash. He knew that Airclaw had immortality too, and he didn't know if he would retain his perks if he died or not. But Onrush had suffered damage that was deeper than physical. One of her arms was just charred bone. Her armor was gone, melted and burned away. He could see bone in many places. It was hard to look at, but he didn't look away. Onrush had immortality, and he had to believe that it would work. He had brought her to the coldest place that he could find, and waited. It had been days since he had arrived on the mountain. It had taken him 10 days to find this place, traveling at his top speeds. He had to leave his people in Lesometrius's hands, despite the man's protests. He had to. He couldn't waste time. Onrush's immortality would only work for 12 days after her death. Yet, since he had arrived, there had been no change. Her body had remained the same. He knew that it took 7 days for her to return to life, but he didn't know if her body was supposed to regenerate over that time or if it happened all at once at the end of that time. For now, he would wait. He had a reason to believe that she was still there, and that was that Kagahime was nowhere to be seen. If she had died, the sword would have been next to her body. As it was, with her not being awake or even in this transitional state, the sword would have gone back to her soul. What worried Ryun was soul damage. He could see something that resembled what he saw in Tali, and he didn't know how that would impact her immortality perk. For now he sat and waited. At the edge of his sense, he noticed monsters climbing the mountain and heading in his direction. Slowly, he moved chi through his body, getting himself ready. Yrel. Everything hurt. She couldn't move, couldn't open her eyes. Her hearing was filled with chattering noises and notes in a language that she couldn't understand. Whispers in her mind were getting louder and louder, making her doubt her own thoughts. She couldn't reach her power. It was as if something was between it and her. She didn't even remember how she had gotten here. There was fighting. She'd had a purpose, but everything was blurry now, and there were moments when she didn't even know who she was. Something was crawling over her body, seeping into her. A part of her felt the wrongness and wanted to resist, but the whispers made it all so hard. She tried to focus on something, anything that could help her keep her sanity. She didn't know who she was, but she did know that she served something more, an ideal, law, order, protection. She clung to that. Time seemed to be passing at a glacial pace, yet she felt like she had been in this state for ages. She served law, a law that she herself had made. The whispers spoke louder now, making it hard for her to think. She was forgetting thoughts halfway through them now. She was becoming confused, unable to think. There were only whispers inside her mind. She served. She knew that it was important, as everything told her that it was. She served. The whispers turned to loud voices, and the meaning of their words became clearer. Ah, she thought to herself, remembering. I serve. Haster. And the voices stilled. This concludes The Centennial Tournament by Yvonne Cal, narrated by Phil Thron. Copyright 2021 by Yvonne Cal. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Yvonne Cal and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.